Hello, and welcome to the Humanity. I'm Frazzled. I'm also Matt.
Well, good. I mean,
where we do things with stuff for the people. Okay.
It is true, man. That's all right. I'm a little frazzled too because I forgot that you say that, and I almost didn't let you say it, and that would have been just tragic because we can't do the show unless you say the things. And also, I'm Tommy. So, welcome to the show tonight. For those who don't know, I guess I don't know how many people who are that watch lately that don't know, but yeah, we're. I feel like this is maybe something we should say a little more often, just to kind of briefly intro ourselves. We're both a couple former Christians, current atheist or atheist adjacent, depending on Matt's mood. Yeah, just looking back at like things about Christianity, trying to figure out, what we thought of it, what we think of it now, how is it maybe harmful, how do we look at just the rest of the world now through our current lens, or I guess lack of Christian lens. So, and a lot of times lately that turns into us watching videos and reacting. So,
Vidges about the Crimsbians.
Indeed. And Spooky made it first. Welcome.
It's been a minute since you were first. Congratulations.
Yeah. And I do have an update. For people who remember last week, I was still a little meh out of it because I had a colonoscopy last Wednesday.
At least that's what they tell you happened.
That's true. They did just put me to sleep, and I don't remember any of it. But I do have pictures, which I have threatened to show before. But I don't know. I guess if anyone's interested, maybe you can convince us to like set up a Patreon, and that'll be one of the benefits for one of the tiers. Yes, the Tommy's Bowels tier.
I don't have glassware, so I'm gonna have to be right back.
Okay. No problem. Yeah, Matt was working basically like right up until showtime tonight. So yeah, he's getting his shit together, and that's cool. But he's got to go get glassware. Yeah, he's had a very busy day, like literally right before we went live. So, but update on my colon from last week. They did scooped out or cut off a little polyp or whatever. I guess polyps are a normal thing to find up there for anybody. But yeah, it came back. Looks like it's just a polyp, nothing to be concerned about. So, yeah, the old poo shoot is in good condition, I suppose. So, like I said, I do have pictures. If anyone is ever curious, let me know. I know Matt's not interested, so I won't bust him out here.
I'm concerned it might ruin that tunnel scene from Willy Wonka for me.
Because it wasn't bad enough. Well, anyway, so tonight since it's Thanksgiving Eve, I guess I say Happy Thanksgiving Eve, everybody. Thanksgiving, probably my favorite holiday now that I'm an adult, because it's just like no presents, no fuss, just
less
getting
planning.
together, just get together at somebody's house and eat a bunch, and maybe watch some football if that's the day, if it's on, and yeah. So yeah, but as much as I love Thanksgiving, really not a fan of turkey, like almost at all. Like there were several years where I smoked the turkey, and that was actually really good. But
what about the deep fried turkeys? I haven't had one.
Yeah, I've had that a couple times. It's good. Yeah, but I mean, if we're gonna be frying birds, I'd rather just have fried chicken. But yeah,
what you need is a flavor injector.
That's probably true. But yeah, anymore, my favorite Thanksgiving dish is actually the green bean casserole, or as I prefer to call it, fried onion casserole with green bean garnish. Because, you got to put in more fried onions than the recipe calls for. But I've actually modified it recently, so it's something you can just have anytime, like as its own meal. Basically, just make it as it is with your green beans, your fried onions, cream and mushroom soup, and milk and pepper. But then I add like canned chicken to make it more like a meal. But then the only seasonings that are in most of the recipes, like it's just black pepper. So then I like to add chili powder, smoked paprika, and garlic powder. Makes it really
smoked paprika.
Yeah, you can add that shit to everything. It's just amazing. So anyway, so speaking of being in the holidays spirit, I'm going very holiday themed with the beers tonight, starting with the West Side Holiday Ale.
How is that? I forget how it is.
It's pretty good. This is actually the first time I've had. I mean, I've had a couple already, but no, one already. But this is the first time I bought the 6-pack. It seems to be like their version of the iconic Great Lakes Christmas Ale. It's got it's got cinnamon ginger, but they also add orange peel, which the Great Lakes, it doesn't have any citrus in it. I think it has honey maybe, but the cinnamon and ginger definitely. So, and I had the two of them both recently. That's actually my second beer tonight is the Great Lakes Christmas Ale. They're very similar, both very good. So, but I might prefer this one just because it's local.
I haven't seen Sierra Nevada's Celebration Ale, and it's usually out by now.
Yeah, same. But
I really hope they made it.
yeah, I mean they'd better. I mean that's probably the best of the like not actually Christmassy Christmas beers because like it's literally just an amber IPA, and that's no spices, nothing really holiday about it, but it's a damn good IPA.
It's a fresh hop ale, right? Which means all the hop flavor.
Yeah, and the real Millie's here.
Oh, I prefer
sorry.
the one.
Yeah, don't congratulate me about Thanksgiving. It's not something we celebrate. Ah, yes, that's right. I'll be sure to wish you a happy 4th of July when it comes around.
Merry Thursday tomorrow.
Yes. Ooh. In fact, my family celebrates Thanksgiving over Easter. As in, like, over and above, as in, like, more important, or over the Easter holiday and over. That's how I first read it.
It lasts until Easter.
Yeah, because I first read that as saying like, oh, we'll be at my parents' house over Christmas, as in like across the time of Christmas. But I think that meant more of a priority on second reading. But
I'm gonna put the chat out here. Okay, I couldn't see it.
Yay, Matt can see you now. You exist to both of us. So yeah, that's what I'm drinking tonight. How about you, Matt? And also chat. Feel free to let us know what you're enjoying this evening. But over to you.
I am having a Saison beer. I don't know how you say it. It's French. I just say Saison. It's Orison by Tired Hands Brewing Company. I've had a lot of their stuff recently. It is very good. Like all this stuff is very good. It's also not cheap, which is why I only get like one of them a week. It's like $6 a can. But it's a 4-grain Saison ale, and it's oak fermented and can conditioned, which is quality. Yeah. So can conditioned just means like it continues to develop in the can for a bit.
Yeah, they just leave it in there for some extra time while it continues to do its thing.
A little sour, which I don't necessarily love, but the oak and the graininess is doing all right.
That's cool. Oh yeah, so spooky. Yeah, being British, I guess it already is Thursday. Which I don't know. It just occurred to me, like you're British, and like you're like 5 hours ahead of us, and you're actually staying up to watch this. That's I don't know if I pointed that out before.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so now I need to tell my buddy Keith, who's also a Brit, he needs to wake his ass up.
Stop being a pussy.
Yes. And happy Thursday to all y'all. And Chris Moore enjoying some water. Chris, I believe you are the person I met briefly on Nitty's stream over the weekend when we were
out.
So
I think it's great.
Cool. Yeah, Matt was watching. So yeah, good to see you. Yeah, you actually are our 80th subscriber. So
fantabulous.
Yeah, there's no prize for that I'm aware of, but if something shows up, let me know. I'd be interested. Saving the drinking for tomorrow. Smart. Yeah.
Yeah. I started early today. I've already had a beer today, but it's been a few hours.
You see, I was tempted to start early because like for work, like usually the day before a holiday, like they let us off early. So I was off at 1 o'clock, and then but I also had therapy today, but we needed to do it remotely. I guess she was like too busy, couldn't make it in the office or something. So and I was tempted to, and that was at like 4 o'clock, and I was tempted to just like have a beer for that. Just like, oh, I'm at home, might as well have a beer with the therapist. But I was like, I don't know if you're supposed to do that, but also knowing I was going to be drinking more tonight, I was like, I should probably wait. But British lemonade, I am not aware of that being a thing. So please elaborate.
Does that just mean it doesn't have feelings out loud? I mean, I like the whole step up or lip thing during the war and all that, but also there's a war happening. You all are supposed to just be like, oh, I'm going to go to the store. Everything's fine. We got to turn off all the lights when the sirens go off so nobody dies. And
all right, it was you, Chris. Awesome. Well, welcome. Thanks for coming. Appreciate you. All right.
Spooky's a self-declared hero.
Yes. Well, hey, I mean, staying up this late to watch our show, you're my hero, man. Thank you. All right. Any other updates or whatever before we get to the main event for today?
It's more wallpaper. Wrapped up a wallpaper job today. I'm either naturally good at it or people just have really low expectations for wallpaper because everybody acts like I'm a magician with it. I'm like, I just put it on straight and kept it that way. It does take some effort and shit, but
yeah. Well, I mean, I guess I can understand I guess I could understand if people have low expectations for wallpaper because I mean it is fucking wallpaper. So,
well, my shit's perfectly straight, and I can end a whole run around the room to within a quarter inch, meaning like,
yeah, that is impressive. But let's see, more like a soda, not a homemade lemon and sugar thing. Oh, okay. Oh, interesting.
Do you guys have shandies over there? We have them here, and I hate them, but it's where you put lemonade with the cheap beer.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah.
Yeah. In no way likes marmalade or marmalade. Yeah. Potato. All right. So let's see. I don't think I have any other updates. But speaking of therapy, something I'd been meaning to mention on this show for a while now. Not really sure. This is a beginning of the show thing to say. It seemed like more of an end of the show thing to say, but I'm probably going to forget. But something I just wanted to say to everybody and like how much I appreciate y'all being here. Which, I mean, we'd probably still do the show anyway, even if no one was watching.
We did for a while.
Yeah, we did, because this is just kind of helped me and Matt hang out. But I was discussing like the show, like I talk about it a lot with my therapist, not too specific, but just more like in general, like about it and how we feel about it, how things are going with it. But one of the things that she mentioned, or she like asked me about it was like one of those questions where like she's asking me because like she's wanting me to like realize the answer to something as I answer it, which is kind of a cool thing she does every now and then. But basically just realizing how much doing this show, and not just doing it, but also like the interaction with y'all and feedback and stuff we get about it, just how much that's done just for my personal confidence, like not just in the context of this show, but just in general, just how it's contributing to me just really being more and more comfortable with myself, who I am, how I do things, just being myself in other contexts outside of the show. So yeah. So thank you all for being a part of this. And obviously you too, Matt, thank you for doing this with me as long as we have. And yeah. Here, you want to do like the really cheesy thing where we like cheers each other on the screen?
Oh, can we do that? Oh, which side is left and which side is right? Okay.
So you're right.
Motherfucker. Okay. Clink.
Is that something we should do more often?
I gotta use my left hand, and I feel broken.
All right, so chat, let us know. Is that something we should do more often, or something we just should do one less time than we have?
Yeah, I was thinking something similar to what Tommy was recently, where I am more comfortable being myself out loud, in front of people that I don't know all that well. Getting to know people better on here, but I mean, like initially, didn't really know people all that well.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's been really good.
Yeah, it's also cool. Like I said, just part of getting to know people. Also, seeing y'all in like chats in other streams. And speaking of other streams, welcome Maya. And yeah, we like to keep things sus around here, so that's how we roll.
Yeah, Spooky
Yeah,
super fan number one.
Yeah, and but I'm assuming most of the people in the chat are familiar with Maya. But if in case you're not, definitely check out her channel with the weasels and such. They do Bad Science Sunday, which I unfortunately do not catch live nearly as often as I would like. But yeah, it's always good when I do, and I'm sure it's good when I don't as well. So check it out. All right.
I don't know why that was funny to me,
but I'm glad it was. All right. So now, without much further ado, because there's always more ado with anything we do here. So tonight's video that we're watching is something I just came across recently. Apparently, Wes Huff is part of a larger interview, which last I checked, the full video is not available. They've just released small clips of it.
That's because I saw.
But probably. Ooh. But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so the video. Like I got distracted by the chat again. I love y'all, but you distract me so. So
making you stumble in your walk.
I know.
God, I use that phrase now.
I know. So fucking dumb. But speaking of things we've deconstructed, so Wes, as a part of this larger interview, decided he's going to talk about deconstruction and give his thoughts. And Matt just kind of disappeared there for a second. And
am I back?
Yeah, but sounds like your mic isn't working again.
Okay.
Yeah, we just hear you through, assuming your
Testies,
laptop.
Testies, 1, 2.
Yeah, still a laptop.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, that was weird. Oh, there you are.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, it was a wire issue, I think.
Yeah, but it's clearly demons. But yeah, Wes Huff started talking about deconstruction and his thoughts on it. Particularly, the title of this clip is "The Real Reason So Many Are Deconstructing Their Faith?" ? Wes Huff. So
what's it called when somebody mansplains Christianity to atheists? It's not mansplaining.
Christiansplaining?
Jesus-plaining?
No, evangelisplaining, maybe? That might be a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chat, let us know. What do we call that when a Christian tries to... The mansplain equivalent of explaining deconstruction to either other Christians who are deconstructing or people fully deconstructed, demolished, whatever. So I was like, oh, I got to hear Wes Huff's thoughts on deconstruction. So I just started playing the video, and literally like less than a minute in, I was like, oh, this is going to be bullshit.
Okay, I got to show you something that just happened. All right, I can't show you exactly, but I literally just went to pour this in here, and somehow it came out the top of the opening and missed the glass. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. And then no, it just went onto the desk. And I got my eyeglass wipe to clean it up.
I was gonna say, a little callback. Do you need to suck off your desk again?
No, it did not taste good.
Because you've done that before.
Yeah,
on camera.
It tasted too much like chemicals, and I don't know why.
Hey, did it on camera, like live, not even behind a paywall or anything. You got to save that for the Patreon, Matt. Come on. Anyway, so
was that for one submission? Is that why I did that?
I think it was. Yeah. Okay. Or just like a really, really extra special fancy beer.
No.
Yeah. Apollo-splaining. Ooh. Yeah, apologetic mansplaining. Yeah, I like that. I
Okay,
like
okay.
that. Yeah, but ooh, everyone will lose sleep. Love to have you on one Sunday. Ooh, not sure who that was directed to. It was one of us or someone else in the chat, but whoever it is, I'd be excited to see any of us on there. So go over there and lose some sleep. It's good times. All right. So yeah. So Matt, did you? So I watched this whole video. Did
I
you?
did not watch it.
Okay, so it's something like it is impressive, like how many like cliches, like dismissive cliches that he is able to like cram into a very short amount of time.
Like
in
it's
this
brand
video.
new information. Does he do that too?
I don't know if I mean maybe I've only watched through it once, and it was while I was working, so I wasn't picking up all the little nuances. But one thing I want, as I was watching it, and then afterwards, as I was kind of reflecting on it, one of the things I was thinking of is like, okay, why does this video exist? Like, I mean, other than, okay, it's part of a larger interview, okay, but why did he answer this question this way? Why did someone think this is a clip worthy of putting out there? Like, what is the point that this video is really trying to make? Like why is he even talking about it? So yeah, just keep that in mind as we're watching. But now, like, also, I'm like super proud of myself because I figured out like the different scene selection things we have on the side. So instead of like hitting like, usually takes me like a good 3 or 4 different mouse clicks to get us to here.
We're already there.
Except it popped it up on the wrong damn side of the screen.
Why?
Just as I was like,
why does he look like a Nazi extra from a World War II movie to me?
Ooh. Oh, that was an invitation. Currently booked through January. Hey, that's cool. I will still be available after January. So yeah, we'll be in touch. That sounds like a lot of fun. Matt, are you familiar with the Bad Science Sundays?
I just started seeing it in my For You stuff in YouTube. And no, I haven't been able to watch it yet.
Hey, but well, that's good because it is for you. Like I said, I've caught a couple, but yeah, and we're actually apparently we're gifted a membership earlier this month. So
yes, the real Melly. That is something that I think. Were you watching this before? Because we said that exact same thing. I think I said it when we were watching one other time, where I was like, "This is just, yeah, it's like a vaccine against deconstruction." But it's not great. It's not a good vaccine. Basically, if you already weren't interested in asking questions, like this makes you feel okay about that.
No,
but if you're asking questions, it's not really going to do shit for you.
Yeah. Well, see, your algorithm, your algorithm knows you're a thing. Like if you're good enough, as long as you're good enough, then Maya shall grace your algorithm with her presence. All right. Well, are you ready? Because, like I said, this thing gets going fast. So there's not much of a lead in. So I just want to make sure we're all ready.
I'm double fisting weed. I am not ready, apparently. I was like, oh, which one are you using?
All right. Well,
that's never
sounds like before. We're.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Haven't seen this video. This is actually a relatively new video. Let's see. When did this come out? 12 days ago. So this might be like one of the like newest videos that we've ever watched. Like we're like closest to its release date. So, all right. Yeah, good old Dr. Kipp. I'm glad he tells other people about our show because he either just doesn't show up or sleeps through it when he is here. So, I'm glad he's letting other people enjoy it.
Like,
what's that?
We put him to sleep. We're like his bedtime routine on Wednesdays.
But even though he's like 3 hours behind us or whatever, so it's only like what 5:30 now where he is.
He's not that much older than us, is he? He's like what 50s?
Yeah, I mean he's not much older than you.
Oh, what do you mean?
Anyway, so all right. Which speaking of which, where? See, I don't have that clip like preloaded, so I will. So, do we want to like get to Wes, or do we want to play that promo of Dr. Kipp falling asleep? Now that I'm thinking
Oh,
about
sure.
it.
Let's play that.
All right. Let's see here. This is gonna take some clicks. Watching, doing some things. Oh, all right. Gonna cue it up in the background here. Talk. Replace. This is like, I'm sure this is like fascinating for everyone else, but all right.
The narration's pretty good.
Oh, thank you. So this is. Sorry, this seems to be like. Some of you might recognize these two gentlemen as the one and only Dr. Kipp and the other one and only Nitty. So,
Dr. Kipp and the other one.
here's just a little thing that I put together when Dr. Kipp was unaware that he was cutting a promo for us, but here it is.
If you aren't subscribed to The Humanity, make sure you subscribe. They stream on Wednesday nights, and it's usually pretty good. But I hope you appreciate what I did for you.
Oh, yeah. I wondered where you went.
We're that fascinating.
I did that for you, my friend.
And I'm super proud of that. So I think my favorite part of that was when he says it's usually pretty good.
I think he's like, I am just now remembering I'm not awake for most of it. So
it's like
what I've seen is good.
At least the parts I'm awake for. Yeah. Don't want to speak for the rest of it, which is fair. You know, that's Kipp's thing. Like he's a good scholar when he's not like when he's not in his lane. He likes to, you know, hedge things pretty well. All right. So, but speaking of, well, I guess not speaking of, but now to someone who doesn't always stay in his lane. All right. Like I said, this gets going pretty fast with the bullshit. So
okay.
Are we ready?
Ready.
All right.
I think if we're talking about what I think are probably the legitimate issues with a lot of people who go through the quote-unquote deconstruction, I'm not sure that they were given the proper nutrients and foundation and soil quality to be able to grow roots that actually gave them subsistence, so that when those things did happen, it was somewhat too late already. And
Matt has awesome faces already. So.
As soon as you said nutrients, my brain was just like, "Oh, it's gross. It's really gross." And then he's just like roots and all kinds of other things, and I was like,
all right, so
he's gonna belabor that metaphor, isn't he?
Yeah. So this was.
That's like I knew it's kind of a little twist on No True Scotsman, isn't it?
Well, it's
not it's like it's not their fault they're not a true Scotsman.
I mean, well, we'll get to their fault later. Didn't hear the right apologetics exactly. So yeah, this was the thing. Like when I first just listened to the first bit of this video, it's just, I mean, I assumed it was something we were going to be interested in covering, but just to make sure. But as soon as like I said, we're only 25 seconds in. And it's like already with the bullshit, like basically, like, because this is something I hear a lot when people like either deconstruct or just lose their faith entirely. People say like, oh, they just must not have had a good faith to begin with. Otherwise, if it was good, they wouldn't have lost it. So right off the bat, I mean, I don't know if this technically qualifies as gaslighting, but basically essentially telling someone, oh, you didn't have a strong enough faith, or you didn't hear the right teaching, or I mean, tell me you've never really had a conversation with someone who's deconstructed or deconverted without telling me. Or if you did have the conversation, you didn't fucking listen. Because I know, like for me and Matt, like, I mean, I'm assuming you would describe the faith that you had as pretty strong.
Yeah.
You know, and I know, like, from my own experience, like, as far as like what kind of theology or what kind of teaching or whatever I had. Like I basically ran like almost a full breadth of at least Protestantism. Like I grew up very fundamentalist Baptist, was more like progressive evangelical, charismatic, to ended up being a universalist panentheist, and just about any and everything in between. So I mean, I've heard all the teaching, and even though like I've only been Protestant myself, like I still have also heard teachings from like the Catholic and Orthodox, persuasion. So I mean, I've heard the stuff, I've heard the teaching, like I've tried to wrestle with all of it, tried to understand all of it. In some cases, like really tried really hard to believe it because I just really wanted to for so much of my life. So yeah, this whole like, I guess they just didn't have strong roots, and that's why this happened.
It's a little bit of victim blaming, but it's also just kind of blaming everyone involved. Like, because like the people didn't support that person enough with the right kind of whatever, and then that person didn't seek out the best nutrition for their roots. And
yep. Yeah, because that's something that he'll get into later, is basically the right way to like go. Like he does the whole like, it's fine to have questions, you just got to go about having those questions the right way.
No, there's certain questions that aren't okay to have. Remember, like you can deconstruct. This is our church's message at one time. Deconstruct, but don't deconstruct Jesus.
Yeah, well, which I mean, he doesn't say specifically, but I have the feeling Wes himself would probably still be comfortable with you deconstructing Jesus, as long as you still arrive back with realizing how awesome he is. So, but yeah, Chris with a good point. Yeah, to Kipp, this is work. So yeah, I'm impressed that he shows up at all. But even if he does take a nap, but like we've said before, I kind of find it as a compliment that he finds us soothing enough to be something to fall asleep to. But
or that says that we're detached enough from what we're actually trying to do that it's okay for him.
Or as I say, I mean, what someone's can fall asleep to isn't necessarily a compliment to the thing itself being soothing. Like I said, like one of the many things I've fallen asleep to, and one of the many things I've fallen asleep to in my life is if anyone's seen the movie Gettysburg, like the scene in the final battle where they're literally just firing all their cannons for like, I mean, in real life it was like for hours, but I think in the movie it was only like 10 minutes or 5-10 minutes or so. But yeah, just during the constant cannon fire scene, that's when I fell asleep. So, and then someone in the chat, I forget who, but made me crack up, said like Canon ASMR. Still laughing at that. But all right, Real Melly, Deconstructed didn't even know what the term apologist was. Oh, lucky you. But knew that I wasn't going to get the honest answers to my questions from Christian branded sources. Yeah, for the most part. Some Christians like do approach like deconstruction like honestly, or at least honestly enough. But yeah, for most of the stuff that you see out there, if it's Christian branded and proud of it, yeah, it's not gonna be, yeah. Thou shalt not ask questions. That's like the third rule of Fight Club. Yeah.
Dude, Ember,
and also welcome Ember. Yeah.
There's a group of Democrats, I think, in Congress now. They've created like a little sub caucus, and they're calling it Fight Club because they want to sound badass. But the problem is, in Fight Club, you fight each other. And they're doing it to push back against establishment Democrats. And it's like, I guess you are fighting each other because you're both Democrats. Are you starting a fight club amongst all the Democrats, and like you're like declaring that they're in it too? Like, just gonna fight them whether they want to or not. I think that's just assault.
Yeah. That leave it to the Democrats to like try hard, but still be dumb.
They're doing a good thing.
Sorry for insulting your Civil War canons. The first 20 minutes of The Hobbit, which one? Like the original badass Rankin Bass cartoon, or that thing that Peter Jackson did 3 times that was ridiculous? I'd probably fall asleep during that whole damn thing. But
wait, was The Hobbit in 3 parts?
The Peter Jackson one, yeah.
Holy shit! Who watched it?
I watched them, but I didn't enjoy it. I mean, some people might. But
one battle scene, I was like, that's pretty good. Like, but it was a battle scene. It wasn't like, this is great, which is normally how that goes if it's a good movie.
yeah, I mean, yeah, it was. I'll just say I feel no compulsion to watch any of it ever again. But the Jackson thing, yeah, I could see falling asleep to like just about any part of that. But all right, so Wes Huff says people who like reach this point where they need to deconstruct they probably just didn't have good soil or good nutrients or whatever. So,
Wes, are you good nutrients? That's just I don't know, something about nutrients is really. I think it's the eating metaphor.
I don't know.
Yeah,
and then later Jesus is like, "Eat me, I'm bread, drink my blood." Yeah,
maybe just how he said it. Maybe it was just something about when he said the word nutrients. I was very bothered.
Yeah. All right. Well, speaking of being bothered, just wait. There's more.
And so I think, what I would want to encourage people is that the point of deconstruction is reconstruction. Because if you...
Oh, no. We've heard that from atheists recently.
Heard what?
That line, deconstruction. You can't just deconstruct. You have to also reconstruct.
I don't know if they were atheists.
Well, okay, the one sort of might be. The other one's not, but isn't really also kind of a theist.
Yeah. Well, and I think I know who you're talking about. My impression of what they were getting at was more just reconstruct something, as in like,
right, but that's
just build some kind of worldview afterwards. But where Wes is getting at is more like reconstruct your Christian faith from however you've deconstructed it, which that's bullshit.
That is bullshit. You know what he's doing is phrasing it like that. He's an evil genius. So phrasing it like that causes Christians to reflect on times when they've gone through dark nights of the soul or like periods of questioning or whatever. And so now in their mind, he's labeling that deconstruction. And so he's diluting what the word even means, which is a very it's a very invalidating thing to do to people who have gone through like the much harder version.
Right.
Who have followed it further than where you start to feel creepy and just turn back.
Yeah. I'd say much of what Wes is saying in this video is a disservice to like what people go through, but his abs are quite nutritious. I know what you mean. So, all right, and we have a prediction for the mustard seed metaphor. Any other predictions? Throw them in the chat there. But
he's really tiny in this video.
Well, he is a short man.
No, I know he is, but like in other videos, even when he's next to taller people, like you look at him, and you're like, he's just like a shrunken person, like overall. But here, he looks like a 10-year-old.
Not going to disagree, but also not going to disagree with preferring the opening sequence of the Hellboy films. Yes.
If is he really in that church with the pews? Like, how big are those pews?
Yeah. Well, they'll show like where and how he's sitting later, and that's another thing, like completely related to any of like the points he's making. Just the way he's sitting in his chair really bothers me, but we'll get to that. But as the real Melly says, basically you're allowed to deconstruct as long as you remain a Christian. Yeah, that's which I guess I don't know. I guess might as well go ahead and announce it now. At least the plans is for us to do what might actually be our first series. But coming in January, we're going to start looking at some sermons by our former church, Crossroads, here in Cincinnati. They did a series on deconstruction a few years ago now, and it is one of the worst things I have ever seen. So we figured that's going to be a fun thing to go through, maybe with some guests. Like, I guess if any other people, if you've gone through the deconstruction or just have some opinions and maybe want to join us for that, let us know. We may be able to squeeze you in at some point.
Yeah, I would be really interested to see people's reaction to the same thing that we watched, and do they see the same things we saw? Like, we've got more like background context. Like, is it as slimy and as sinister as it felt to us?
Yeah. So the plan is to start that in January. I guess the only other thing we have planned, I guess now that I'm talking about future plans, we've talked about doing our Bible character tier list. I don't know. You want to maybe do that in like late December, like make it kind of a like close to Christmas kind of thing? Or?
Yeah, sure. And are we going to redo the one we did before or add some new ones to it?
I'll see. Like, first, I'll see if that one's even still there, because I just went. It was like a pre-made tier list of Bible characters. So I'll just see if that one's still there, or if there's another one. Yeah, see if we can add to it. But yeah, we'll we'll maybe like nail down a date for that, announce that. So yeah, and that's a show we'd love to have a lot of people, or however many people want to join us to put together a tier list of Bible characters. So yeah, maybe I think. Yeah. Yes, I think, I don't know of last time we did this. You can look it up on the channel. I don't remember when exactly we did it. It was in the first year of the show, which would have been last year. But three of my favorite things, like Satan made God tier. God made lukewarm, which was the lowest tier, because we figured lukewarm, biblically speaking, was probably the best title for that. But probably my favorite and the thing that made me chuckle was Jesus ended up being mid. So, which, yeah, take that, C.S. Lewis. Like, you can have just a non-extreme opinion of him. Fuck you and your trilemma or whatever the fuck that was. So, all right. Let's see. All right. So what did he just say?
I don't know, but he's honking produce or something right now.
Yeah.
Already. And so I think, what I would want to encourage people is that the point of deconstruction is reconstruction. Because if you deconstruct something and you don't reconstruct it, it's just demolition, right?
Right.
That's not
just demolition.
That's not an encouragement.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a command.
Plus he's saying demolition as if that's a bad thing. So I would love to ask Wes. So that's a common like apologetic tactic, but what I would love to ask Wes is if someone is deconstructing their Muslim faith or their Hindu faith,
tear that shit down.
Like, would he also tell them, oh, well, the point is reconstruction, because you don't want to just destruct that, or right? Like, or because sometimes depending
on
on
the deconstruct like enough that they hit Christianity.
Yeah, because basically just any manner of telling someone what the end goal of their deconstruction should be, because that's kind of the point of deconstruction is
it's
figuring it out. Like you're tearing I hesitate to say doing it the right way, because I don't want to fall into the same thing that I'm accusing him of doing, but if you really want to go all the way with it and be super thorough with it, which maybe you don't want to do that, which fine. If you're comfortable where you're at and just want to question a few things, that's all right. But
lukewarm deconstruction is what he's arguing for.
Yeah, essentially. I want to spit that out of my mouth. But if you're really wanting to go... Yep. Yeah, so I'll say, like, this isn't the only way to do it, but just my personal recommendation
It just took
is,
it took you a minute, didn't it? All
did.
All right.
Yeah. Well, it was a good minute though. Very enjoyable. But my recommendation is to be willing to go all the way with it, like even if it means destruction, because the point of deconstruction is you're examining everything and seeing if any of it is worth holding on to, or at least holding on to in the form that it was before, or maybe in some different form. But if you're literally putting everything on the table, then it's entirely possible that none of it survives, whatever kind of examination you go through, and that should be okay. Because if you're truly being intellectually honest with your questions and your seeking and your skepticism, discernment, whatever you want to call it, then there should be nothing that you go into this process, well, this is definitely going to make it on the other side. Well, then you haven't deconstructed that thing fully. And that's, yeah.
Yeah, and I also think he's viewing deconstruction as a way to find God, probably. But
yeah,
the
deconstruction.
The best way, yeah. This is why it bothers me that he's giving instructions on how to do deconstruction the right way, because it's really about finding yourself and finding out if you're someone who believes that thing. Instead of, in the beginning, it's kind of like trying to find God, and then the harder you try to find God, like the more you find out that causes you to think, it's really not that. and then along that path you find more out about yourself, and then yes, it's really offensive for him to say, to tell people how they should find themselves. Here's the right way.
Yeah.
Here's the right way to find you. It's like, no, I'm finding the me you want me to find.
Right.
Which is exactly his point for doing this.
Yeah, it's like, I don't want to look at me and find Wes. That's
it's the Lollipop Guild.
Still one of my favorite thumbnails you've ever made for this show. But also, speaking of finding ourselves, well, now it's not doing it. Anyway, because I finally found the way for us to like have our names on here, but it's not showing them for some reason.
It does not show it when we're stacked up. It did before.
Yeah, so I'm turning names on. See, it turns the screen share name on, but not ours.
Where can you get?
So it's in the customize, like when you like just hover over any of the elements like on the screen, you click customize and it says names, screen share names. But yeah.
Where's that?
Anyway.
Grandpa's having problems over here.
Yeah. Word for
Never
word,
mind.
word for
I
word.
didn't see it right away, and my brain got bored.
Much relate. All right. So, keep telling us what the point of deconstruction is, Westminster Huffington.
And so, your worldview perspective shouldn't be.
She looked like he was full of shit. Did you see that? She's like,
Which also, like, I only like after realizing later that this was like part of a larger interview, like there's just a segment that was cut out. I'm like, it seems like he's talking to someone, but it's a while before she actually says anything.
Well, she's a woman, so she's hardly ever the point. So why show her?
Yeah. He just calls it demolition because the part 2 reconstruction may also result in becoming atheists, which, to keep the benefits of the grift, is a big no-no. Oh yeah, must respect the grift. But
yeah, he's not an idiot. He knows what he's doing. Ray Comfort, probably an idiot. You're muted.
Yeah, so can't remember if I showed this one before, but if I didn't, show it again because it's good. Deconstruction doesn't necessarily have an endpoint. I've been an atheist for 18 years, and I'm still deconstructing ideas I developed as a Christian teen. Wow. Well, here's the deal.
See how Spooky described us?
Yeah.
Tommy's the bald one and Matt's the hairy one.
Yeah. Well, we're both hairy. I'm just the bald hairy one.
Yeah, you're Scottish hairy.
Yeah. I don't know what that means, but yes. So.
Also, has anybody in here seen The Witcher, the TV show? There's a dwarf. It looks a lot like Tommy.
I've seen pictures. I don't disagree. So, I tried playing The Witcher 3, like the video game, but just could not get into it. But
they turned The Witcher show into a girl power show, which it clearly doesn't work for that. Yeah, that's not. Yes, it has strong female characters in it, but it's about The Witcher.
yeah, well, yeah, certainly nothing wrong with the good, girl power stuff. We love that, but yeah, now Hellblade. There's a game. If you made that into a show, that's absolutely a good girl power example.
That would be an excellent miniseries, like a shorter series.
Yeah, fucking love Hellblade. All right, the first one, the second one, it was good, just disappointing. But anywho, speaking of disappointing, and not just the look on this woman's face, but
her jacket's
so
too small.
Your worldview perspective shouldn't be a.
This is her in her jacket. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to body shame her at all. It's just that it's the wrong size jacket. It seems.
Yeah, or maybe that's just a style. Is you're supposed to wear something that
I hope not.
Can't close. Yeah, but I'm the last person to ask about style, or maybe I should be the first person to ask about style. Because come on, I mean, you can't see it on camera, but I'm also wearing baggy sweatpants right now too.
Oh, look out!
And they're green.
Hey,
so.
how did cargo pocket sweatpants come back in style? They were a mistake in the first place.
I don't think I'm familiar with them, but
they're briefly in the early 2000s, I think, and then my son has a pair and he loves them.
Oh, okay, yeah, I've seen them for kids. Yeah.
See, the grown-ups know better. That's why we don't have them.
Welcome, Fox. That's an entrance right there.
Yeah.
Sure,
also,
the first woman Wes is disappointed.
Maybe that's what her face is doing right here. She's just she's like, you are so gay. You must know. You must know that you're gay. Here you are trying to pull off straight.
God bless you. All right.
Your worldview perspective shouldn't be a movement of demolition. Doubt is not a problem, but
why shouldn't it be a movement of demolition?
You're just gonna make an assertion. Not even a Bible verse. He's light on Bible verses pretty often, and he seems to know a lot about the Bible.
Yeah. For being an aspiring biblical scholar, yeah.
Well, scholar.
Well, aspiring. He's working on his PhD, last I heard, but apparently was
why
supposed
finish
to be
it if he's making all this money?
I mean, fair enough. Oh, but yeah, this whole how your worldview shouldn't be about demolition. So this is, like I said, as much as I try to be careful about my language about this because I don't want to say there's a right and wrong way to deconstruct. But if there is a wrong way to deconstruct, it's going into it with presuppositions about what you're going to hold on to at the end. Like I said, I wouldn't say that's necessarily the wrong way to do it, but I'm just saying you're not doing it as thoroughly as you could be.
The programming just shifts in your head. It doesn't.
Yeah.
You don't lose it.
And having that mindset going into it, I can't see how it wouldn't color whatever deconstruction you are doing in the process and how it will affect the outcomes of that and how deep into all just the individual things that you are willing to deconstruct, like how deeply you are willing to go into those. Because like if you go into it saying like, okay, the point of this is going to be to strengthen my faith, then whatever thing you are willing to look at, you're basically telling yourself, consciously or not, I'm not going to let myself come to any conclusion about this specific thing that's going to harm my faith. And you could be missing out on some like really good shit.
Is what he's describing actually possible? Like if somebody they're like, like they knew they were going through deconstruction. Like they're a bunch of questions trying to figure shit out. And is it actually possible to decide how far you won't go? I don't know that it is. Like, is this a completely made up situation he's describing? Like, it's not really possible. Because I don't know that I could have. I'm not like everyone, but I don't know that I could have stopped. Because you don't know you've crossed you don't know you've crossed a certain threshold until you're looking back and you're like, oh yeah, like, well, we didn't really know that we weren't Christians anymore until like looking back, and we're like, oh yeah, I guess we're not, or that we like had been atheists for a little bit and didn't realize it.
Yeah, I still remember. I wish I still had it, but I just remember that you texting me just saying, "So are we atheists now?" And I'm like, I think we are.
Because it's not like these drastic events. It's like one question leads to the next little thing, and it's these like gradual steps. And so there's no way to know in the moment what marker point you're at.
Yeah.
So this is like feel good garbage that may have no real application whatsoever from him.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, basically this whole time, like I said, like keeping in mind, like, okay, what is the point of this video being a thing? Like, why is he answering this the way that he is? And I'm trying to think, who is the audience here? Like, is he speaking to people deconstructing, basically like trying to tell them how to do it? Or is he speaking to more like firm, devout Christians and saying like, who are uneasy about deconstruction, saying like, oh, don't worry, if people are doing it right, they're going to be doing it this way. So if people aren't doing it this way, then here's why you can say they're bad or doing it wrong or whatever.
Yeah, I think this is two Christians who are anxious about other people deconstructing, and they notice that it's a threat and they're anxious about it, and he's trying to protect the people who still believe from the people who are deconstructing, because it's like telling them how to view them. Shit, I had something more specific and I lost it. Instead of people who have friends or like family who are deconstructing, and this is kind of to give them a safe place in their head to retreat to, instead of having actual empathy for the people who are going through it, instead of like connecting with them, like they're doing it wrong, it's not real, like they're demolishing and they should just be deconstructing, and here's something you can tell them that will help you feel better about your situation, Mr. Christian. But the result of that is it drives a wedge in that relationship. And I think he knows that.
Yeah. And that's one of the reasons, like speaking of the deconstruction series that our old church Crossroads did that we'll be covering in January, stay tuned. One of the reasons that series upset me so much was just knowing that even though I'd left the church, but I still had friends and family who still attended that church, and knowing, okay, this is what this church is telling my friends and family basically about me and people like me. And that pissed me off.
But also, that they don't rock the boat too hard in that church. Like, they also tell people whatever they're trying to tell people. They tell them either in a way or specifically give the people what they want. They tell them in a way that feels like what they want or is what they want. So like that, I don't know, that kind of feels worse. That like,
Yeah.
people accepted that message. But a lot of people accepted that and were not put off by it. Like they wanted to hear something like that. And so that's why they did it.
Yeah.
Part of it.
Yeah. So, see, a grifter, the audience is probably suckers willing to give him money. Yeah, that could very well be a part of this too. But
I've
wanted
never
to back
really
up.
heard him advertise anything of him, like maybe a book or something, but nobody makes money on a book.
No, I saw him advertising something. I don't know if it was like I can't remember what it was, or I can't remember or whose channel it was on. But yeah, there was something that like his organization was doing that he was.
If he's not doing courses yet, those would be such garbage.
Oh, yeah. But I would love for someone like Dr. Kipp to sign up for one of those and then just like be there in the chat or whatever, like Q&A or discussion those things have, and just let them know. But just wanted to back up a little bit. So Chris here, can't stand 5 minutes of Hellblade with the voices bouncing around in my head. Yeah, for people who aren't familiar with that game, one of the great things about it is they very intentionally try to simulate, because I guess the main character like has psychosis, but she's like a picked warrior from like the 8th century or something. So they have no idea what psychosis is. They just call it like the darkness, or they think it's like evil spirits or whatever. But that's why they recommend you listening, like playing the game with headphones on, because they recorded the voices in her head in such a way that it literally sounds like they're moving all around you and like moving in and out, and like inside your ears or behind you, or other things in the game. Like they kind of place in different places. So but the way they do that, it was really well done, but I can understand why it drives you crazy. So my recommendation, I don't know if you're playing with headphones, but I would recommend like you can play the game without headphones. I actually did my first time playing through it, and there was one particular. Yes, but what I find ironic is the first time I played it, there's this one particular section. Like Matt, I don't know how far in the game you are, so I don't want to spoil things for anyone else.
I'm
but
still pretty
basically, there's this one section where you are like supposed to use your hearing to like know how to navigate a certain area. Like you're basically supposed to be using like sound cues and whatever. But the only time I made it through that entire area without dying once was the one time I was not wearing headphones. So I don't know how I did it or how I fucked it up so bad with headphones the rest of the time. But good game, indeed. One of my all-time favorites, especially the ending. Like the ending to that game is not just one of my favorite things in video games ever, just one of my favorite things ever. Especially at the time of my life when I played it, the things I was going through, it just hit so fucking hard, and brilliant.
Yeah, it's a mental illness simulator as well as a game.
Yeah, and they were very intentional about that. But the game it's also a pretty short game. It's only, I think, you can do a full playthrough in like 6 to 8 hours, something like that. But yeah, it's got ghosts in her blood. That reminds me of that. I don't know if this is what you're referencing, but it reminds me of that meme of like, man, being an old timey doctor must have been awesome. Like, the patient comes in like, oh, you got ghosts in your blood. You should do cocaine about it.
Here's some leeches.
But speaking of Ember, yeah, people like, again, I'm assuming most people here are familiar, but if you are not familiar with Ember, absolutely go check out her channel, doing awesome stuff. She's live, I think, every weekday with and she does like different like news updates and shorter videos and like random streams and the tangents. And we love the tangents here on this show, and Ember is a master of those. But you kind of made me laugh the other day, like when I was in the chat, because you were talking about our show, and you're like, it's like Tommy and Matt, like, I don't know who runs the channel, and I'm like kind of laughing. It's like, nobody runs this. Like, no, but if anyone is like, we both run it, I guess.
It's team lack of effort.
Yeah. Or we both try not to run it. So.
Yeah. And somehow it happens.
Ta-da!
Somehow people started showing up.
Yeah. All right, and apparently Wes is over here showing us how big it is. So.
It's not the destination. So if we see doubt as the destination and we get fixated with that, we're not actually getting to the answers that we should be pursuing in a lot of those things. And unfortunately, I think that's what I see a lot, is that.
Yeah. Sorry, I may have to play that back because I was distracted by the awesome comments. I probably should have paused the video to highlight those. But yeah, nobody runs this. So, ooh. Yeah, do Atheist Advent in December. That will be amazing. I am quite sure it will be. Also, speaking of things going on in December, Ember, I don't know if you were here for it, but we're planning on doing our big Bible character tier list in December. Probably, if I remember my calendar correctly, because I was just talking about it with my therapist today, scheduling future appointments. I think Wednesday the 17th is the Wednesday before Christmas, because Christmas Eve is on a Wednesday, so the week before that should be the 17th. I'm thinking maybe that's when we do the big Bible character tier list. So if anyone else is wanting to join in on that, yeah, let us know, or just show up in the chat and we'll put the link out and you can hop on. But yeah. So Matt, I'm assuming that's cool with you, but let me know. Are you looking up things or?
Sorry, I got distracted by a Facebook post.
Oh.
You don't want to know.
Did you catch any of that I just said?
Something about December.
So I think December 17th, because like December, that's a Wednesday. The next Wednesday is Christmas Eve. So this would be the week before Christmas Eve. That episode, what do you think of doing the Bible character tier list then?
That sounds good.
Kind of all right. So, yeah. So anyone who wants to join us for that, whether it's like, yeah, literally anyone in the chat, you're all cool. We'll take you. Whether you want to like pre-plan to be on there or just click on the link that we'll have out in the chat during the show. But yeah, I will be looking into Atheist Advent in December as well. Sounds like December is going to be lit.
An Atheist Advent calendar with like a different awesome inspirational quote, like not inspirational.
Yeah. Yeah,
some kind of word nugget, like every day of the month.
Yeah, if you survive that long, well, I definitely hope you do. And yeah, new title of the show. Sorry, we're distracted. Yeah, but and one running it is better than weasels. Well, yeah, don't let weasels run your show. That is sound advice, kids. Pay attention. But speaking of other channels that you should follow and people who would also, I think, be fun to join in on the tier list, Nitty Boob. Indeed. Which, speaking of shout outs, I appreciate the shout out that you and Kipp gave us. I think it was a couple weeks ago when you were like streaming on Wednesday. And I thought it was really cool that like you both made a point of directing everyone over to our stream right afterwards. But you did kind of make me chuckle when you think at a couple times you were very nice to make the point of saying that we're a couple of very nice guys, but that made me laugh because I looked at like how long your episode was. So I look, okay, if that means that people would have been joining our stream at this time. So coming from you and Kipp saying, oh yeah, these two, they're really nice guys. If they would have come over, they probably would have come in right in the middle of me describing a meme I saw that was like a jumble of scissors and it described it as biblically accurate lesbians. So I just love that is potentially the sequence. Oh, go watch The Humanity. They're really nice guys. Biblically accurate lesbians is a bunch of scissors. But so I hope that worked out that way for some people. So let me know if it did for you. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go back and watch our episode 2 weeks ago where we were reacting for 5 hours to Dinks the fucking puppet. And Ember joined us on that stream. And who else? I was Fox, I believe. Yeah, it was Fox. That was fun. Wow.
Kipp Word is here.
Well, speak of the devil, and he'll appear an hour later. So, how's it going, Kipp? So this might be something you're interested in, Kipp, if you missed my announcement. Doing a Bible character tier list December 17th. We're wanting a bunch of people to join in. That could be good times. Just saying. If you can stay awake through it. Anyway. But yeah, look at all the people here. This is one of our highest, like, simultaneous. We got apparently. Oh, wow. When I hover over, like, the viewer count, it actually gives me a breakdown of people watching like per channel, like Facebook and YouTube and Twitch. Apparently our Twitch bot is watching right now. So, ooh, Purple Rhymes with Orange annual Christmas Day streams. I've heard of that show. I don't think I've ever seen it. Streaming when it's Christmas Day anywhere in the world. It's a relay stream. Many people from the community help out. Oh, cool. That sounds fun. I'll have to check that out.
A relay stream. Very nice.
Completely forgot it's Wednesday. Hey. I know, right? Just talk about him real quietly.
I'll go fall asleep.
Hey, I'm assuming this. Well, I'm assuming what you're referring to here, like a Bible character tier list. We've done it before.
Yeah,
This is before people actually watched, though. But it was fun. So
yeah, you come up with reasons why. It's kind of like a fighter ranking list, like kind of thing. But yeah. And you
that's the thing.
why you think somebody should be in a certain place, and usually you come up with like really niche reasons.
Yeah. So like, again, for those jumping on now who missed this earlier, like a couple highlights. Satan made God tier when we did it before. God made lukewarm, which was what we made the lowest tier because, of course, and Jesus was mid. So it was fun. If you want to watch it, it's still on the channel. So yeah, go check it out. Ooh, Boston. Ooh.
Boston was no good. Or getting,
or just getting home very early.
Yeah, which one was no good? Boston or getting home very early?
Or both. You may have actually, I'm assuming you were flying, but you may have actually flown right over us. Maybe I saw you. But
I lived in Boston for 6 months for internship thing.
All right. Well, hey, we're almost a minute in. So
all right, we really don't like listening to him.
We're not actually getting to the answers that we should be pursuing in a lot of those things, and unfortunately,
see, because when you're deconstructing, there are answers you should be pursuing, like not questions you should be asking. Answers you should be like, and so I don't know if he meant to word it that way. Like maybe he meant it in more terms of like pursuing questions to be answered, but what he said was pursuing answers.
Yeah,
and like that's
okay.
Very.
Job. He probably sees his job as like giving people the answers they want.
Yeah. Now this is a good question. God, which one? There are lots.
Well, the one of the Bible, of course. The God of the Bible.
Yeah, I think I don't remember if we necessarily addressed that angle of it, but maybe. Well, hey, if you want to join us when we do this later, we can approach it more like if you were to try to make an amalgamation, like say one God did all this stuff and was like all of these things. I still think he'd probably make lukewarm, no matter how you slice it. But now this that sounds like a story. Oh man. All right. Anyway, so I mean, Wes seems surprised. He's like, "What? Kipp Davis was arrested?" I think that's what he's saying right now. That was a perfect Wes Huff impression, by the way. I'll have you know.
I think that's what I see a lot, is that people are kind of taking doubt and they're putting it in the place of the final place where the answer should come from.
What the fuck does that even mean?
So he's basically saying that people are approaching deconstruction with doubt as the goal instead of finding answers. So basically he's saying like people are just deconstructing because they just want to doubt things. That's essentially what this sounds like.
That, or he's just describing it and with the tone that indicates he thinks that's bad. Like, being willing to doubt everything is a very good trait to have. Like, that's how you find reality.
Like, biblically accurate. What's up?
So he's
yeah, and See, I sure hope he's not pursuing answers in his scholarship too, but I don't know.
I mean, because
It might
if somebody has deconstructed or is deconstructing, and they're they don't have like an intentional stopping point. The goal is to have a healthy doubt of everything, like to hold nothing above question. You know what I mean? So he's kind of just describing reality in terms that make Christians freak out, or a way that lets them know, yeah, that's bad. What you're seeing is bad. I'm going to describe it to you in a way that sounds bad. You're both seeing reality and coming to the conclusion I want you to have. He's a sneaky little bitch.
I don't remember if he actually gets to this, but this is a common one. It's because they want to sin. Yep. That's what we want to do. Yeah. When all you do is presuppose, I guess you would see presupposition and everything. Oh yeah. A little bit of projection there. That's what I meant to click on, but people keep commenting more when I try to click on things. Fuck damn it. But I mean, thank you. Classic straw man projection. Yeah, it's basically like he's like, well, I'm presupposing, so that also must be what they're doing when they're doing their less good badness.
Now, he's okay in a way. Okay, from his perspective, like we do just want to sin, like doubting forever, like kind of having an appreciation for doubt, like. If he sees that as a sin, then from his perspective, we do just want to sin.
Yeah.
He's
look at it that way.
Not wrong for him.
Yeah, I mean,
but when talking to people who don't have that same perspective, he's wrong.
Yeah, so here's the thing where I will give like Christians who do take, if you want to call it, a more fundamentalist or like anti-deconstruction approach to it, who say like you shouldn't doubt, like doubt is bad. But because you have a lot of, whether they're actually deconstructing or just more progressive, like friendly type Christians who say like, oh no, doubt is great, we welcome doubts, even though I want to say it's in James where it says you must believe and not doubt. Because like the one who doubts is like someone like tossed to and fro in the waves, unstable in all his thinking or whatever. So if you're going to be biblical, then doubting is a sin because the Bible says you must not doubt, you must believe. So on that point, I'll give people like Wes here credit, like you're being biblical or biblical, whatever the case may be, and in saying that doubt is bad. So to me, it's like all the Christians who are, as much as it actually is a better idea to say, oh, we welcome doubts, like you're not really being very biblical when you say that. So
what's the sin that Wes knows he wants to do?
Oh, but he's thinking about it right now. Look at that. He's like, he's so. Oh, yep. It's like that's some tasty sin he's thinking about right now.
And they're pushing into their questions, but without actually trying to seek answers. And in that sense, a lot of people.
But you just. What?
I want to hear that again. but real quick, yeah. To be fair, like many points, the Bible is not necessarily consistent. So definitely give you that. But I would say like I want to say it's in James, but that's the one place where it actually says it like very explicitly and specifically. So if you are one to try to look at the Bible monolithically or univocally, as Sean McDowell might say, then if you're going to try to get one view on doubt, I mean, that's maybe the clearest, unless there's others I'm just not thinking of. Feel free to correct me on that. But
anytime, so far without exception, whenever anybody says the Bible is clear, and then they go on to say what the Bible is clear about, it fucking isn't.
Yeah, usually not. Usually not. But on the rare time it is actually clear, it's actually usually not good. So, like one of
Yeah.
Kipp and Josh's favorite topic, slavery. Like it's very explicit. Yep, you can do that. Buy people, own them
Never
forever,
said
pass them down
don't.
to your children. Yeah.
God
So.
never said don't do the slavery.
Yep. He just says don't do it as badly to your own people. That's
It didn't even make the top 10
yeah.
on the tablets.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite memes. It's like why like God's like, here are my 10 commandments. And it's like why nothing about owning people or graping anyone? He's like oh, couldn't fit him in. Like had to be 10. It's like literally 4 of them just say that you're God. So anyway, so back to this incredible thing that the Huffster just said here.
Questions, but without actually trying to seek answers. And in that sense, looking into their questions, but without actually. And
I swear I've done this before. Anyway, but I keep forgetting because I keep okay. I'll explain what's happening here in case anyone cares. I keep getting confused because like when I'm watching YouTube on my phone, when you can like double tap the screen, it takes you back 10 seconds. But on my laptop here, when I just hit the back arrow, it only goes back 5 seconds. So I'm used to the backup being 10 seconds, but it's only 5. So, nah. Yeah. Ooh. Oh. Well, first of all, Kipp, apparently you are an apologist and you have apologetics, and James doesn't usually care for him, but he agrees with you on the Bible not being consistent on doubt. Paul teaches us to test everything. Oh, that's true. But when Paul has you test things, if I remember correctly, he doesn't tell you to test things to see if it's true and if it actually lines up with the reality. He says to test every spirit by like, will it basically confess that Jesus is God? And that's the test. Like, so yeah, Paul tells you to test, but I don't think the test is necessarily very good for actually finding truth. So, okay. Yeah, that's right. It is Josh's topic. Yeah. I also don't mean to offend Josh by trying to push Kipp over into his thing.
Apologetics land.
Oh, you were never a biblical inerrant. The more I'm learning about your past, I'm becoming more and more jealous. You didn't know about apologists when you were deconstructing. You were never an inerrantist. Man, must have been nice.
I don't know. I don't think I was an inerrantist. But I also... Yeah. I was nearly one.
I definitely was for at least 20 years, but yeah, you're apologetics. Like, but you can't be an apologist. You've written no books.
Also, no offense to James if James is a real person, but I'm not sure that James is a real person.
Ooh, those crazy progressive Protestants. Oh yeah, I was one of those for a few years. It was good times.
Oh yeah.
So, all right.
Good people.
So,
a lot of them are good people.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's more like Christianity is just like a social club that they belong to.
Yeah, it's like Anyway, we can get more into that at another time. But yeah, so now that I believe I've sufficiently backed up the video to what I was wanting to hear him say here, like I said, okay, we're just over a minute. But also from what I remember, there is a good chunk in the middle of this that I'm not going to have much to say. It's probably something we can just let go for a little while.
What the fuck? I don't even know what that is.
Oh, we both clicked on it. Here, yeah.
What is that? I know what a mythicist is as far as Jesus goes, but like...
No, the person in the chat, James.
Oh. Is James a myth?
No, you're a mythicist about James, like saying someone's a Jesus mythicist?
That was too meta.
That's all right. Explaining it always makes it funnier. So,
because every time I make a comment like that, James doesn't say anything back. Like, I know the real.
So now I'm getting mixed signals from you, Kipp. So now you're saying you are an apologist because you've written no books, or you're not because you have written books, or you love slavery because Josh has written books. I'm confused.
I like the twist.
I did
thought you
too.
were going
That's
to do
why
something else.
I like the twist too. That's why I twisted it. Anyway, all right. So now let's see if I've actually backed this up enough. I think I have, but let's find out together, shall we?
They're pushing into their questions, but without actually trying to seek answers. And in that sense, a lot of people become cynics rather than skeptics.
It's like, which, okay. First of all, he's just assuming that people aren't actually after answers, which is just absolute fucking bullshit.
What's the definition of a cynic? I'm gonna.
Yeah. So, yeah. Well, you look that up. Yeah. So this is one of the approaches about deconstruction that pisses me off the most. Is like pretty much in general whenever they're trying to like ascribe motives and intentions and for people, but saying that we aren't after answers, like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Like, I keep wanting to like Wes as a person and think like he's a nice guy. He just has some things I disagree with. But when he says bullshit like this, I'm just like, dude.
So a cynic is somebody who thinks other people are just acting in their own best interest. Other people are just being selfish. So, because I didn't think he was using it right. Like, sure, we become distrustful, but like, why is he being defensive about people being mistrustful of him?
Yeah.
Or people like him. Because it's probably centered around him a little bit.
Yeah, I think like this is a common tactic I've heard, like it not just in Christian apologetics, but it's pretty common in there. Like I also remember hearing people like the Connectleys. If people are familiar with Cliff and Stuart Connectley, father-son apologist duo. But basically they draw the line between skeptic and cynic, basically saying like skepticism is good, but cynicism is bad. But where they put that line is basically just whenever you start crossing lines and start asking questions they don't think you should be asking, or that you start doubting things that they don't think you should doubt, then okay, now you're being a cynic. Like, so, and hello, don't believe I recognize you, but ever since YouTube went to like showing people's handles on here instead of their names, like I don't always recognize people, but welcome. Also clarify who definitely sounds like a cynic. I would love to know. I think
Wes does, because isn't that what he's doing is describing atheists and people who are deconstructing as being selfish, wanting to find their own answers versus the answer. And
so again, more projection. Yeah, he's basically being a cynic about deconstruction. Yeah but totally a real person. Cool. Good to know, by the way. An apologist is a person who defends something, often something controversial, but not necessarily. By that definition, Kipp is an apologist. We should be able to call something what it is. Well,
from what I know, Kipp just believes the good science around the evidence. Or
yeah, but I mean,
I don't necessarily think Kipp has controversial views about different Bible things. I don't see him on the fringe.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, but by that, if, and again, like, I don't know, I mean, if I haven't looked up the official dictionary definition of apologist, but I mean, by that definition, like, just defend something, well, then everyone's an apologist, because, like, everyone defends something at some point, so then saying someone's an apologist, like, doesn't mean anything anymore. So I think in the context of this, like, it has a bit more of a specific meaning, but good to know you're real. So.
No, that's right.
Yeah.
That's no, he's right about that. That's the most broad definition of apologist.
Yeah. But like I said, it's by that broad definition, then everyone's an apologist about something. So it's just
true.
But usually what people mean by apologist is
something specific in this context.
Yeah, and also the way a lot of us use the term essentially is like it involves like some presupposition. So basically, what Wes is doing here, like he's an apologist for something, that means I am going to say that this thing is correct, and that is my goal, is to prove that this thing is correct, not prove what the truth is. So in that sense, I mean, because my impression of like Kipp and other people like him is like it's not like Kipp has a certain goal, like a certain thing he's trying to defend, other than just what's true. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Kipp. So
Kipp is that.
Yeah, apologists argue from a conclusion. Yeah, it's not that is certainly not what Kipp does. Certainly not in my experience. But yeah,
he does the science.
Ember agrees. Yeah, Ember agrees. Therefore, I'm right. That's how this works. So, maybe the real apologists were the friends we made along the way. Fantastic.
That was a great. This is dumb. Next.
So cynic. Anyone who quickly gets upset over an opposing view or pushback. So again, I'd like to know who you're referring to, whether it's like you think that's how we're sounding, or if you're talking about the Huffster here. So
yeah.
The reason you can't see him, Kipp, is because he's watching on Facebook. So yeah.
Kipp is ready to fight.
Yeah. So I mean, you're old. You're probably on Facebook, right? So go there. Yeah. All right. But you're welcome for being kind. I try, at least every now and then. You caught me on a good day. All right. So now that we're in this shot here, I want to get to what's bothering me about how Wes is sitting in his chair.
Is there a back on that chair?
There is. Like, and see, like the lady here, unfortunately, I don't know her name, but like she's sitting in the chair properly, with her back, like legs out the front. But you see, Wes is like sitting in it kind of like sideways. So he's like straddling the corner here. So it looks like someone set the chair up to like be looking a little more away from her. I don't know if it's like for the shot or whatever, but he's like, oh, I want to be turning more like facing you instead of where the chair is pointing. But he didn't bother to turn the chair with him. He's just... So yeah, like I said, not an actual criticism against like him or anything. I'm saying this just as a person whose brain works the way mine does, bugging the crap out of me.
They wanted him to sit that way for camera angle reasons.
Yeah, but then he should have turned the chair with him, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's manspreading on the corner of the chair. It is. He's trying to ride the chair like a horse or something. That looks cursed. It does. Also, that chair makes him look tiny.
Okay, but James, that's not the kind of conclusion we're talking about. Like that, what you're talking about is a conclusion more about methodology, not a conclusion as far as like the actual subject being examined. So I'll just leave this up so Kipp can see it if he wants to respond. But
yeah, that's like a kind of semantics argument. Like, yeah, you're right, but that's not what we're talking about.
Right. So, anyway. Hey, and it's Tilting Windmill. Favorite excusagist.
Nice baby.
Let's see. Ooh, doing the JD Vance sit. It does look cursed.
Does JD do that? JD's also a little gay.
I think that like the JD Vance sit is a little more face down with the downward thrust.
What do you mean? Like arching his back, leaning forward?
No, I mean like I was thinking maybe that's just couches that he does that with. But yeah.
Did you see that comment somebody made? That's why Erica Kirk was wearing leather pants.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
Trying to look like a couch. Anyway, so.
And then she played off the hug with the hair. I gotta say this. She played it off like that's how she hugs everybody. And then what's her nuts? That old Fox News, Megyn Kelly. It's like, yeah, you do. It's great. It was like
I didn't see that, but
like, all right.
Well,
you have a crush on Erica Kirk, apparently.
Which, hey, cool. JD bottoming for the couch. Hey. So anyway, so I'm moving on to my next beer.
That's like the worst version of that joke scenario for him.
yeah, fantastic joke scenario, but yeah. So all right, moving on to the classic Great Lakes Christmas Ale. And yeah, I know it's not Thanksgiving yet, and I know I'm usually one of those people to wait until after Thanksgiving, but I'm like,
but it's also hard to find the closer to Christmas you get.
Yeah. I mean, and because beer is the one thing, like, you know, I'll drink Oktoberfest beers as soon as they come out, like in the summer, like in August or July, even sometimes. So yeah, if I like a beer, I'll drink it anytime. So yeah.
All right, so I'm having
Yeah.
this is Seventh Son's. Hold on, what's going on?
Yeah, just incredibly disingenuous to smuggle apologetics into any discipline. When you stretch the usage of a word this broadly, it becomes meaningless. Exactly. That's kind of how I feel about the word God. And that was one of my big frustrations with when I was deconstructing. You know, like, well, to me, God means this, or to me, God is just the source, or God is just being, or God is just whatever's out there doing. I'm like, so apparently God means everything, therefore it means nothing. So I'm done. Among other things. That was done for so many reasons.
The flagship beer from Seventh Son Brewing Company, and it's called Seventh Son, and it's an American strong ale, 7% ABV, and it is like caramely good.
Yeah. See if I remembered these spices in this correctly, or if it even says. Yeah, ginger, cinnamon, and honey. Yeah, the honey was the one thing I was not sure about. And yes, it does have honey. So cool. All right. And also, ginger and cinnamon are two of my favorite spices. Like soft gingerbread cookies to me are like just.
Yep.
All right.
Remember when we almost killed Lachey with ginger snaps?
Hey, oh, yeah, because he's definitely allergic to dairy, and they were like full of butter, but he didn't realize it. But apparently, butter was like the one form of dairy that he was like less of a concern.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Ooh. Now this is quite an intro. 29-year-old asshole child of God. I don't think I've ever heard anyone describe themselves like that before, so that's fantastic. Not stoked over the title Christian. I feel you. I've been told to notice Christians often compare to worldly people as gay. What?
I was like, yeah, that making sense. And then, what?
Like, okay. Well, welcome. Whatever that meant.
Also, asshole child. Birthed via asshole of God?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, this just to make sure. Like to be fair, but I also want to make sure James sees Kipp's replies here. Mm-hmm. So I love how I'm facilitating a comment feud right now. Anyway, yeah, my work proceeds through posing questions, i.e., when did the kingdom of Israel emerge? Not cobbling data from the conclusions, i.e., the kingdom of Israel was founded by David. Yep.
How can we explain thus?
Yeah. Behind on JD Vance, so was the couch. Oh, I don't know what that means. I amused myself there. So, all right.
For some reason in my mind, the couch was sweaty.
I mean, if you're doing it right.
And in that sense, a lot of people become cynics rather than skeptics. Because I'm, to some degree, I'm a skeptic. I will reserve judgment on a particular...
To some degree, yeah. You reserve judgment on...
particular topic until I feel like I have sufficient answers for any said topic. But a cynic, I think, is doing so because the questions are the endpoint for them.
Well, then I don't know anyone.
The questions are the endpoint.
Like, first of all, what does that even mean? Like, because that does not sound like.
It's like we don't want an answer. We just want to have questions.
Yeah, which, I mean,
we don't want your answers because they're bad. It doesn't mean we don't want answers. We just don't want your answers, Wes.
Lack of credentials confirmed. It's like Dr. Kipp, I mean, he's a doctor, so. But, yeah, I mean, fuck, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, so.
It's like, all you have is more questions. You are seeking questions, not answers.
Because I have heard a lot of people say that things like they'd rather have, like, questions that can't be answered versus answers that can't be questioned, things like that. People who say, like, they enjoy the mystery or they enjoy the question thing, but it's not like. So I guess in that sense, I mean, I don't know if you would call like the questions a goal, but I mean, the questions is a part of the process that they enjoy, maybe that, but like it does not at all describe my experience or any person who I've interacted with going through the experience of deconstruction that the question was the goal. I mean, again, for people who know me, like, and I've explained this part of my background, like only since deconstructing and deconverting, finding out I'm actually autistic, but how that makes so much sense of it, because not having answers, especially on things like of this much importance, just bugs the crap out of me. So no, for me, like questions were not the goal. And that's one of the reasons I ended up completely deconverting, is because in the process of deconstruction, I kept running into people just being like, "Oh, that's a question. Like, we just don't know." And that's kind of okay that we don't know, but we keep like searching. But no, like, what if it's a question of like, is there a God? Does he love me? Does he want to have a relationship with me? And am I going to hell when I die? Like, those are things, at least to start with, I want to be like pretty clear and not, oh, it's just mysterious. Like,
if you ask enough questions in any direction about a religion, the bottom answer is always, you just have to have faith.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I'm like, got to the point, well, on these things, I don't have faith. So there you go.
Yeah.
So yeah, Kipp with a great point here. Yeah, it is not cynical to reserve judgment on unverifiable claims like miracles and supernatural interventions.
Yeah,
exactly.
Literally not what cynical means at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So again, cynical to apologists or other people like Wes just means, well, now you're doubting things that I don't think you should doubt, so therefore I'm going to say you're bad.
Or I mean, like, they don't like any of his answers,
right? Yeah. Does not believing in the Christian God make you a cynic, or is it disbelief in any God? Is Wes cynical about Brahma? Yeah. Again, take Wes's standard, apply it to any other religion, and they would probably consider him a cynic. So,
not if they know what it means.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yes, best questions do lead to more questions, but it's not like you're, but it's not like what Wes is saying here is like, well, we just want to question everything just because we don't want Christianity to be true, or I don't know if that's what. I don't know. It's the way he's wording things. It's kind of difficult for me to really know what he's talking about. Like, I'm trying to be charitable with my interpretations, but he's making it difficult.
He's making excuses for why he shouldn't question his faith, and bringing a lot of people along for the ride for profit.
Yeah. Oh, and also I will say, like I said, the two beers I had this evening, I said seem pretty similar.
That was a simple thing to say.
But I will say, between the two, I think I do prefer the West Side, the Holiday Ale, over the classic Christmas Ale from Great Lakes. And it's still a great beer, but I think after having the two of them back to back.
Do you think Great Lakes stopped using like actual spices and they're using flavorings instead?
I don't know, because it still says spices on the can and not flavors like those fucking like Voodoo Ranger bullshit that I had several weeks ago. That was just awful. But also not cynical to raise legitimate questions about the history of the Bible. Its verisimilitude and alignment with history and culture. Yeah, that's just, I would just call that being intellectually honest and curious and, wanting to know what is the real. So, all right. So, but the lady here is still looking concerned. So let's keep going.
And I think that's where we should be honest and self-reflective and say, you know, maybe there are actually answers that provide sufficient groundwork to actually reconstruct the deconstruction that we've been putting ourselves through.
Yeah, and for some of us, the answers we found was none of this shit is real. So, yeah.
Yeah.
think we're in a unique point in time where people are open to certain things, and maybe they're in some regards disenfranchised with a superficial religiosity that they may have experienced. If they did grow up in the church, say, you know, in my instance, in the early 2000s, there was a lot of just kind of superficiality, seeker sensitivity that I think had the right motivation, but the wrong.
Seeker sensitivity is superficial? That's literally how they grew churches so big. How is that super?
He's about to elaborate more on that. So, yeah, I guess I'll just let him finish that thought.
Method by which to go about that, in that they genuinely saw that they wanted to get people through the doors of the church, which is a good goal to have. But in doing so, what they were trying to win them with is what they won them to. And so because it was very super...
No.
That's actually all accurate.
I love this pause that I just did there. But the phrase that he just turned there, I will give him credit. Like, even though I disagree with the point he's trying to make, I think that is just a great way to word issues like this. Like when he said what they're trying to win them with is what they ended up winning them to, which, like, that's a great way to phrase what's happening there. I thought so clever.
No, I take that back. Like, it is, that is kind of a, services did get superficial to appeal to the lowest common denominator in this situation. And they ended up winning people to what they won them with. That, totally.
So basically presenting Christianity as a certain way, as a way like this, what was supposed to be just like an intro, just, and to entice them, to make it, the marketing, like whatever you want to call it, to make it look appealing to them, and say, okay, well, this is how we're going to introduce it to you. But once we get you in, then now you like really learn. It's like, I guess similar to like the art, like those commercials, like for the army, where it's like they just say be all you can be, but then once you get into the army, it's like, and what you be is like tired and beat up and
expendable.
Yeah, so
not everybody's expendable in the army. Infantry that's like their job.
Yeah, but so like I said, like the way he worded that, I will give him credit. That was a good way to word what he was trying to get across. But yeah, I also the way he's saying, like, apparently this superficiality like just began in the early 2000s. Like, I mean,
doubt it, bro.
Yeah, I'm like, but again, this is him trying to set up this idea that that he started with, where like, well, maybe like all these people who are deconstructing, like they just weren't given a good version of Christianity, and if they would just hear the right version of Christianity, they wouldn't feel the need to deconstruct it, and it'd be fine. But hey, but you can also get cheap viewers on streamboo.com. Don't click on that.
Terms and conditions apply. Be all you can be. For as long as you can be.
Yeah, and that's one thing like that bugs me about when I try to go to click on a comment and like a new one pops up. So I went to block that. Like I almost accidentally blocked Fox, which like that would have
sucked.
I would have cried. And
you can't do private messages on YouTube. Which is, maybe you can if you join, like when you have the join function, maybe you can if you are like a member of that channel. If not, that's dumb. Are you checking to make sure you didn't?
No, I'm just seeing if there's an option, like if I ever do accidentally block someone, is there a way to undo it? But I don't know if there is. But
it's forever and ever. It's YouTube hell.
Yeah. So I will do my best to. So So everyone, like, stop commenting when I'm trying to block someone.
There's no way to do that because their comments are delayed, so they think they're commenting something happened a few seconds ago.
Yeah. Anyway, so, oh, not the first time, eh? Well, I will try my best not to make it the next
Interesting,
time.
man.
So,
Who is
yeah.
thin-skinned enough that they couldn't handle Fox? Like, Fox isn't all that offensive.
Yeah. So here, like, Nitty with an interesting point here. Yeah. Some believers would actually say they can believe something is true while being uncertain. Yeah. But yeah, I guess just for,
because that's the whole, like, I believe help my unbelief. Then do you believe?
Yeah. So I guess the thing, like, with the way my brain works is like, well, then I just don't believe it. Like, if you can't make, like I said, I never set out to be certain of the whole thing. Like, I never wanted all the answers. I just wanted some. Like, I just wanted to know, at least have some level of certainty. Like, at very least, that God exists, how to get to heaven, all that. So
that kind of thinking, like, Lord, we say, I believe, help my unbelief. Isn't that kind of like that kind of theme? Isn't that just a way to reframe unbelief as belief? So, like, when you're having doubts, when you're having struggles, you're like, oh, that's just part of believing. It isn't. But if you contextualize it that way, then it's a lot less threatening.
Yeah. So, right. So, KMJL7A says, John 14, this is true. The Bible does say this. So, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. John 6:44, no one can come to me unless the Father who sent me draws him. So, yeah, that's real. I'm just waiting for him to draw me. So, I mean, but he has yet to. So, I mean, not my fault. Not my problem.
Like,
so
Jack
he says that's how this
Rose on the Titanic.
Yeah. Right. Ugh. Please don't draw me like that. But nobody wants that. Not even me.
I barely wanted that scene when I was watching it.
Well, I did dig it back then because I was
right, because you're like
a middle schooler.
As Nitty said, a dib.
Two of them actually. So perfectly fine with I don't know the answer to most of my questions regarding the Bible. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I was comfortable with some level of mystery and figuring things out for myself, but yeah, Nitty
and
with more
about ones you shouldn't have been, like whether who was going to heaven and hell.
Yeah, I mean, at least stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay, but, Calvinist. That does make more sense of things.
Yeah. Thank
also,
Nitty for the Huffster lore here. Yeah, he believes in a monstrous God responsible for sin and every grape. Yep.
Interesting, because he uses.
I mean, I'm not disconfirming it, but if people want to.
Wait, fan art of what?
No, I'm not going to pose. You just have to.
Oh, the sketching thing.
You just have to imagine what it's like. And once you got that, send it here. So maybe Matt will accidentally read it first and be horrified. So, anywho, so where were we? Oh yes, Wes is still making that face. But let's back him up because I forget what he's talking about.
They were trying to win them with is what they won them to. And so because it was very superficial, it was very kind of on the surface, it didn't have any substantial depth. When the winds and the rains of trial and suffering, hurt, did eventually come, there was no root system to be able to ground them. You talked about...
Okay, again, this whole, their faith just wasn't strong enough. Like,
this is the adaptation of that parable, sower and seed and all that. But
yeah,
that wasn't what we that, that wasn't what happened at our church. Like when new people
Ew.
were in and they had trouble, like that got them deeper because they were told to expect that. Like, well, once you become a Christian, like they didn't really say the enemy at that point exactly. Usually, it was there'll be trials and it'll be hard and like the world will be out to get you and all that. So like that was confirmation that you were on the right track, and then it got you deeper in. So that is not usually what happens in seeker friendly churches. What he's describing.
Yeah, and real quick, like just want to look at what Chris says here. Yeah, the apologist and Dawa crews are periodically making victory lap videos of new atheism disappearing in the zeitgeist when it's getting more prominent but decentralized. Yeah, I have thought maybe this can be like something we do another episode on, but yeah, I have thoughts on this whole like new atheism is really irrelevant, and then people's problems with it. Particularly, one of the problems they have is like, well, it's not really presenting a replacement, and which, like I said, I wasn't really. I mean, I was still very much like a fundamentalist Christian while the whole like new atheism thing was like really getting popular in like the early 2000s, 2010s, like with the Dawkins and the Hitchenses and the Harrises. But that's so. I guess some people in that movement were claiming, well, we're not just trying to demolish Christianity and religion and theism, but we're trying to replace it with something better. But I guess that part of it apparently kind of fell flat is like one of the big criticisms. But for me, I'm like, but is that necessarily its job? Like, even if that's something they were trying to do, like, it's like you don't need to replace belief in God with something to just lose belief in God. It's like it's this whole idea of you have to find a replacement before you get rid of a thing. Like, so you have to have your own ideas before you can criticize someone else's. I'm like, maybe in some cases, but I think we universalize that concept when it's really inappropriate to. Because I mean, for instance, like if I had an appliance here in my house that was like emitting like toxic fumes and was just dangerous to have in my house, like I shouldn't have to have a replacement lined up before I remove that thing from my house, right? Like sometimes it's appropriate if you know something is just wrong, you discard it, and then you can go look for something. You may find it, you may not. But yeah, I have.
Did you ask yourself, Tommy, what did you do wrong to make that appliance toxic?
Right? Yeah. Or this whole like, well, you can't tell someone they're doing something wrong unless you know how to do it right. I'm like, I don't know. I feel like if like I had a plumber come over, like I know almost nothing. Like I'm not a plumber. Like I know like basics of like I can like tighten things or like unclog a drain maybe with the little like plastic thing you shove down there or what. Anyway,
and then pure evil.
I'm not a plumber. So basically, I'm not a plumber. But if I had some serious plumbing issues and I like called a professional plumber over and he said, "I'm going to fix it with an elaborate system of crazy straws," I'd be like, "No."
I'd like to see you try, though.
It's like I may not know the right way to do that, but I'm going to say no to that idea. Like, and that's totally fine. So, all right, where were we?
Hold on. Here's this. Like, so Cam, I think you were on it before and you explained what your name was short for, but I forget, so I'm sorry. Creates a relationship with the doctor and unblocks a relationship with the creator of truth and reality. I was on board for the first part. The second part creates and blocks a relationship with the creator of truth and reality. My experience was that it blocks a relationship with truth/reality. Not the creator, but I don't know. Mileage may vary.
Yeah, I mean, because I have the feeling this is. I mean, I know you don't consider yourself a Christian, but like any kind of like Jesus-y follower relationship type stuff. That's always a thing. Like, oh, following Jesus, it's a relationship, not a religion. Like, okay, but how do you do it? You do it through prayer or meditation, whatever you want to call it, like prayer, reading scripture, fasting, like praise and worship, all this, so like all these things, like so whenever someone describes how they relate to Jesus, they're all religious practices. So
Yeah,
and also
it's all the religion cookware.
if you look at the way like the character of Jesus, whether you believe he was a real person or not, but the way he's written, Jesus was all about religion. Because first of all, it looks like he just was a rabbi. He taught in the temple. He encouraged temple attendance. He encouraged tithing to the temple, even for like the poor widow who only had 2 pennies and she was giving the last of her money to the temple, and he praised that as awesome, which is fucking gross.
He's like, look how fucking poor she is. That's amazing.
But and talked about like regular prayer and all, like, so Jesus was all about the religion, maybe doing it differently than a lot of the Jewish people of his day, sure, but he was very much about the religion. So if you say you follow Jesus but you don't like religion, I'm not really sure how well you're following Jesus. So but yeah, as Nitty says, yeah, note if the plumber is shitting all over the floor, I need a new plumber. Exactly. Right? Yeah, I don't need to be a plumbing expert to know that, but yeah, as a matter of fact, yes, you don't need a better idea to discard a bad one. Sociologically, though, humans crave a story to be in. You need to give them a better narrative. That is true. Yeah. So I will say, like, so even if you want to say that, so I guess you could say if that is something that New Atheism was setting out to do, then you could say, okay, maybe they failed at that. But then Christians, I think, kind of take that a little too far and basically conflating all of atheism with the New Atheist movement specifically and say, oh, well, atheism has no answers, therefore it's irrelevant. And I think that is that is a bad.
Yeah, the supposed
That's all I have to
leaders
say
of New
about that.
Atheism, the authors and shit, like, they were never our leaders. And
Yeah.
the stuff that Christians, a lot of Christians think that like atheists thought about those people. Instead, we kind of like looked to each other and other people for those things. Like I started treating other people better and connecting with people more when I stopped believing, or as I was, not believing. And yeah, I don't know. We didn't connect with like a centralized thing. We just connected with each other. So
yeah. Speaking of connecting with each other, yeah, Real Melly with a great point. I think more important than replacing the idea, we need to replace the community we found in church. Yeah, that's the deal right there. Yeah, still working on that. I'm enjoying this lovely community I have here with y'all, but yeah, just working more on the in person, in real life part. Speaking of which, like that local secular like tri-state freethinkers group that does their like hikes and walks in the park. They're doing their next one this Sunday, Matt, if you're
interested. That'll be good. I want to do that.
So,
I haven't been able to recently.
Yeah, I missed their last one because I did not sleep well the night before. But okay, so remember, says apparently Jesus not a rabbi. In Matthew, he told a guy he healed to go to a rabbi to make sacrifice because he was just a lay magic user. Okay.
People called him rabbi.
He was
a term of respect, I guess. Not an exact.
Yeah. See, I thought. Yeah, which again, like the Bible is so inconsistent and unclear on things. So basically, what you're saying is like Jesus wasn't a cleric; he was a mage. Got it. Right. I'm more of a quality build guy myself, but yeah. Which maybe that's something else we can like do in another episode. Is I've developed a great metaphor for like how I view like spirituality versus just naturality, like being a naturalist, like as a metaphor for how I view that, using the way I play video games like Dark Souls and Elden Ring and like those types, and how I usually lean more towards the melee build versus the magic users. So, but if anyone's interested in that, I'll probably talk about it later.
It's just more fun. But, magic is like,
well,
wave your things.
Well, especially like in Elden Ring, like there's some spells in there. Like if you know what you're doing with those things are fucking awesome and like can do some really cool shit. But yeah, it's like for me, it's all about like the resource management and like we can only cast a certain amount of spells and then you got to refill this. But I'm like, but I can use this sword and hit this guy in the face as many times as I want, and it just always works. So
And
Done.
it makes my heart happy.
It does. It does. Like it'd be more visceral.
Well, let's get back to the elf.
All right, man. See, I think we're finally getting to the point, like with the comments. It's like, because it used to be so sparse, I kind of took pride in, we're able to like look at every chat and answer, but I feel like it's a good problem. Like, I think we're finally getting to the point where I just can't keep up with chat. So I'll do it as much as I can, but I appreciate all your comments. Keep them coming. I'll get to the ones I can. Please don't be offended if I miss yours.
I like how you say that. Like you're the only one doing it. Because I
didn't want to speak. Well, I didn't want to speak for you. I'll let you.
Okay.
Yeah. If you have any remarks on the chat, but
no, I'm not sensitive about it at all. Seriously.
Okay. Cool. All right.
That having that foundation before when my parents lived in Ontario, we moved our family across to British Columbia for a couple of years. And when we did move, my dad, my grandfather, and I drove our van and a U-Haul trailer across the country. And I remember very vividly in Saskatchewan driving across like the very flat fields, right? Watching a dog run away for a week. And seeing this giant tree.
What?
Okay, and also like in interest of giving credit where credit is due. Okay, that was kind of funny. Like saying like the land is so flat you can watch your dog run away for a week.
Okay. I didn't hear the connection at first. That is funny. Also, it's probably a saying from Canada, and he's saying it like this is a brand new joke. It's probably not.
Yeah, just a blip. Yeah. Yeah, stop telling people about the stream so I can actually read all your chats. God damn it. I mean, sorry, opposite of that. Keep it up.
Spooky's the angel of knocking down a peg.
Fucking love it.
The great equalizer.
In the middle of the field that just kind of stood out. And it was always this picture of, for me, how did that tree survive? And the answer was, it had a root system that probably was both grounding it and pulling in the nutrients that were required for its particular growth at that point in time.
That's just what fucking trees do.
But it's too late for the tree to try to grow the roots in the midst of the storm.
Is there one manuscript?
The deepenings of it all.
Yeah. So let's.
Too late for the tree to try to grow the roots in the midst of the storm.
So this is they're about to transition into another part.
What do you
here,
say about it being too late to grow roots?
Well, he's talking about like the storm basically being like someone's doubts or something. So this is basically him saying like the reason people deconstruct is because their faith just wasn't strong enough. So their roots didn't go down far enough. They weren't getting properly fed with all the nutrients in his abs or whatever. And so when like the doubts came, there just was nothing there to hold it up. So that's why people lost their faith because but no,
sometimes
for me,
tornadoes just yank trees out of the ground even when they're healthy.
Never mind that. But for me, so in a way, he's right, but not for the way he thinks he is. So yes, like the reason I lost my faith was because it was not very well rooted. So it did not survive my questions. But that wasn't because I didn't lay the roots properly. It's because this faith just had no roots to give me to lay.
That is a great point.
Thank you.
Christianity is more or less Jewish fan fiction. And that's not going to be very deep. It's also kind of why the new trilogy of Star Wars movies kind of sucked, because it came across like fan fiction. Except for the second one, that was something brand new. It wasn't a good Star Wars movie. I'm not sure it wasn't a good regular movie. But yeah, dude wasn't making a Star Wars movie. That's not cool.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, that was old.
Yeah. No, I know what you're saying though. But
except for the casino planet. What the fuck? Don't even go there. That should be a deleted scene.
Yeah, yeah. But so apparently the only people Jesus said were condemned were the religious. Well, certain religious. Plenty of very religious Christians also condemn a lot of religious people, just the wrong kind of religious people. So again,
and those people are also Jews.
yeah, yeah, and so I mean, but if you're going to try to tell me that Jesus himself was not religious, that's going to be a tough sell. So yeah, he criticized people that he thought were doing religion wrong. But then he's like, here's how you really do it. So
here's how you deconstruct.
Yeah. It's a multi-layered metaphor. Wes did not deeply root his analogy and it fell over. It's a common problem with the Huffmeister. So
Ember's very good at the turn of phrase.
Oh yes, quite. Have we mentioned you should watch your channel and subscribe and like and share and
great topics.
Comment all the things. Yes. Like I'm blanking on the names of the more recent kind of current events news series you're doing. It's trans something events, but yeah, just go to her channel. It's all there. Just fucking watch it. All right. So any more? So since they're transitioning now, any more thoughts on this whole they just didn't have good roots. That's why they just blew over. Yeah, but my point is the more I dug into Christianity, I realized, it just doesn't actually have any good roots. So I should just let it fall over and stop trying to hold it up. So here's the thing. I don't know if how many people writing the Bible were actually eyewitnesses to any of the stuff they were writing.
Ooh, yeah.
But they were
none of them. But
okay, but if they were being inconsistent and they were trying to be honest eyewitnesses, but no indication that they actually were, why should I trust any of it? So,
unless, yeah, I think that's complicated.
Yeah. So yes, and I second what Fox says. Her channel is amazing, almost as amazing as Ember herself.
Agreed.
This is true. And she does a lot of things. That is also true. All good. All right. So yeah. So again, that was my issue with Christianity. It was it had no roots, but it wasn't my fault that Christianity had no roots in my life. I fucking tried. So
those roots just going in circles, pretty close to the surface.
Yeah. So miss me with that shit. So, as Dr. Josh says, when he's not talking about slavery, even when he is talking about slavery,
Harvest Time Blazer is talking now. Wait.
All right, so here's something now we're getting into more the biblical scholarship side. So this part it's a little less meaty, at least for our purposes, but there's still some stuff here. So
also, I know what her face is. That's the same face Erica Kirk does when she's listening to someone. That's the Christian woman listening face. It's like a weird squinty eye. It's like your eyes are always smiling, no matter what your mouth is doing.
Okay. Yeah.
Jesus loves me. I'm happy. Stop.
I promise. Yeah. All right.
Is there one ancient manuscript that you've held that has completely impacted you, changed your heart, your faith, and how old was it, and which one was it?
I don't think there's one that's necessarily kind of affected me strongly. Every time I get the opportunity to be able to hold...
What's up?
Because he didn't hold any. She's like, what's... She's buying into the whole biblical scholar thing, right? And she's like, what's his favorite? She thinks he's like a Dr. Kipp. So she's like, what's the oldest manuscript that you've held that really changed your life? And he's like, I wasn't really anyone.
I've held so many.
They're saying none.
Yeah.
Strongly. Every time I get the opportunity to be able to hold in my hand or view something that goes, say, back to the 2nd or 3rd century, what it does for me is it encapsulates the fact that I can, to some degree, standing in front of, say, a 2nd century fragment of the Gospel of John, which I've done.
I just love how he's like, 2nd century fragment of Gospel of John, which I've done. Yeah.
Did you see how he emphasized, that he's seen these things? That I've held or seen.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because that's what happened.
So,
a 2nd century fragment of the Gospel of John, which I've done.
Ooh.
What I feel in that moment is, who was the person 2,000 years ago, almost 2,000 years, who was likewise standing in front of this piece of written material? And
yeah. So, okay, I remember this. Okay, listen to what he has to do to like make the point he's trying to make here.
Yeah, he called it written material. He's so full of shit. This being a written material. He's out of words to describe it. That's how into it he is. Everybody who's really into something only has like 2 words to talk about it with.
What? But listen. Okay, but he's going to talk about how like holding / looking at these old, but not super old, like just like 2nd or 3rd century, not 1st, because what do you expect? But listen to what he has to do to make this point that he's making about why these things are so meaningful to him, and like question like, why would you need to go to these lengths? Like, at least that's what I was thinking. So
okay.
Let me know if you agree.
who was likewise standing in front of this piece of written material and putting the ink on the
Yeah, so he's imagining the scribe, I think, is what he's talking about here.
page. It's this kind of looking down the timeline of history and including myself in it to some degree, within the family tree of, there's no way to know whether the scribe was a Christian or not, but even hypothetically just kind of putting the idea in that maybe this was a late 2nd century.
He said scribe. Is he acknowledging that? What did he say? There's no way to know if the person who wrote it was a Christian. But if it's written by eyewitnesses, I think he does.
Well, no, he's talking about like the later, like 2nd, 3rd century
Gotcha.
manuscripts that he's seeing. Yeah, that are not the originals, but were written by scribes. But yeah.
Just kind of putting the idea in that maybe this was a late 2nd century Christian, and it would have been very costly for them to inscribe, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, onto a piece of material in a time frame when they could have been in a region that was illegal to do so. And so being in the family tree of historical Christianity.
I mean, maybe relatively costly, but these things got recorded because these were things people were saying. They were recording a popular idea.
Yeah.
To make sure that this continued into the future.
Yeah, but what struck me about this was the things, because he basically asked like how are these like manuscripts impacting you and your faith, and how like basically he's having to, by his own admission, invent a story about, well, I'm just imagining that this is what it was like for this person to write it down, so therefore that makes it so meaningful to me. It's like, okay, but you had to invent that. Like, yeah. Let's see.
There's a lot going on in the chat for a second.
I know. So first, big problem. The synoptic problem gives us an insight that the John fragment is only evidence of a shared tradition fragment, not the entire gospel. Yeah. Yep. So, and I didn't see the context for this, but I appreciate it. So, anyway. But they were, let's talk about the scribes here, I assume, but they were slaves. Candida Moss showed pretty convincingly that the earliest New Testament manuscripts were all probably penned by enslaved scribes. Ooh, I was not aware of that.
Interesting. So they were just doing whatever the fuck they were told.
Yeah. I'm familiar with her work about showing how like the early like Christian persecution by Rome was maybe not necessarily as severe as we're led to believe, which is like very fascinating. And I haven't read her books or anything, but
I
I've heard her in a lot of
suspected
different
that
interviews.
also.
And, yeah, you should definitely check out like some videos. She's done a lot of really cool interviews and like talks and stuff about that. Yeah, she makes some compelling points.
Half expecting him to say it was all written in English. All right, I saw a clip of a slop tuber, a Christian slop tuber, who was. He didn't come right out and say, maybe I watched another YouTuber respond to it. I don't remember. But this guy, he really seemed to be talking like he thought the Bible was written in English. Because he was talking about, like, people all over the world call it night or day because that's what the Bible calls it. And no.
Yeah, sorry, I was distracted. Like,
it's like the cart pulling the horse.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I was distracted there and not listening because like a very important text, like my daughter was asking me a question about music and like a song I really like, and she wanted to know what it was. So I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
my daughter's asking me about my music. I'm definitely making that a priority.
Yeah, you're like, she cares.
Yeah.
Give me a minute.
Yeah.
I must answer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Duck Dynasty. I did see that video. I think
I didn't know for sure if it was one of those guys, but
I know Sir Sick covered that, and I want to say Viced Rhino did as well. But yeah, that was something.
My dad liked Duck Dynasty. I think he had like a devotional book. I think I got him a Duck Dynasty devotional book, or he wanted it. I got it for him.
Yeah. Now Yeah. No, that was a thing. Ooh, yeah. So my New Year's begins in the month of Janus, which this year falls on Thursday. Ooh, yeah, that's right.
No.
Now, so, funny thing, that was one conversation I was having with my therapist earlier today. We're talking about like the calendar and how where New Year's falls, like for us, really makes no sense as far as like being a time of like renewal and like new starts. Because like you're still in like the dead of winter when everything's like still cold and dead, and like so like it'd really make more sense to have that kind of attitude, like basically the new year starting at the start of spring, because that's like okay, new life, rejuvenation, and everything.
Yeah.
So, and I was recalling, but of course this is like was it the Julian calendar that we're on or whatever? But I remember recalling a meme where it was for a different reason, but someone like having an issue with how the calendar is like structured or whatever, and just being really pissed off about it. And someone said, like, man, whoever designed the calendar this way needs to be stabbed. And someone replied, good news. So, yep.
All right, hold on. So speaking of, what were we just fucking talking about? Something about the past. Anyway, well, there's something happening right now at least on YouTube. It sounds like in general, people are being shown things from like around a decade ago, and there's this theme among my son. I'm assuming additional people. It's called the Great Meme Reset of 2026. And it seems like as we're going into 2026, like the internet is just showing us something from a decade ago, like to a lot of people, and like kids in my son's generation they're like, why haven't I seen this? This is amazing. It's like long form memes from 10 years ago. And like, is the internet deciding we're all going to forget the last 10 years? Which means we decided that. If it's showing that to many people and it's a theme, it's because we want that. We want to forget the last 10 years, maybe.
I mean, yeah, I'd say, man, just looking back, like probably the last 10 years.
That's around the time Trump took office.
Well, yeah, because 2015 would be 10 years ago. I mean, so this would be when like the election, like the primaries were like in high gear. I don't remember like when he would like got the nomination or whatever. But yeah, probably the past 10 years have been some of the most like tumultuous in my entire life.
That's actually a great sign that many people want to undo it, like this whole period. That means the trajectory is away from fascism, like pretty soon. It's already kind of happening right now. Like MAGA's all falling apart. It's awesome. They screwed the pooch so fast and so hard.
Mm-hmm. Faster than JD screws a couch. But apparently it's Mr. Beast's fault. He put out a new video from 10 years ago, and his reach is so vast it made the algo thing everyone's nostalgic for.
Is that fucking what happened? Man, the algorithm is
I wouldn't doubt
fucking fragile.
Yeah, I'd love to forget the past 10 years. So Bob is still president, and that was preferable. That's for sure. That's for sure. I guess for me, the tumult really maybe started in 2014. So like the past 11 years. Yeah, it's basically the past 11 years, 2014. That's when I moved to Columbus. I'm in Cincinnati now. So, and was in Cincinnati before then. Moved to Columbus, then moved back in 2015. Had a job that sucked. Kept getting promoted to more positions that also sucked. Lost my job in 2020 due to like the COVID stuff. Had to sell our house because we were downsizing because I lost my job. Got cancer. Recovered from cancer, but lost my faith and dealing with that. And then my marriage ended. And here I am.
That's a good run. Well, it means survived cancer.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
That's
good to be
nothing.
still. Yeah, good to still be alive after all that. Yeah, especially surviving stage 4 melanoma. That's no joke. But
I don't know if I should take Ember seriously from before about Mr. Beast putting out something. Like, but if that's what happened, and Mr. Beast like accidentally saved America, because everybody is like visually remembering a time before Trump, like we're like, oh, that time is better, and they just want to see more of it.
Right now, same Melly. I have also not seen the video. Like I will say, like
I have, but not recently.
Yeah, but it's Mr. Beast, not Mr. B. Mr. B absolutely did not save America. We've covered him before, though. But we should do him more often, I think.
Oh, I forget
not
that
like
guy.
that, though. Yeah, Red Pen Logic. Yeah.
Oh, that guy?
Yeah. Hey, and it's Jimmy.
He's an evil fucker. Not Jimmy.
Yeah. Jimmy Tux. Noted non-evil fucker. So he's the righteous kind of fucker. So
I need to watch The Righteous Gemstones. I think you do too, but it's on something we have to pay for.
Well, fuck that. Fuck it like a couch.
It's like a mega church preacher comedy.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, we're actually over halfway through, so I'm feeling energized.
You've never heard this Mr. Beast character? There's no way that's true. But seriously, why? Half of those people who are subscribed to that channel are bots. That's just
which I'll be honest. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that I have a 14-year-old son, I don't know if I would have heard of him as well. So that I could see that happening.
Okay.
So
the recent controversy with Mr. Beast was that this guy who used to be all up in the Mr. Beast channel was on a lot of stuff. Chris came out as trans and then came out as a pedophile. And they had a lot of kids on the Mr. Beast channel for things. So, also, that's what you want, is a prominent trans person coming out as a pedophile. That's good. That's good for things.
Yeah.
Coming out meaning like the police forced them out.
Yeah, fortunately, none of the trans people I know, including the trans person named Chris, none of them are pedophiles.
Right.
So,
Yeah, doesn't seem to be a thing. I
yeah.
mean, people are people, so like, I'm sure it's possible. However, doesn't seem to be a thing.
Yeah, most of the pedophiles we see in the news tend to be like straight white Christian males. So,
Yeah,
anyway, so all right.
we tend to be good at the important things.
Uh, yeah. Anyway.
Finding myself on a branch almost 2,000 years later, tying
yes.
myself tangibly.
Oh yes, the fiction he had
himself.
to create. Yeah, yeah. The total story he had to completely fabricate in order to say why these things are.
That's what you're
meaningful
taught
to
to
him.
do.
Yep. Oh yeah, it's very on brand. Yeah. So
To that point in time, to that person, I think does something to the nature of the faith that I believe, in that I'm not an island. I'm part of a broader story that God has invited me into and invited so many other people, going back to, calling the patriarchs, I'm the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. God is a personal God and invites us all into that narrative and story. So,
well, he has yet to invite me, so I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. So
It's interesting. He calls it a narrative and a story. So it's a little too self-aware for him.
yeah, that's really what it's because it's not, at least from what I can tell, like it's not reality. It's just a story. Which stories are cool, for what they are, but they can be very useful. But yeah, and also this whole language of like maybe like I'm still like a little like triggered by that because that's something I heard like all the damn time. And like especially like the progressive Christian circles, like talking about how like the Bible and the gospel, and part of it annoys me because I know I've said this and I can actually hear myself saying it in one of our old like 3 Beer Gospel podcast episodes that makes me just cringe like so much, saying like the gospel is an invitation. Like
Oh God, did we say that?
I said it. I remember saying it, but I'm like. And I remember, I can still remember like the way I said it. It was like the gospel. It's an invitation. Like
James woke up. I don't
like
what
Chris. Who? What?
No, Chris. I don't think no. That would be funny.
Yeah. The Chris that we were talking. Okay. Yeah. But I hope not. Well, I would love to see my friend Chris in the chat, but I haven't seen him here in a while, and that's cool. I know he's got shit to do, but yeah, other Chris from the Mr. Beast thing. Yeah, hope not in the chat.
So, somebody said Tilting said something about can't get a feel for what the channel is just looking at the description. Basically, Mr. Beast figured out how to do YouTube the best before it became like common practice for like a lot of people who do YouTube professionally. And because he nailed YouTuber so hard before like a lot of other people did, this is my perception, the algorithm just loves that channel. It's just kind of peak YouTube cringe.
Speaking of peak YouTube cringe, like I love how Kipp is coming on our show to tell us how he's watching something else. Thank you.
That's amazing. Good to see you too.
Man, that reminds me of like the one time our friend Jimmy, not Jimmy Tux, or Jimmy Ligon. I remember, and I think this was like during like my solo episode, like from last year when I was like going into my whole story, and, like my whole background, and like laying my entire soul bare for everyone. I remember him being in the chat telling me like what Netflix show he was currently watching with his girlfriend. I'm like, oh, thanks, man. I mean,
okay. So
I
clicked on the wrong thing.
I clicked on that.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So I guess, I guess her name is Ava now. So yeah, accidentally dead naming.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So, well, we at least appreciate you leaving it on, in the background. That helps with the algorithm. Thanks, Kipp. I mean,
I don't know why that
I love-
reminded me, but listening to doom metal while the Magnolia channel is playing in the background is perfect. I don't know why. I was at a work site doing that once. Somebody was playing, the client was playing the Magnolia channel, which is home renovation shit. But like syrupy garbage reality show, and doom metal goes perfect with it.
I could see that. But as Edward points out here, Matt, remember your allegedlys with all that stuff. Apparently, best you can find, none of that PDF stuff is more than raging trolls on the interwebs.
Oh,
I have
my
no
bad.
idea. Yeah.
Correct.
But-
Yeah, allegedly.
Yeah,
Allegedly, my opinion.
Yeah.
That's the big bulletproof vest for lawsuits.
Yeah. It's allegedly my opinion. We don't still have that from. Right. It's not to say it isn't true, just unproven and unverified. Yeah, all that. Yeah. But yeah. Good looking out there, Ember. Thank you. All right. Speaking of allegedly, in our opinion, so here's Wes Huff saying allegedly what deconstruction is in his opinion and why his invented narrative about how the Bible was written means it's meaningful to him or something. So
it's this unique perspective of looking at an artifact and the artifact tying my own personal faith journey into.
Because of the story about the artifact that he invented, and that's what he needs to tie his faith into it. Fantastic.
Have you held any manuscripts that are, whether it's Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John, any pieces of those manuscripts written by somebody who directly witnessed the life of Christ that you're like, this is John. John wrote this. I'm holding it.
Interesting.
No.
Okay, I know
What's he gonna
nothing.
say?
He said no, but I know nothing about this woman, or what her background is. But how little do you have to know about biblical scholarship to even ask that question? It's like, I am a complete layperson. I am by no means any kind of scholar. I haven't studied any of this, but just in my casual knowledge of the subject, I know we have no originals. The earliest copy of anything in the Gospels is a credit card sized fragment of John from the 2nd century. So no, none of what we have of the Gospels was written by anyone who met Jesus. That's how do you even ask that question? Now,
I
unfortunately,
miss garlic bread. I can't have dairy that much now.
Now, I know that on Ember's channel, there's some kind of running joke or something with garlic bread. Unfortunately, I am not familiar with it.
Neither am I, but garlic bread is food of the gods. So tie your faith to it.
Yeah. So, all right. So for me, like I said, I don't know who this woman is or anything, but just the fact that she even asked that, I'm like, that's yeah, I don't. Anyway, but fortunately, I said, to his credit,
it's crazy.
He does
she
say
said
no.
that.
Yeah,
but does he say why?
And the fact is,
well, let's see here. Yeah,
You're like, this is John. John wrote this. I'm holding it.
no. And the fact is, we don't have any documents, written kind of artifacts of papyrus or parchment that would go back that early. The earliest documents that we have of the Bible go back to the 2nd century. But I think
this commenter.
Why do you have to say this woman? What?
Well, what else? She's a woman. I'm sorry. Are you getting upset with me, James, for assuming her gender? Is that? what this is. I mean,
Or no, it's not what this is.
no.
You know what's funny, James? Is sometimes you say things, and I'm pretty sure you're being serious, but like you're pulling off sarcasm really well, even though you're being serious.
True.
You hear things so literally. It's like I almost want to say, "Do you know you're autistic?" I can say that because I'm autistic. No, I'm giving you a hard time. No, we're it's a bit. It's a short little bit saying this woman because that's an offensive thing to say. We don't really mean this woman in a disrespectful way. It's just fun to pretend to be doing that.
Yeah, like I said, it's only because the only reason I said it because I don't know her name. Like I don't know what kind of credentials, like if she has any kind of title. So I can't say like this author, this scholar, this podcaster, this, whatever. Like all I know is, it's a woman, this woman. So basically just so you all know.
This woman.
Yeah.
That would be disrespectful.
Yeah. Now this woman, it's deep lore, but speaking of garlic bread, but one doesn't need to go all the way to appreciate the divine majesty of the most perfect culinary achievement humans have ever created. It's ace jokes. Oh, I don't understand how that works, but cool.
No, garlic bread is awesome. Texas toast, fantastic.
Oh, yeah. I will not. See, pathological demand avoidance, fucker. All right.
And this is all still kind of a joke. Well, like we're not like being super. We're not.
Yeah.
It was just funnier to say no. That's all.
Yeah, because that's pathological demand avoidance. As soon as like I feel like I have to do something, I all of a sudden just can't and won't, and fuck you for telling me. But, yeah.
What we can say about that is that what we're dealing with, though it be a copy, is a copy that reflects what
it do be a copy
original was written about. And this is also testifying.
And we know that this copy reflects the original, even though we don't have any originals, and the closest we have is like at least a century or somewhere around a century later. But we know how same way garlic bread is better than sex. Wait, I mean, I'm not gonna disagree. I mean, maybe that's just because I'm bad at the latter. I don't know. But garlic bread. Yeah, maybe garlic bread is itself better than I am at sex. No, sorry. Getting a little TMI. But I mean, that's not saying much. I mean, that's a pretty high bar. So it's fucking garlic bread. Not fucking garlic bread. That's not. I love how in my mind that went from I'm bad at sex because I keep trying to fuck garlic bread. But that's the connection I made.
I mean, so, that'll ruin it.
I mean, it's better than trying to fuck a couch. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I love how I'm trying to defend this as if it's something I've done, which I promise I haven't. But anyway, this has gone places.
To by some of the early Christian writers who themselves were disciples of the disciples. So you have this category of people who we call the apostolic fathers, and they're called that particularly because they had a direct tie to Peter, to John, to Paul. And
speaking of allegedly, in our opinion, like, again, I'm no scholar, but from what I understand, this whole like apostolic connection from the people who wrote the books and like basically from what I remember, a lot of the people that they try to connect to being like direct disciples of the disciples or whatever, like is very not necessarily true at all. So,
by the way,
well, thank you, Fox, for not judging. Like, and also, what do you mean by butter? Is that a euphemism for something? But
So when my son comes down to take his medicine in front of me, because otherwise I don't know for sure he's taking it, I think he does shit to mess with me when I'm high. Because he always like moves around a lot more. So I was like, I love you. And he's like,
I love how like both of your kids are awesome at messing with people, with you, like you specifically. That's good parenting right there. That's what that is. So, well done to you and Aaron. So,
also, again, my 13-year-old comes down and he's like, Dad's high again. Better fuck with him. Like, is that good parenting? I mean,
yeah,
I enjoy it, but
there you go. I mean, all right. So, yeah. Also, like Restream is just being really annoying because like every time it's like I'll go over to where the chat is to like highlight a comment to highlight, but it keeps popping up with like all the video sources. So it's like me and the screen share and Matt. Like y'all have no idea what I'm talking about, but I'm trying to describe it. It's very annoying. I'm just trying to express the frustrations I'm going through right now for all of you.
To switch around. I did it last time. It was
yeah. Anyway,
I didn't know this. No way. They appointed bishops without apostle approval. Yeah. Oh, you're telling me Christians have always been this way, splintering from the very beginning?
Oh yeah, this whole idea that like at the beginning Christian was like unified and they all had like on the same page and everything, and then it just splintered and spread apart ever since. Like no, it was never that.
I mean, there were countless gospels and they narrowed down to 4. And there were probably other gospels of John and other gospels of Mark, and they picked 4 that kind of worked together.
Yeah. Okay, so Ember with some more investigative reporting, which, from what I've heard, is part of her background, and she's quite good at it.
Okay.
So, the BBC and New York Times report Ava was cleared and charges declared baseless by law enforcement and PIs hired by Beast Incorporated, both. But they did fire 10 people over harassment violations.
Sweet. Sounds like a healthy place to work.
Yeah. But thanks, Ember. Thanks for...
thank you. Now, I am mad that rumor is out there, and I bought into it, because that is... it's an anti-trans narrative.
Yeah. Which we are not all about at all. But yeah, don't forget Q. Yeah. Star Trek Next Generation. Fantastic show. What are we talking about? That's what you meant, right?
The Q manuscript.
Oh. Anyway. Nerd. All right.
He's kidding, James.
No, he's kidding that I'm kidding, James. Come on. It's like kidding. No. It's kiddingception.
It's the sarcasm turducken.
The Gospel of Q. Oh, is that like P? Is that a documentary hypothesis? No, that's what the other thing that was in the first books of the Old Testament. I know what I'm talking about. Okay, I just tried to like ironically sound like stupid, but it made myself sound genuinely stupid. So, all right.
It hurt a little.
Thank you. Well, at least it did that. Okay. So back to Wes saying why the Bible is totally true, and he's confident in it because it's connected to him through a story he made up.
Can comment on something like, we know who Mark is. He's the traveling companion of Peter. He wrote down that which Peter told him. We have these kind of testimonies. And so if we're going to call it like the dating of how we know that those documents are first century, coming in the eyewitness period, It's less to do with the tangible manuscript evidence that we
Hold
have
on.
How much
and
less,
can
Wes?
comment on.
Yeah. I think I need to hear a bunch of this again because I'm like, yeah, that's where my brain went at first as well. So yeah, I'm with you, Fox. But yeah, Ember, I thought people might want to know. I did too. I never got the update about the findings. Naturally, she did nothing wrong isn't a shocking headline.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, thanks again. So, all right. So, what was this?
To Peter, to John, to Paul, and can comment on something like, we know who Mark is. He's the traveling companion of Peter. He wrote down that which Peter told him. We have these kind of testimonies. And so
do we know that, though?
Testimonies, he's talking about tradition, like legends, basically.
Yeah.
He's pretty good at this because, he's making her day right now with this kind of answer. But it's bullshit. But it's the bullshit she wants to hear.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
If we're going to call it like the dating of how we know that those documents are first century, coming in the eyewitness period, it's less to do with the tangible manuscript evidence that we have in saying, this was written by John, because I'm not even sure how you would identify that, even if we did find a first century manuscript.
I think it's my wishful thinking.
Yeah. And I think,
Which,
we're so self-aware now.
Yeah, which this is one of the things that really struck me when I first watched this was just how, because they're like, this was so many things when yes, it's like they're admitting yes, best case scenario is we have the originals and we know they are written by the people who they claim to be written by. They are written by the actual disciples, the actual eyewitnesses of the events. That's what we have. That's because, that would be better. That would make us more sure that all of this stuff is true. But they're just like, oh yeah, but of course we don't have that. That's just wishful thinking. How could you possibly expect that? I'm like,
but we can be confident that it's the same thing people were writing 100 years before that.
Yeah, but what I'm thinking is how they're just saying, yes, it obviously would be better for us to have firsthand written accounts like the originals, and that we know they are the originals. That would be best case scenario, and would give us a lot more confidence that what the Bible said is actually true. But they're just like, oh, but of course we don't have that. Yeah, that's just wishful thinking. But it's like, okay, but why don't we? If this God was actually interested in us being confident that these stories are true, why wouldn't God make sure that we had those things? Why are we relying on things from a century or way more later? But they're just taking for granted. Oh, well, that's just how it is. That must be just the best we can expect because that's all we have. It's like, no, you should probably expect more than that. If this God is anything like you say he is and is wanting the things that you say he wants. Am I making sense?
Yeah.
But they're just like, oh, but of course we can't accept. It's like when they when Christian apologists talk about try to respond to the problem of divine hiddenness, and they say well, what you just expect God to show up and say he's God and introduce himself to you? I'm like, yeah, what's wrong with that? You're just saying that I can't expect that because he's not doing it. And you say, well, if he's not doing it, that must mean he just doesn't do that. So you're wrong for expecting things that aren't happening. Ooh. Someone else is also over on the Facebooks. So I may have to find you over there. But anyway, so yeah, that just, I don't know if it amuses me or frustrates me or both. But yeah, every time I hear any argument like that where there's like, oh, well, what do you expect? I'm like, it's God. So I feel like I should be able to expect anything that would be the best case scenario. I don't know. Just maybe I'm weird. I don't know. Like, any thoughts on that, Matt? Or
I heard something earlier today. I don't remember what I was watching. But somebody was arguing that if you pray for something that Jesus would pray for, you can expect to get it. So if you don't get it, that was Sir Sick doing a Dinks response video. Sorry, no, I was just going to repeat what you were saying.
okay, well then it must have been good.
You're onto something.
All right. Well, good to know I'm not alone on that. So, no, I think, or no.
Get out of here, Froggy.
In a modern sense, we have the capability to tie things back to, but that's true for everything from the ancient world. We have no document that we can call the original autograph of, whether that's Caesar or whether that's Marcus Aurelius, Plutarch, Xenophon, Tacitus.
Right, so we should be holding God to the same standard as all these other people. So since we don't have originals from any of these completely man-made, non-God, non-supernatural things, then how could we possibly expect to have that from God? Like, Wes, can you hear yourself?
Yeah, he's not doing himself any favors. He's not doing a good job of straddling that line where he normally does between saying things that are true and things that aren't damaging to his position.
Right. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. Or I don't know if Fox was, this response was to what we were talking about, but that's how I feel in response to what Wes just said. Like, okay.
I guess.
Yeah. So, all right. Oh yeah. Also, like I meant to ask you this a while ago, Matt. So
yes.
Like, what would you feel about putting the link out?
Okay.
All right.
I don't have feelings either way.
All right. So I am putting the link out in the chat so if anyone wants to join us, like at this point, like, I mean, I literally have nothing to do tomorrow, so I can go all night. In fact, I was about to actually get myself a third beer here in a minute.
I am making food tomorrow at our house. So I shouldn't feel terrible.
Yeah. Like I said, we've only been going for 3 hours now. That's pretty short for us. Or something.
So yeah. I don't see myself going to bed real soon. So
yeah.
Like I'm definitely going to be up doing something, at least watching either Elementary or I'm watching Castle for some reason. It's definitely made for moms. But like I'm into how like good at being its own specific kind of great terrible that it is.
That is a wonderful thing for a thing.
It was made in 2008, 2009 when we were going through like the big, we're like, oh, this is great recession and shit. And
no, yeah.
And then looking back, I'm like, we were so innocent.
Oh, us.
This is pre-pandemic, pre-fascism.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hey. We're not done yet. Also, that's what she said. But
interesting. That's a good scenario.
Any of these ancient writers were all dealing with copies of copies of copies. And that doesn't dilute our ability to know that.
Hold on. I was thinking about something different. Wait. What the fuck? Never mind. I heard something. I read something different. I took it a
whatever it
different way.
was.
Anyway.
Like whatever it was, I'm glad you were amused. So
Okay.
Is what the original authors wrote, but it's this fascinating network of the fact that the early Christians were very tenacious to get the gospel message out. And so the fact that we find copies in Egypt, but then also later on in places like Britain and across Asia and all over Europe and North Africa, is a testament to the Christians.
It's a testament to how like fucking colonial Rome was. Like,
yeah, and how ideas that people like spread, and ideas that have a function spread. Like,
it's popular equals true, apparently. So
remember, the more copies you have, the more real it is, the more accurate.
Right. So I'm not quite sure what Kipp is saying here. Like, is this just because that's the only amount of time that you're awake for, or
episodes of what?
Are you? I was assuming he was talking about us,
okay.
or maybe he was talking about like some show you were talking about.
It's an hour show. With commercials, it's like 42 minutes or something.
Oh, I don't know. See, Kipp's like he's out of his element here. He's not. This isn't Dead Sea Scrolls, so he has no fucking clue what he's talking about. Or,
I just picture he like woke up and was like, episodes are in like 22 minutes. He's like, oh shit, I don't know what I was saying that for.
But now that we're back talking about Kipp and he's clearly awake, I do want to say, because I don't think you were here when I mentioned this before, but I at least want to make sure you heard. I do genuinely appreciate a couple weeks ago when you were streaming with Nitty while we were streaming, but then you directed people here after that stream. I genuinely do appreciate that. That was really cool of you. So thank you. It's nice to be a thing that people want to direct other people to. Like, we feel like we're like, there, like, sometimes like other streams happen on Wednesdays where it's like Nitty or Ember. Like we kind of feel like we're everyone's after party, and we kind of like that vibe. So thanks for keeping that going. So, all right. And also, like, thanks for those who are just here from the beginning and like, they're like, this just is the party, you know. Folks like Spooky, who's like, I feel like Spooky's like always the first one here. That's like impressive. So
now Spooky must have been busy for a little bit because they weren't here first for a little bit. But
yeah, I was like, it's like
everybody, I
barely
guess, sleeping, I guess.
Yeah. Anytime Spooky's not first, my brain is like kind of like, apparently people know that this is what dogs think. Like, if their owner like leaves the house but does not come back at the normal time, apparently dogs just immediately think, oh, they were killed by predators. So that's what I think when Spooky's not the first to comment, like, oh, Spooky was killed by predators. Those damn Irish, or I don't know. I don't know who the predators of British people are, but yeah.
I don't know. I think for maybe a couple hundred years, it's been themselves.
Mm-hmm. It was something to think about. I don't know what, but anyway. Yeah.
We're very eager to get the message of who Jesus was. And that meant that it was spread very far and very fast, very early on, which precluded any one person or group of people controlling the text at any one point in time. So though we don't have a copy that...
So what you're saying is, how can we trust any of it?
Well, no, I think he's trying to get to like the point of like people accusing it of being like changed over time, like from like a centralized, like top down, like, oh, we're going to make the Bible say this kind of thing. But he's like, oh, but it spread everywhere and it still was like basically the same. So if anyone tried to change it, they would have had to try to, change things like not just around Jerusalem, but also in Egypt and in Britain. And I was like, or maybe it was like fiddled with and adjusted before it got out there.
Yeah.
I don't know what
Or it was
thinks he's
adjusted
making
by
here.
the story, the message was adjusted by countless people. Like, sure, it
Yeah,
wasn't a centralized adjustment of the story, but now you're
yeah, or
saying
even
it was fractionated. Like it could have. We don't know how many people tried to change it.
yeah, or even just the original writing of the story itself was its own kind of modification of what really happened. It's like, I mean, the things in the Gospels like carry all the signs of mythology.
And
Like that's how it reads. That's what it looks like. That's you can see the legendary development, especially as you go from like the earliest versions like Mark to the later versions like John. Like there's this clear, like it just keeps getting more fantastical as it goes. It's like that's just what myths do. And he's like, oh, no one could have possibly done that. And it's like, because it's a few hundred years later, it showed up in a different part of the world. Like,
and
what?
even when like the gospel authors or the gospels say things that indicate the author was, aren't there a couple of them where it sounds the writer tries to indicate that that they were like a first-hand witness or something?
nah.
But there's in none of them does it say that Jesus instructed anybody to like write down his teachings while they were happening. So
Yeah.
even if it was firsthand eyewitnesses, they wrote it down after the fact, quite a bit after the fact.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but have you considered this though?
oh, I'm convinced.
Yeah, yeah. And Fox with a good point. Yeah, the natural predator of the British people is the monarchy. Like, oh, so Kipp was referring to the hit show Creep Tapes. Oh, so that other show he's watching instead of us. Oh, okay. They're like, oh, so, and I love how like where my brain went with that was like comparing that to our show. It's like the way my brain chose to word how short that is compared to our show. It's like, oh, that show's like it's within our show's margin of error. I'm like I don't know what that means, but it's like we're so lengthy, it's so short. It's like,
Oh yeah.
yeah. Anyway, but yeah, the stories that survived are different. Yeah, right. Yeah, they absolutely changed, and we know there was a concerted effort to wipe out other variations several times. I know you didn't capitalize several times there at the end, but like emphasis mine.
I mean,
Several times. Yeah.
Gnostic gospels and writings.
Yeah. Yeah. So like I said, when I first watched this like earlier today, I was like, I don't know if I just don't understand the point he's trying to make, or if it really is just that fucking bad of a point. That like, no, it is what I think, and it's just terrible.
He's
But
treading water and trying to avoid causing her deconstruction.
yeah, that's true.
We can say, actually, this is Matthew's copy, and he wrote this with his own hand. The fact that we have copies of Matthew that are so widely spread throughout the ancient world, and we can compare them, and even if differences pop up in Asia, we know that those differences are geographically located because we don't find them in Europe or in North Africa. And so if someone wanted to, in a kind of Da Vinci Code-esque way, write in a particular doctrine to the Bible, they would have had to have the means of control to find all the copies in all the other places all across the ancient world and alter them. And that would have been just impossible because there are...
Okay, so
why is the gospel from the Middle East area? Why is he assuming that one also hasn't been adjusted like the Asia ones?
Yeah, because here's the other thing. He's also admitting, based on where they end up, changes have been made. So I really don't understand what point he thinks he's making here. Like, okay, like, is anyone actually arguing that someone did actually make changes after it spread everywhere? Like, what is he?
He's kind of done that thing where he gives like pieces of the truth and but tries to do it in a way that still fits the Christian narrative.
Mm-hmm. There, proper use of capitalization there. Yeah, thank you, Ember. Yeah,
I think he did talk about that once.
yeah, but okay. So what's his point? Saying like, because I first of all, I'm trying to think of like what kind of like objection to the reliability of the Gospels he's trying to address here. Is it that like people made changes, but he's saying like, well, that can't be because after it spread, they were the same. Like, okay, well, that just means if anyone did insert things into the story that were like different or just not true or completely made up, okay, they did it before it spread everywhere, and then they made their adjustments and made it fit it to whatever narrative or whatever agenda they were trying to push, and they got that finalized, and then it spread.
Yeah,
Like,
it'd be a lot easier to
that
control it in the beginning.
Yeah, so you're still not making the point that it's at all reliable. I mean,
No.
me and Matt could like just get together and like try to make up a story about something that happened like last week. It's like, okay, it hasn't left us or like our circle of friends or like our area, but we're just going to make changes to it now, and it's completely inaccurate. Okay, but now that's the story that spreads everywhere, and everywhere that it spreads, it's all consistently wrong. Like I like, am I missing something here? Like, chat, let me know. Like, I'm not understanding how he's making the point that he seems to think that he's making.
Okay, so like we thought his audience or his target audience is primarily people who are already Christian or and aren't deconstructing, and so he's kind of giving some facts, but then like following it up with something that tells them, but it's okay, you can still have faith. And like that's his goal. He's not really trying to explain something.
Yeah.
Because he's not. So I assume he must not be trying to.
So, all right, Matt, do you feel like you could riff on something for a couple minutes?
Probably.
Okay, or do you want to like watch a little more of the video and then you like riff on whatever he says next?
That would be easier.
All right, cool. Because I need to do the old empty and refill. Which means pee and then get more beer for those not in the know. All right.
Our copies buried in the sands of Egypt, they would have had no idea.
And that's interesting because these stories line up amongst all these copies, these oral traditions that are passed on and then written down. The stories about Jesus line up. So you're right. In fact, the more copies there are, the more evidence there is that the stories about him are true and valid.
Oh my God, no!
Yeah, so that's just how it ends. So yeah, Matt, you.
She said a lot.
Okay, I'm gonna put you solo on the screen while I'm out. So I'll be right back.
No, the copies don't say the same things. There are subtle changes, and subtle changes add up pretty quickly to make much bigger changes. Also, he literally just said the opposite. Like, how is that her summary of what he said? I mean, because okay, she was sharing her own opinion, but the way she was doing it is kind of like she's trying to let him know that she gets what he's saying. I think what he said at the beginning of that, where even the super old manuscripts that we have from Egypt and shit, like they say the same things that we have agreed is the right thing. That still doesn't change that they could have been altered from the very beginning, and the people that disseminated the information, like the first evangelists that went to other areas and people who are more successful at that, their version of the events God, it's such a fucking simplistic view of how anything works. Like life is just like a bunch of like loose connections between a lot of stimulus and a lot of observers of the stimulus. It's such an organic thing that happens. To think that like anyone other than a god could have controlled something that substantially to keep it from changing at any point substantially. Like, it's just ridiculous. It's a fucking fairy tale. It's not a real scenario.
Right. Sorry, I'm just grabbing a napkin because I've been being a little messy.
Like, even if God were able to control the production of the Bible so completely that everything that was said in there was only what God wanted it to say, then there's no free will involved in that. There's no personal choice. God is just controlling people. And unless you're a Calvinist, but even Calvinists, it's like they don't think God is like making people do those things. He just kind of created things, and that's how it is playing out.
Yeah. So what I was thinking of, like, while I was peeing, like, with the point that Wes seems to be making here is like, well, basically all he seems to be saying is like, by the time it spread, it had been solidified. Which, okay, like, assuming that even amongst like the four gospels that we have in their final form that they are now, that like that's all one unified story. Like, it's really not. They're all saying different things, but okay. But let's just assume. Okay,
why is my TV gospels, on?
Yeah, what's
well, you can tell when the screen changes.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's just showing pictures.
Yeah, it's like, do Christians agree now? Do they all use the same Bible? No, they don't. But let's just say they do. That the Bible, that like the version of Christianity that's out there is the finalized one. But again, it's like, this is like saying that it was impossible that it changed before that. When, again, like, the oldest manuscripts we have only go back to the 2nd century. So this is like at least somewhere 100 years after the fact. So you're basically saying like it didn't change at all in that 1st century, and then it went out. Like, that's like, okay, so because what the analogy that came to my mind, like, so we were talking about Tolkien earlier. So we know like there's this, like, the first story he wrote like is in the whole like Lord of the Rings world. The first thing he wrote was The Hobbit, and then The Lord of the Rings, what ended up being the trilogy, that was supposed to be originally just a sequel to The Hobbit. But do people know that that version of The Hobbit that's out right now is different than the original version he wrote? Because after writing Lord of the Rings, there were certain aspects of The Hobbit that he had to change based on where the story went, specifically like the nature of the ring. Because of how powerful it was. Because the one thing I know in particular, the scene from The Hobbit with Gollum, where Bilbo is doing like the whole like riddles in the dark with him, and like he has to like sneak the ring away from him. And from what I remember is like in the before he wrote the Lord of the Rings story, and like talking about like how absolutely powerful this ring was and how much it controls the person who holds it. From what I remember in the original version of The Hobbit, like Gollum was much more just like, oh, this thing, yeah, sure, take it. Or it had much less of an effect on him. But then after writing the Lord of the Rings, it was like, oh, that doesn't really track with how Gollum was interacting with the ring and the Hobbit, so we had to change that, or at least that's how I'm remembering.
Well,
but
that made Gollum a much more memorable and pitiful character,
right?
With the obsession with the ring,
right? But point being, the version that was changed from the original is the version that is now out there and everywhere, and the one that everyone knows.
Mm-hmm.
So my point being, like, Wes has no point here, as far as I can tell. Like he's saying, well, but this is the version that spread, so therefore no one controlled it and no one changed it. It's like, or they just did whatever meddling or whatever they wanted to do before it spread. I don't understand how he's not seeing that as a possibility or trying to present it that that's not a possibility. Like,
and it can be totally organic too, like
Yeah.
just versions of the story that appealed the most to the most people spread the furthest, the fastest. It factuality doesn't really come into play there.
yeah. I mean, so yeah, I do. Like I said, like I watched that a couple times, and even like listening to it now, it's like I do not understand what what point he thinks he's making with that.
I don't know
So-
that he cares,
Well, there's that too.
because
So,
he's just trying to. I think his whole shtick is he's just trying to meet that need. Okay, so deconstruction as a thing is spreading into even like more and more places, right?
mhm.
And now you see people like Wes Huff discussing deconstruction and certain questions people have in deconstruction. Like, it spread so far that churches are like more on the defensive. Christians are more on the defensive.
Mhm.
And yeah, deconstruction is spreading. It's a disease. We need to inoculate the believers against the spread of this, and that's his job.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, and
all he's
So-
doing is introducing them to deconstruction language and scenarios. And so now when they talk to people who are deconstructing feels a little familiar. And that's really not what you want to do if you're trying to prevent people from deconstructing or empathizing with people who are.
mhm.
So
yeah.
deconstruction
Yeah.
is coming for them all, and they can't help but participate.
Yeah. Yeah, so Melly makes another good point here. Yeah, they also got rid of the books that spread but didn't fit their theology. Yeah. So this is something that like always amuses me whenever Christians say, like when they talk about the Bible and how reliable it is, and they brag about like, look how unified it is and how it's all basically saying the same thing. First of all, no, it's not. like how the anyway, but even okay, but assuming that it is, like, that's because like when they were putting the canon together, they only included books that to whatever degree they thought agreed. And the books were way far out of line, they just didn't put them in the canon. So it's like, yeah, no duh. Like, because that's how it was designed. It wasn't because they think, oh, this clearly shows like the supernatural origins of scripture, because it's like, no, they just left out all the stuff that would have gone against that narrative. Like, it's so completely man-made, like every fucking thing about it.
Okay,
Emphasis on the man part.
is it time
man
for third beer description?
Yeah, my third. I went back to the winner of my little unofficial contest, was the West Side Holiday Ale.
I like
Yeah,
all their
what
stuff.
you got there? Good
I
shit,
have
man.
Rhyme. It's a winter India Pale Ale from Seventh Son. I thought it was another Seventh Son. It's a winter IPA brewed with tangerine, ginger, coriander, orange peels, and house-made orange caramel. Citrusy, toasty, and bright. They made their own fucking caramel to put in a beer. What the hell?
But is it good?
Oh, it's very good.
Well, good.
It was
I'm
my
glad to hear
replacement for the Celebration Ale from Sierra Nevada because I didn't have it.
Yeah. All right. So at this point, what are you thinking? You want to try another video or wrap up soon? Talk about something else?
Well, we can't wrap up real soon because I have beer left, and so do you.
Oh, yes. So there's another from the same channel, and I think probably from the same interview. Yes, Wes Huff talking about the problem of evil.
Oh, that's could be some bullshit.
Or here's like, I don't know if this video will necessarily have much for us to react to, but I just love the title. The Muslim Jesus Can't Save You.
I need to know more.
Yeah, which like I don't like. I'm not too familiar with Islam, so I don't know how much I would really have to say as far as like the purposes of the show here and like reacting to. But I'm very interested in him talking about the problem of evil.
Yeah.
But all right, so let's get that queued up. And again, like the link is out there in the chat. Like I'm pretty sure I pinned it.
Here, I'm gonna need you for a minute or two.
Okay, will do.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna put the link out in the chat again, just in case someone didn't see it or if it didn't pin correctly. So if anyone wants to join, and yeah, Skip, it is Thanksgiving tomorrow. So you said in 2 hours, but for me, it's only in a half hour. It'll be Thanksgiving. So, but yeah, so yeah, the link's out there in the chat if anyone wants to join us. We're about to watch a video of Wes here talking about the problem of evil. I think it might be something. Oh, it's not pinned, but I haven't used because I'm supposed. Oh, you're supposed to be asleep. Well, thanks for being here anyway, Ember. Always appreciate you. Yeah, see, I can going in on Restream now, hitting the thing to pin it. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe Restream just doesn't always work with things. But yeah. So yeah, Wes Huff, Problem of Evil. I want to say we've heard him talk about this before. Maybe there was. So we watched a video of his where he was on another podcast. I can't remember what it was called, but it had the guy with the mustache who we kind of decided we just called him Luigi. Yeah. But I think he maybe talked about the problem of evil there a little bit. But so I'm interested to see in this little 8-minute clip. Like I said, looks like it's from the same interview or podcast or whatever that this other video was from. But yeah, let's see. So I'll go ahead and get that up there. Let's see. Yep, there he is. Looking smarmy as ever. So, gotta pin it directly in the chat if I want it to stick. Okay, hold on. Well, I mean, no one's clicking on it anyway. I think people don't like me anymore. Good call. Good call.
I need to use the bathroom.
Let's see. I'm trying to pin that comment. I mean, I don't know if there's any point in pinning it now, but doing it anyway. Let's see. Where is it? Aha. There's comment. Pin. There. It is now pinned. So if anyone wants to come hang out with us, please click. All right. Wes Huff, Problem of Evil, because he tackled the problem of deconstruction so well. So I can only imagine that he's going to do such a better job.
He's going to convince us the problem of evil is not a problem at all. I assume.
Oh, hey. And
what the hell?
We got a joiner. A barnacle, a hanger-on. How's it going, Kipp?
Oh, hey. How's it going? Am I on yet?
You're on audio, no video.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. No, I didn't turn my camera on because I'm on like my old laptop in my in the other room. So
gotcha.
and it's just the webcam. So nobody wants to see that. That's just That's just
Well, I mean-
weird. So
I mean, I wouldn't mind, but yeah, up to you. But yeah, welcome on. So but you're on a ticker.
I mean, I
so-
could. It's like, see, it looks like this, so it just you can't see anything. It's very dark, and it.
Yeah.
So like, what's the point of that? So
Right. I guess. So yeah, so it's all right. I got you on a little ticker here just because Restream is weird. Like if someone doesn't
On
actually
the
have
line,
a camera on it.
Dr. Kipp.
Yeah, for some
fun.
reason, like
Hey,
I know
lo-
on like StreamYard, it'll at least like show like your profile pic or icon or image or something. But yeah, on Restream for whatever reason, if you don't have your camera on, fuck you, we're not
Right.
going to put anything up. So
That's
I
because
just
Yeah.
it's
put
bargain
that.
based
Wow,
based on
that-
streaming, I think.
Yeah,
But
boy,
we're not paying
boy,
for it, so it's amazing.
yeah.
There you go. Yeah, so long time listener, first time caller.
Oh yeah, yeah. Welcome. Yeah, long time napper. First, like
not actually sleeping tonight.
oh.
So
Now, if this was you, like I don't know, like lucid dreaming or like sleepwalk, like there's sleepwalking. Is like sleep
Chatting.
joining in on a live stream. Is that a thing? Like, yeah.
no, that's not a thing. So, but,
Man. Maybe someday.
yeah. So
There's
So
Kipp
this
on
is
his
the-
no and. Not the yes and.
this is all from the 100 Huntley Street interview, I think,
Yeah.
right? You know,
Yeah,
that's a
and-
Canadian show. Did you know that?
I did not.
Yeah,
Of course
it's the
you would know,
Canadian.
Yeah.
It's the Canadian version of the 700 Club.
Oh God.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, but they're only 100. Man, underachieving.
Because it's a place. It's an actual. I think it was, either
Ah.
where the church originally was in 100 Huntley Street, probably in like fucking London, Ontario, or something, right? But
That is,
I don't know.
That's like the PBS version of 700 Club.
PBS version of 700 Club. Wow, that sent misfires in my brain when you said that PBS version of 700 Club. Boy, that, I mean, that really would be the end of public broadcasting, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, as much
Yeah.
of it like is like a
It's
fan and
basically
supporter of-
over now.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
right. Yeah, but I'm saying as much of a like fan and supporter of like public broadcasting as I am, if they started doing shit like the 700 Club, I'd be like, yeah, maybe it's time to pull the plug. Like,
Time to, yeah. Perhaps.
Isn't Prager
Alright.
you gonna start putting programming on PBS?
I've heard things about that, but I don't know. Maybe, yeah, maybe it's because my brain is like protecting me from it, so I'm not looking into it anymore. But
the whole mega dreamland is falling apart so fast here. Like I don't know how much they're actually going to get to.
It's kind of
that's true. Yeah, it's yeah, that's like it's been like part of the reason why the horrors are so horrible, but maybe also in some way our only slight saving grace is just how much of a fucking moron Trump is and other Republicans like him. Like they just, yeah,
They're realizing that they were LARPing this whole
Speaking-
time. Didn't know it.
Speaking of fucking morons, did either of you guys get a chance to watch any of the Nazi bar debates from the previous weekend?
The what?
no, I didn't, but I thought that was your transition back to Wes Huff for a second.
Yeah, I thought for sure it was
right.
too.
Oh well, I guess we'll get there. No, it
but no,
it
I
raised-
haven't
'cause
seen
I
those.
think
No.
I was because I was watching them. I was watching some today, because now they have both. It's interesting because now they have both of Richard Carrier's debates available, and in the first one he debates Andrew Wilson on secular humanism or Christian nationalism, and And yeah, and I thought did quite poorly actually in that one. That was a bit surprising. But then he debated Michael Jones, Inspiring Philosophy, on the
Oh,
Oh,
existence of
wow.
God. And listen, I gotta say, okay, so I mean, I think everybody already knows. I think Michael's kind of dumb, right? Like it's just
Yeah.
not.
I've picked up on that. Yeah, yeah.
Just don't think he's all that bright. But I watched that debate and I was like, wow, he's really dumb. Like it just
Fantastic.
because he was like Carrier was making this argument because they were talking about the origin of the universe, right? And Carrier was making this argument that
Something that both like Carrier and Jones are experts in to talk about.
I know, right? I know, but at
Okay,
least this was
sure.
something that a dummy like me could follow, where Carrier was making the argument that even just on completely random probabilities, if all you have is like a starting point that has, and the only how did he put it, like the only thing that the only rule that it observes is that it will not remain this single starting point, that something's going to happen to it. He says, like from a philosophical perspective, I guess, uh this basically means that every possibility is on the table from there, and they all have an equal probability. Like this was an argument that like even a dummy like me could follow, right?
Right.
And that is easily a far much more parsimonious explanation than God did it because
Right.
God, right? Which is
Right.
basically what Michael's arguing. And all he could do was just fixate on this, but how does it cause itself? Is it got a cause? And you can't have a cause. Are you suggesting that the cause is, how does it create itself? And I'm like,
That's a perfect impression, by the way. So,
oh, thank you. I was
yeah.
like, I'm like, I don't like it just struck me as colossally dumb. I was
Because
I was
cause and
impressed by
effect
the
only makes
dumbness.
sense like now, like since there was a beginning. Like
Yeah.
cause and effect might not be a thing before our beginning. Like
Yeah, like before the laws of physics, including cause and effect, were put into place, maybe they weren't a thing before they were a thing, right?
cause and
Yeah.
effect could be an illusion because we're trapped in the flow of time. Like it
Right.
might just be a
Yeah.
uniform thing that's blobbing about, but because we're moving through it in a particular way, it looks like
Right.
there's a sequential pattern to it.
Right. And
Right.
Fox, welcome back
Yeah.
from the store, but that voice is Dr. Kipp, if you
It's
noticed.
my
Yeah.
voice,
Yeah.
actually, yes, but not I. So, and
Yeah.
it's not my camera though, because
Yeah.
it looks like this, right? So it's just me in a dark void.
Which I
There's a
mean,
dog over
it's a
there. So
which I mean, it's a
can you
vibe.
see? There's
So
yeah. There's a. Can you see the black dog on the couch over there?
Not
I
at
think.
yeah,
See,
I
'cause
cannot see the
she's
black
black.
dog in the
I mean,
blackness now.
I can't see the black dog on the black couch at the best of times,
No.
anyways. So
Suddenly it gets brighter now and then.
Yeah, I can see you now.
it's probably
Which mean,
I have a. It's very cozy. I have like I've got like a fire going there
Ooh,
in the
wow,
fireplace.
very nice.
So
Very nice.
there is another dog. Oh no, he's not there. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Here, I'll show him. He's
I don't have another
oh, cool.
dog.
He's over there. Can you see him over there? Probably not. He's lying on a. He's like lying on his giant dog bed.
Maybe.
Like
Yeah, I don't
hiding,
believe you have
hiding
dogs.
amid the pillows. Dagon. Hey,
Dagan, yeah.
can you? Is he?
Okay,
he's
yeah.
not
Fox
even, wow,
recognized the
he
voice
is,
now. Needed that certain Kipp inflection. Yeah, like when he said a boot or a boat
he
or
is
whatever it was.
out. He's not even stirring when I do that. So
Yeah. Good old
sorry
doggies.
about that.
Yeah. No problem.
All right. So what? Okay, Wes. We're all right. We're watching Wes Huff here.
Yeah, he's gonna inform us about like his thoughts on the problem of evil. So
Okay.
Oh, good.
So won't you?
Because
And so can you.
he's
So
yeah.
Because he's
'Cause
also an expert in this.
He knows this shit, right? Like he's just as someone else once put it, he's a polymath. A polymath.
a
Who
polymath.
said that?
See,
Him?
no,
that wasn't him.
I always blank on his name, but I'm also kind of fine with it.
The now you could just call him what I usually call him is just the now disgraced Egyptologist.
Yes. See, I did remember his name once, but I only remembered it for about 9 hours.
Wait,
And
is
then
that
I
one of Michael's
just
friends?
forgot.
Is it that guy?
Oh,
yeah.
I have to tell you
Okay.
something funny. So,
Okay,
because
please do.
do you guys have watched my Scotch streams before?
Yeah, with Joel.
With Dr. Joel Carrico. Yes.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of those.
He went. I'm just getting back from the annual meeting of the Society of Biblical Literature, which took place.
Oh,
in
yeah.
Boston.
That's what you were doing in Boston. Gotcha. Yeah.
This weekend. So now, before the Society of Biblical Literature annual meeting is the ETS, or the Evangelical Theological Society meeting, and it's like it literally it's just a shadow conference, right? That they run parallel to the SBL, and it's for guys who like to pretend to do scholarship and serious academic work to make them feel good about basically doing made up bullshit because they can't get into the SBL, so they get their own.
That's
little.
so crazy.
I thought these people didn't like participation trophies, but that sounds like that's exactly what this is.
100%. That's exactly what it is. It's because they SBL is too full of liberals. And they don't, or at least they used to. It's a little different this year, and it was shocking. I won't get into that, but once upon a time, you couldn't just say, and then God parted the Red Sea in your paper. You actually had to do real scholarship. So they were like,
wait. What? Wait, so you're telling me that like because magic like doesn't work in like actual scholarship? Like this is oh man.
So they got mad about that and said, we're gonna go have our own conference where we can, talk about magic happening. So anyways, so the ETS happens a few days before the SBL, and Joel actually went this year. His first time. He tells me the only reason he went is because they asked him to come and read a paper in a session. But yeah, I know. I don't think he should have gone. And I think maybe now that he did go, he may never go back again. I don't know. We'll talk about it. But
yeah. So Matt, are you familiar with Joel Carrico?
I don't think so.
He's been on my Scotch streams.
Okay.
He's a seminary professor. He just lives down the hill from me, but he's also a seminary professor.
Okay.
And we're friends. And he's a Scotch connoisseur. So nice. And he shares with me. Which is pretty great. So
very nice.
he's a very, very nice guy. So, but the day before the SBL, actually, it might have been the day I was flying in. He's texting me, and he's telling me that he went to a paper at ETS, and he sat down, and then the guy came and sat down right beside him, and it was David Falk. So he says he sat beside him in like 2 sessions. And
the 9 hours polymath himself.
The 9 hours polymath did not even acknowledge his existence. They just could. Which is funny because they both know who each other are, and they ended up sitting beside each other and just not saying a word to one another.
That sounds like that sounds like something I would do. But that's because I'm just like autistic and awkward. But we did have a question for you, Dr. Kipp, from the Real Melly. Was Dagan watching hockey in his sleep?
Is he watching hockey in his sleep? There's actually I've got highlights of a game on the TV right now. I would expect more twitching if he were. And whimpering, but
I was about to say as a joke, of course you're in Canada, so of course there's hockey on some screen somewhere. But then you just made it. Yeah, it actually is. So thank you for confirming.
That's fair. But listen, as I have told, I think I've said this before publicly, but I continue to tell this. To my friends Vish and Dapper, whenever anybody suggests that Dagan actually wrote the book that I didn't write, I always remind them that in his tiny pea brain, there are only 4 thoughts rolling around in there at all times, and they are sleep, eat, run, stick, /tree. Could be a tree, could be a stick, right. But same thing.
I mean, and what is a tree if not just a really big stick?
That is exactly your thing. Exactly, that's exactly how he feels about it. So, nice. Wes Huff. One more thing on Wes Huff. He was also at ETS for a day.
Of course he was.
So yes, but
and Fox asked, did they have an open bar? Because he would need an open bar.
To
go to not at ETS, but
if they did have an open bar, it would be like root beer and ginger ale and Arnold Palmer's.
Yeah, Gorilla. They all don't drink and then go back to the hotel and pretend they're not watching porn.
Yeah, that's right. Gay porn, probably.
Well, I'm praying for these people. Yeah.
So yeah. Many.
I just need to watch them so I know more specifically what I'm praying for them about.
Correct.
It's and Jesus, may your grace cover this gentleman just like this other stuff just covered him. And yes, that's or something to that effect. But anyway.
All right.
So
pardon.
All right. Well, now that I've killed that tangent. All right. So Wes Huff talking about problem of evil. All right. I love how I did that, but no cracking whatsoever.
Maya Adkison is fond of saying, hit the goddamn play button.
Fine.
That is arguably the hardest and most pressing apologetic question there is. Because ultimately, the very tidy philosophical and theological answer isn't the right answer sometimes. Sometimes the right answer to the wrong question is the wrong answer. Because I've encountered situations where someone has brought up...
What the hell was even that?
Yeah.
What was the question?
I don't know what the actual question was. I mean, I know they're talking about the problem of evil, but...
Oh, right.
But yeah, so hold on. What well, what did he? What?
Ultimately,
You know-
the very tidy
You saying something there, Kip?
No, I was just going to say, there are different answers to the question of the problem of evil in the Bible.
No, only one good
Ooh.
one.
Which one is that?
A dealer's choice.
It's the one that combines all of them. Or as I
to do.
echo Fox's sentiment here. Yeah, just what the fuck?
He just did
Yeah.
like a shell game with his words there. He ended up not. I swear he ended up not talking about the thing he started out talking about at the beginning of his sentence.
Yeah, and I think Fox put it here. Yeah, it's the hardest question because the right answer is
no seeing that dog at all. It's just, I don't know why I bother. In the daylight, you can't see her, but
yeah. Which I mean, I'm fine with you keeping your camera on, but it's completely up to you with that. But yeah, I think Fox put it very well here. It's the hardest question because the right answer is not the good answer. Exactly, because that's something I found. As much as Christians love to talk about how much they embrace the mystery and they enjoy things just being beyond our comprehension and God's ways are higher. They only bring that argument out. At least in my experience, it seems like they only bring that out when they don't like what appears to be the obvious answer. But when the obvious answer is something they do like, then they're like, oh, well, the Bible's clear. It's so clear that this is the way it is. But yeah,
and
so it's
really what's clear is that that's their favorite answer. Because the Bible's not clear about anything.
Mm-hmm.
Well, except about really terrible things.
Yeah, and
well, I mean,
and Woodmill, to expand on Fox's previous point, yes, JFC that was a goddamn mess. Yep. Jesus finger licking chicken or whatever that stands for. Yeah. So
I made that dirty somehow.
See, Wes Huff is looking. Okay, hold on. Hold on.
Let me finger licking noise. Is that what that was?
No, here. I put Wes over there so he can look at you disappointingly.
Oh, yes.
He's like, really, Matt?
That's the face of a disappointed ant.
Wait, what?
That's true.
Which ant? The relative or the
relative.
Insect? Okay. Of course, for some reason, my mind went to the insect. That ant is disappointed in you. I don't know why. That's what he would. That's what they would look like if they were.
That's a weird place to go. I gotta say.
Well, I mean, I don't know where else to go. That's my only place. So,
okay.
All right. Speaking of weird places, back to
hit the goddamn play button.
Westminster Huffington.
Philosophical and theological answer isn't the right answer sometimes. Sometimes the right answer to the wrong question is the wrong answer. Because I've encountered situations where someone has
sometimes the right answer to the wrong question is the wrong answer. Is that what he said?
I think I want to hear this one more time.
That's the quiet part out loud.
Answer isn't the right answer sometimes. Sometimes the right answer to the wrong question is the wrong answer. Because
sometimes the right answer to the wrong question is the wrong answer.
Because if you ask the wrong question, you only get wrong answers.
I was going to say, isn't it always wrong?
Yeah, but what is that? What does that even mean? What situation would be? Yeah.
It's a fucking word salad.
It's a thought-stopping deepities.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I like to go. It's not just word salad. This is the whole word salad bar. You're just getting it all. So,
yeah.
But
Wes Huff can clearly toss the best salad. Word salad.
But let's let him cook or continue tossing or whatever it is he's doing.
I've encountered situations where someone has brought up a variation of the problem of evil to me. And I've just felt uneasy about maybe the tenure that they're coming at with the question, kind of the character that
He said tenure, but did he mean tenor? Like the tone?
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking that's
that
what he
makes
meant.
way more
I
sense.
feel like that's got to be it.
Yeah. Hey, you're welcome. I'm being charitable, Wes. You're fucking welcome.
maybe is behind the scenes, and asking them, that's a great question. Why are you asking that question in particular? And finding out, once again, like the previous question related to it, they're personally hurting. And so in that sense, I could give a tidy answer about, if you're positing that something is good, you're positing that there's an objective good and evil, and if there's an objective good and evil, then you're positing an objective law, and an objective law needs an objective lawgiver. So where do we find the groundwork for an objective lawgiver to begin with? Otherwise, you may not like certain things, but to say they ought not to happen is actually an ethical leap to an objective reality that you may.
No, it's a subjective connection to an ethical reality.
Yeah, yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, see, I was right. As he said, Jesus finger-licking mess or something. Yeah. Which is completely different from toe-sucking. I don't know if that's what he's referring to, but I just love those two comments back to back. But, okay, so I'm trying to wrap my mind around what he's actually saying here, and it's difficult. I
just blocked it out.
Yeah, Wes is difficult 2.5 beers in.
That's his whole game, man.
All I had in the fridge was 0 sugar Dr. Pepper.
Oh, how's that? Did you ever finish that gargantuan bottle of Crown Royal?
No. I've been away for several days. Right? It's still in the cupboard. So I'll break it out on Saturday again. So
all right,
yeah.
Awesome. Cool.
Well,
I should be available to watch that. Yeah, I think I'll be back home by then. But yeah.
Yeah, I'll be watching things. So yeah, I'll watch as well.
That was a totally normal way to say that thing you were trying to say.
I know, isn't it? Autism is wonderful.
But all right, so man, now I've kind of forgot what Wes actually said there. Did he actually say anything though? Maybe that's the question.
I have forgotten it as well.
All right, let's back that thing up slightly.
That there's an objective good and evil, and if there's an objective good and evil, then you're positing an objective law, and an objective law needs an objective lawgiver. So where do we find the groundwork for an objective lawgiver to begin with?
Oh, this whole this is, I mean, I hate pretty much any apologetic response to the problem of evil, but this might be near the bottom. This whole thing, well, you're calling something wrong. That means you're agreeing that there is right and wrong. Therefore, you need an objective right and wrong lawgiver or whatever. Therefore, there's God. So
it falls apart from the very beginning. No, all they're saying is they think this is good. Most people, usually what they mean is also most people think this is good. That's all that's happening.
Yeah. And the real Melly with a good point here. Yeah, it's not that I think suffering ought not to happen. It's that it makes no sense that it happens under the triomni God Christians claim exist. Yes, exactly. Because when I say when I see something out in the world, and again, in the context of talking about Christianity and why the problem of evil is such a problem, given the way they claim that God is. And I say, well, if God is loving, then children shouldn't have cancer, or people we shouldn't have millions of people being trafficked in the world right now because those things are terrible and wrong. And they say, well, you're calling them wrong, but by what standard? As if they think that's some kind of gotcha, because that means I have
standard.
But I'll tell them, oh, by what standard are these things wrong? God's. At least the way you're explaining God to me, these things are wrong. So it's an internal critique. It's saying, like, if what you're saying about God and the nature of reality is true, then what we actually see in the world doesn't make sense according to what you are telling me is the case.
I think a lot of Christians just don't get internal critiques, because when James was on here earlier, he, like, if we combine sarcasm with an internal critique, he does not get it. Like, real hard, he doesn't get it every time.
Yeah, like, he's really so good at not getting it. It's like the best.
That's why I thought he was a bot, because he was so good at missing the point over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, Kipp. I mean, he's convinced you're an apologist, so that's.
I'm still not getting, like, even a bot could say they're a real person. I don't believe.
Yeah. Yeah, see, they try to turn it back on you because they don't actually have an answer. So it's like, oh yeah, well, what about you? You don't have an answer. Like, oh yeah, I mean, I know I don't have an answer. Like, I may actually be a nihilist. I'm not exactly sure. I'm at least some kind of, like, existentialist or absurdist or whatever. But yeah, from my perspective, there is no actual answer to like suffering and evil in the world other than that's just shit happens. That's really all there is to it. And we like some of it and we don't like some of it. The universe doesn't give a shit.
Yeah. So. This is invariably what happens when they get pushed into a position where you have to defend something terrible, right?
Yeah.
That's usually the stock way to respond. I just it makes me think about so, like, I don't know, did you guys notice it's been about a week now. You know the Christian apologist David Wood?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, he's a creepy fucker.
Yeah, did you see what happened? Did you see what happened with him over the last week?
No, I have not.
I'm afraid to ask what.
Oh, it's terrible. So he went on. Do you know the name Sam Shamoon?
Nope.
I've heard the name, but I can't, like, place it or yeah.
He's another Christian apologist with a very large following. Also a lunatic. And he and David Wood had some sort of beef, some kind of dispute, and Sam Shamoon had come out and threatened to expose David Wood.
That's delicious.
Right, yeah. And so David Wood went on a live stream with his buddy Apostate Prophet, and to try and diffuse this and to trying to say, you can't touch me. There's nothing you could say that is going to hurt me because I just own it, right? So he comes on a live stream in front of thousands of people to tell the world that before he went to prison, the last two people that he had sex with were a 13-year-old and a 15-year-old girl.
I fucking knew it.
Yeah. So, but this got some attention, and it even got the attention of the Royce Report. Are you familiar with Julie Royce and the Royce Report?
No, I don't think so.
So that's she's an investigative journalist who specializes in evangelical and conservative Christianity and, like, spiritual, physical, and sexual abuse stuff that happens there. So they covered it, right? They wrote a piece on it, and oh my God, the water carriers coming out of the woodwork to defend this guy. Oh, this all happened before he was a Christian. It's all good now. He went to prison and did time for something else.
Right.
It's all good.
It's fine now.
He shows the fruits of a changed life. It's this kind of thing, and then even, like, people will have the audacity to go, I mean, who are you? Who are you to cast the first stone against the attempted murderer and admitted rapist? Like, you've never done anything bad in your life?
It's amazing how many people don't realize they're telling on themselves.
I just,
Yeah,
I
but
know. Yeah.
yeah, because I think that's one of the among many things like in Christianity, like all these like doctrines and things that are presented as these like super positive things. Like they'll like put this positive spin on like the idea that like, well, all sin is the same, like we're all in the same boat and Jesus forgives us all equally.
Yeah.
Like, no, all sins are not the same.
They are
Like,
not.
Like me telling a white lie to my parents when I was 5 years old is not the same as the things that David Wood apparently did.
Well, and it excuses away like
Yeah.
heinous things because like now he's saying that like PDF stuff is no worse than lying. Like it goes
No,
both ways.
apparently not. So long as you've repented and you've changed, you're good, right? But but you know,
allegedly, in my opinion, that fucker still wants to fuck kids.
Oh, listen, there are plenty of legitimately terrible people in this world. He is one of them. Like, just not. Just, you know, he's not a good person. He is not.
He definitely gives that vibe.
Under any circumstances,
like,
I would want anything to do with.
Yeah, I mean, even aside from all that, like if I knew absolutely nothing about his past, like just watching like his stuff on YouTube and like his brand of apologetics, I was like, this guy's a piece of shit.
Oh yes,
but
like,
yes,
just like straight up sociopathic is how it comes
across
to me.
But this is the thing too, is people will make excuses for him because of that. Oh, but he's a psychopath. He's incapable of empathy. He's incapable of remorse. So he just, you know, that's how he looks when he's on camera. You know, you've got to give him a break because he was apparently miraculously delivered by Jesus from his psychopathy, but also now gets a free pass for, you know, saying all sorts of heinous shit. Just because, well, you know, he's got this mental disorder that, he can't help it.
They can. So
So
like the thing is, like they can be. This is my understanding, and I could be wrong. They can still pass as good people. Like they can still be like in quotes a good person if they want to be, but they won't do it for other people. It's only if they see the benefit in it.
It's very self-serving. Yep.
Yeah. So a couple good points here in the chat. Yeah, Fox. Yeah, stealing a Kit Kat is not the same as that shit. Like, yeah, and anyone who tries to tell you it is full of shit.
The same thing is happening in politics in our country. Like Megyn Kelly I don't know if Tommy you heard this.
Oh my God, yeah.
She was like, well, you know, like 13 and 15-year-olds, that's not really pedophilia. Like, that's really like you want to go on the record trying to like no true Scotsman like true pedophilia.
Yeah, which here's the thing, like what's incredibly fucked up about that is apparently like Megyn Kelly has a daughter who's like 14, 15 years old.
Yeah.
I'm like, I mean, I have a 16-year-old daughter. Like I don't know if
Megyn Kelly had an SA experience in her past around that age that she's defending, but it seems like somebody might do that if they're trying to rationalize away something is actually not as bad as it was.
That could be.
What's additionally crazy about that, though, Matt, is that Megyn Kelly was part of the
class
action against what's his name, Roger Ailes.
Ailes.
Like she was part of that whole sexual harassment, sexual abuse. Okay, like what the fuck is she doing?
Like who is paying her a certain amount, or like what does somebody have on her? Like this doesn't. I don't know. Or maybe she just doesn't have any scruples, and she's just doing what she
Yeah.
thinks might end up in her best interest.
Yeah, but also just wanted to highlight. Yeah, Romelli had another great point here. Yeah, telling God he's really sorry doesn't bring any justice to the girls he hurt.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and I'm
But it
tired
always-
of people pretending that does.
In
So,
in these
yeah.
sorts of conversations, and in that one too, I stay off of Twitter most of the time, but I was back on Twitter
Smart.
a fair bit the last few days. But this is, it always comes back to this. As soon as he brings stuff like this up. Well, I mean, but what standard can you even say that that murder is wrong, or that slavery is wrong, or that sexual abuse is wrong? And I don't know. I'm just so tired of
Yeah,
having to of feeling like I mean, we're all. I'm sorry. I guess that was a good question when you were 5, but
right. Yeah,
we're
it's
grown
like,
ups now, right? I mean,
I would think. Yeah, I think one of the best ways I've heard it wasn't about this in particular, but I mean, as much because the tism, I feel like I need to qualify like almost everything I say, but in Sam Harris, like in his like writings and talks about like his like moral philosophy about the moral landscape, that was the name of his book, talking about like basing like what's moral, like where his attempt to like actually base morality in science, which from what I hear from like actual experts on it, it's like, he maybe didn't actually quite get there, he maybe kind of overshot, but it was at least cool that he was like making an attempt and kind of igniting the conversation about it. But because his thing, for people who aren't familiar, is based on basically just like human well-being versus suffering. It's like, maximizing well-being is the moral thing, but maximalizing suffering is like the immoral thing, and like that's your basis. But when he was like addressing the question of, well, how can you really say that like human suffering is actually wrong? And he's like,
Yeah.
basically like, I mean, if like, I mean, like he like likened it to the reaction of like touching a hot stove. It's like you automatically pull your hand away because like, oh, that hurts. That's bad. So I love the way he put it, like to the question of, well, how can you really say that like suffering is wrong? And like his wording was, and I think this applies to like what you were just saying there, Kipp. It's like we've hit philosophical rock bottom with the shovel of a stupid question. It's like, how can you say that's wrong? Like, how can you not? Like.
oh,
Like-
for real, right?
Yeah,
Well, it's not
so,
wrong
yeah,
if God tells you to do it.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
the
Yeah.
standard.
if I
Yeah, so like,
I'm gonna try and get the dog in here again. Oh, I could just. Let's see if I turn the light on my phone on, maybe you can see.
Yeah.
See her.
I was gonna say, like, Kipp, did they just not have lights? Like,
I don't
Like-
I don't
like I've seen
there's
you.
a-
I have seen you
there's
stream
like
from
a-
your home before. I know you have lights.
Yeah, but I have I'm in a different room, and I don't
There's no lights in here.
like. No, there's lights, over the fireplace, and there's like a main light in the room. I just don't like turning it on. So
Oh yeah, the
don't-
harsh overhead.
But here, I think. Oh yeah, there we go.
The big,
We can,
the big light. Yeah, that's a thing.
can we see the? Can we see her over there?
Let's see.
See, even with the flashlight on her, it's impossible to see the black dog on the couch. You can't even see her, can you?
No, I
It's
can see
insane.
a shape.
Like
It
you were
could be part
correct.
of a
I
dog.
cannot.
Oh god. All right.
Well, thanks for trying anyway. But
Yeah.
we do love the doggos.
This was yeah. As I my friends used to say, always. I don't know if I should say this. I could go.
This is the place to say things you'll regret
Is it
later.
okay?
Yeah.
Black Labs matter.
No, it's true. That is very true.
I don't
But,
think
you know,
that's offensive.
There,
Unless you're saying
here's the
black
thing.
people are dogs. Like,
No,
that's
definitely not
offensive.
saying that. So,
Right.
So listen, but this is a real thing. Black dogs are historically marginalized in terms of social situations. People, as a rule, are more afraid of black dogs. And black dogs in like homeless shelters have a higher higher extermination rate and lower adoption rates. So yeah. So black labs, people. They're
I had a black lab mix. She died like within the last 6 months. Tommy, how long ago has it been? 6 months or so?
Maybe. I honestly don't remember.
Yeah, she was, I think, 13.
Yeah,
She
it's
was
not
around
too long
13.
ago. Yeah.
same with black cats, says the real Melly. That is very true.
Yeah.
Black dogs,
which like I had a question like I posed to people a while ago. Like this more just like my point with this was try to illustrate like the absurdity of like superstitions like around like black cats. It's like basically saying like that's like saying like I wonder if cats like are nervous around black people. It's like you see how like absurd that is. But
I've heard from like a couple like black friends that I've had where a lot of dogs don't like black people, like black men especially. And I think it's just because I think what that means is the owners of those people aren't around black people very much at all.
Yeah.
And so they're just like, why? Who are you?
Yeah.
I can see how a dog would just be very confused if all they've ever been around is white people. Just like a racist fuck, they would be like, that's different. I'm afraid.
Yeah. True enough.
Yeah.
All right.
America's fun these days.
Well, yeah. Well, speaking of unpleasant things, remember Wes Huff?
Oh, yes.
He's over here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You had your picture with him. Your besties. So.
Otherwise, you may not like certain things, but to say they ought not to happen is actually an ethical leap to an objective reality that you may or may not have groundwork for. But if that person is...
Okay, like...
He was so sure of himself until he said you may or may not have ground for.
No, but I think that was almost... I don't know if that was necessarily like a sarcastic, but almost like a pandering, like, oh, you may or may not have grounding for that. But...
Oh.
It's like, no, we have grounding, but he's just making the assumption that the only grounding, the only possible grounding for any of this is God. But yeah, never mind that like what we see in the Bible, like there is, like the Bible doesn't even have a consistent moral like through line, like that's
sure doesn't.
So yeah, that's why like. When people like, I know like Frank Turek says this a lot when he talks about like morality and like, he's like, oh, see, without like a moral standard, then we just have like everyone just like deciding for themselves, like what's wrong. And like, there'd be no standard. Like, oh, you mean exactly what we see when we look out at the world and like the diversity of human cultures across the entire planet. Like people have different ideas of what right and wrong is. Oh, that thing that we actually have in the world. Oh yeah, that. So you're saying that's what we would have without God? Well, super. Thanks for making my argument for me.
Did both of you guys deconstruct out of Christianity?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
I know you did, Tommy. Did you too, Matt?
Yeah. Yeah. By the time I was done with it, specifically out of like the spiritual warfare, praying against demons section of it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
more like charismatic-y.
So you guys understand this, but I am often telling people like I was a Christian almost my entire life. Even until it's only pretty recent that I have been what I would say non-confessional that I've rejected specifically the identification as Christian, right? So my moral compass did not change at a degree, like a single degree, when I deconverted. I held to the same moral truths up until the point of time at conversion. Now, I mean, some of those changed those are the sorts of things that changed as I got older, right? As I became an adult, when I was in my early 20s, I was legitimately pretty terrible. But I grew out of a lot of that. I changed with learning things and growing. But it's like it's not the thing. It is so obviously not the thing that is defining your morals for anyone. It just nobody.
Right.
It's not on its own a moral system. I would say that Christianity can make. I think it can make positive and negative contributions to this. But like, for example, it takes something that Josh and I are encountering more and more when we encounter slavery apologetics, right? Is like more and more people, more and more Christians are, no longer attempting to soft pedal what's actually happening in the Bible and say, oh, well, it's not as bad, or this was the good kind of slavery, or, oh, look, they got Sabbath off. That's nice. And that kind of thing. There's still that, but what there's a lot more of now is just people who are straight up going to tell you, yep, yeah, there's just nothing wrong with it. You just have to do it right. You just have to do
there's
right. But that's a thing, right? Where I think everybody instinctively in this part of the world, at least in this day and age, in the year of our Lord Beyonce 2025, everybody instinctively knows that there's something wrong with this, but it takes going back and actually reading the Bible to go, now wait a minute, maybe this is actually okay under the right conditions.
So I think we're on the edge of a
real quick. I agree with Melly here. Like, real quick. If it were a coherent moral system, all Christians would share the same morality. Yeah, which they don't.
But they do.
But also, I do enjoy like I said, like Kipp, like I know like you weren't a fan of like the like low lighting, but I actually like enjoy the vibe of you just like sitting there in the dark and
it's very Electric Wizard.
But anyway, But I'm sorry, as you were saying, Matt.
I think there's like a different kind of polarization happening, like in the like religious and the right and the conservative. There's there's gonna be a chunk of people who deconstruct from conservatism and from Christianity, but the ones that remain, I think, are gonna get like really hardened into like that kind of like Christian fascism version where Kipp was talking about how it's people are just going to double down on slavery and like double down on sexism and the people who can't tolerate that, like more and more of them are going to get pushed out, and what we're going to be left with is like pretty extreme Christianity causing all kinds of potentially violent problems.
That's the fear, right?
That's also their death.
Which, like I said, like the possible like silver lining to that black cloud is as more and more people become more extreme with it. Like I think it's kind of the effect, like kind of like unintended effect that we're even seeing now with more fundamentalist Christians, even with someone like Ken Ham, or all the ones like, well, if you're going to be a Christian, like you have to believe in a literal like young Earth 7-day creation, like as it says at least in one part of Genesis, but then you have all these Christians like, oh, well, and if in order to be a Christian, I need to believe in that, but science is showing that's not the case. Well, then I guess I'm not a Christian. So you kind of have like both things going on at the same time. You have like some people becoming like farther entrenched, but like the more entrenched they become, the more they drive other people away who maybe aren't as like hardcore as they are. So it's like, it sucks that we're getting these more like extreme elements, but like I said, at least hopefully it means that it's like Matt said, like it's dying and shrinking. But
people are
hey, there's a Kipp.
No. Sorry, I'm getting something else to
like. People are going to see themselves in those people. So okay, like you were describing how people won't like how people in their own ranks are acting.
Yeah.
So these are people who they have a connection with, they see a connection with, right? Yeah. But like they're acting like that. Well, I don't want to be connected with that, and it's just it's gonna spiral, and it's great for history. Temporarily, it's gonna be rough.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, sorry, no offense, Wes, but like we're talking now. We'll get back to you. But yeah. But with this whole idea of like, well, you have to get your morals from something like Christianity or a God, and they say, well, this is why, again, the people who think the Bible is like univocal, monolithic, whatever, it has a singular like moral framework. Let's assume that is the case, which obviously isn't, but let's just say it is. Like, so an analogy I like to use, I don't know if I've actually shared this on the show, so yeah, you guys let me know what you think of this. It's like, they say, like, okay, Christianity has all these morals in it that have been so influential on society, whether it's like Western society, global, whatever. So clearly our morals came from this, but I look at it as like, that's like saying, but because like my hypothesis, whatever you want to call it, is like people already had these moral intuitions and then they just codified them in the form of this like religion. Yeah. So to me, that's like saying, so like sports, like those are like a big thing that a lot of societies use to foster things like teamwork, cooperation, getting along with other people, building character or whatever. But it's like, but sports arose from that feeling that humans already had before that, and that's why we created things like sports. But so that's like saying the concept of teamwork and cooperation came from sports. Like, no, we created sports because we already valued those things. So that's how I see like Christianity or whatever religion you want to say is responsible for our sense of morality. It's like, no, humans already had these like moral senses and frameworks or whatever, and then we just put them in the forms of religion.
Yeah, the morality that we like it is in the Bible because people like us are in the Bible. Like, and we're in that time period when it was written down and when the stories were passed around and agreed upon. Like, it's us. It's not the Bible.
Speaking of sports, did anybody notice how much the Edmonton Oilers absolutely suck right now? It's pretty great. So
I don't typically notice anything about the Oilers. See, I was into like the NHL for a little bit, but unfortunately, like our closest like local team is the Blue Jackets. So it's been kind of hard.
Cincinnati then?
Cincinnati, yeah.
Or Columbus. Oh, okay.
We're in Cincinnati,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, we have an IHL team, but
yeah, but I became like, I actually for a short while was like a really big fan of the Blue Jackets because I actually moved to Columbus in like the spring of 2014, like when they were making like their first playoff run and like since forever. And then they were actually and then they were like actually good for like 3 seasons or whatever after that, but then after like the past couple of years, I've just completely lost interest. Yeah, that was Which even before like his tragic passing, like watching him play on that team, I was like, it's like someone like bought a Ferrari and just threw it in a junkyard.
I know,
Like,
right? Yeah.
But then then he was like then he tragically died.
That's how
like,
Joey Votto
that
was for Reds baseball.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, I remember like when Votto, especially in his prime, I was like, I can't think.
What the hell is he even doing here?
Yeah, like I can't think of a single baseball team where there's like such a deficit between like the skill of a certain player and the team itself. It's almost like Joe Burrow and the Bengals, like when he's actually healthy.
Like they were so bad he couldn't carry the team.
Yeah,
for as good as he was.
Yeah. So, but yeah. So that's why, like, when I was into hockey, I was like super into it. It's like, oh, hey, the Blue Jackets are actually fun to watch now, but then they just kind of weren't.
They got all Ohio about it.
Yeah. So yeah. Yep. All right. Well, do we want to get back to Wes, or
I kind of do.
Kind of do. All right. If you insist.
Struggling because a family member of theirs has cancer, then that particular maybe tidy, tied up in a nice bow answer is not going to speak to them whatsoever. And so that's why that's the hardest question.
And this is something that like Christians will just say like kind of freely, like almost like it's like a good thing. It's like, yeah, like saying, I don't remember exactly what he was referring to, but I'm just remembering like, cliches that Christians will throw out there, like, oh, God is in control, like he's got this, like everything happens according to his plan. But when it comes to like someone who's actually going through shit, like their kid has cancer or like their like sister just like died in a like hurricane or something like that, or it's like those answers like just fall completely flat at best, if not just continue to do more damage. But Christians are like, yeah, that's not the right thing to say at that point. Like, but I'm like,
but shouldn't it be?
Yeah, because if you actually believe that God is in control and he does have a plan and all this is working out for his purposes, then like, why would you not say that? And shouldn't the fact that that is not comforting to people, like, shouldn't that be telling you something? That your version of the good news is not good news for people in their most vulnerable, like when they need good news the most. Your good news is not good news.
It should be the best.
But there's like, oh well, yeah, but obviously you don't want to say that. Then it's like, well, yeah.
This is what happens when fan fiction gets codified.
Yeah. And it's still bothering me that he turned himself in the chair, but didn't turn his chair with him. So now he's sitting on it awkwardly, and that's just what I'm fixating on right now.
A much more aggressive way to sit when you're that close to somebody. Like, is he one of those gay guys that doesn't like women? Like, is he like a sexist like gay guy? Like that they're on the right. That's a real thing.
This was a curious venue for an interview.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of, hey, did you guys see Paulo Gia's video this morning about Wes Huff?
I did not. I didn't get to that.
I started watching it, but didn't get very far yet.
No. So I was only disappointed. It's very good. You make sure you finish it. But I was only disappointed because he showed me and Dave Ziebert some because he was trying to pick a thumbnail. So he showed us some that he was selecting from, and in my opinion, he picked the most boring one. So, the text on the other ones was like way better. The one he picked was like, oh no, not there. Let's go here.
I wonder if it's the same one.
Pull it up on my phone.
So I saw
it was
First Blood or something.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Does it rotate? Maybe he's got different ones because I've seen.
Yeah, I saw the First Blood one too.
I think there's a function where you can release multiple versions of it.
Oh, that's cool.
And then the one that performs the best, you switch all of the other releases to that one.
So the three of them are Call of Duty, Defend the Faith, which I thought was super boring. The other one is the Born Again Identity, which I love. I thought that was really good.
That's a good one.
And then
Like it.
and then the one you saw, this was my favorite. It was First Blood of the Lamb.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I legitimately I laughed out loud when I saw that one. So
That's the perfect
Yeah.
muscle combination one.
yeah. Yeah.
See, Matt, you're in good company. Windmill also started it. But, yeah, I also just wanted to highlight a couple, like as far as like responses, like Fox, like it's a test. Yeah.
Like as
Fuck
soon as I
that
started,
shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
as soon as I started
And-
playing the Apologia video, I realized that like I knew I was going to need to focus too much, and I was working at the time.
Mm.
I'm like, that'd be bad. I should watch that later.
Yeah, he requires your attention. But yeah. But as the real Melly says, the worst is when they say someone else's suffering is to bring you closer to God. Like, oh,
Isn't that great?
it's like
That's
I have
pretty dope.
legit heard
That's like self-cynical.
like I have legit heard like this from actual people, like they were Christians, and one of they lost a very young child.
Great.
But then they said, "Oh, but then we had another child," and they basically framed it as like God like blessing them with another child. Like they didn't use the words, but basically to replace the other one. And I'm like,
And grief and weird narrative does crazy
Yep.
stuff.
yeah. Which I mean, there's also like the aspect of like having not gone through something like that myself. I'm always hesitant to tell other people that they're reacting to that situation wrong because like I have no idea like what they're going through, but it's like, but fuck, if there is a wrong way to react to that, I mean that's got to be pretty close. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
But what they must be going
Yeah.
through for that to be the solution, like internally, what they're going through. It must have been in a dark
Yeah.
place if that's brightness, you know,
yeah, but yeah.
because it isn't.
Well, speaking of dark places, back to the Huffster, I guess.
Question. Because there are actually very good answers to it.
Are there?
But often it doesn't speak to the person in front of you because questions have questioners that sit behind them.
Okay, so, hold on. I want to hear that again.
Answers to
So-
it. But often there are actually very good answers to it. But often it doesn't speak to the person in front of you.
Well, then how good of an answer is it if it doesn't speak to the person in front of you?
Because Tommy,
What-
questions have questioners, and if your answer doesn't appeal to them, is he trying to describe that like there's no empathy involved in his solution? Or
Was
like,
her question about how to talk to people who are
I don't think it was.
like struggling
Actually, I don't.
with the problem of evil?
Yeah, I don't think we didn't actually hear her question. This just started with Wes.
Fantastic.
Started. Okay.
Like
Wow.
just like the other video, like it, like in
Wow.
the first video we watched, like the lady, like she didn't even say a word till like almost halfway through the clip.
I think
So
there's
it was like-
actually
Yeah.
no. I think the one of this there's actually like a video of the full interview
Oh, is that out yet?
somewhere that
That
had,
out now?
yeah. I'm pretty sure I watched that one. So maybe in the clip version it's even more awkwardly disjointed and frustratingly opaque. So
Well, that makes it fun.
yeah, there you go.
I mean, unless you're like
Yeah.
actually trying to get something from what he's saying, that would not be great.
But this
for our
is, I mean,
purposes-
how much is this though? Just a tacit admission from Wes that we don't have any answers that are helpful for anyone. So
right.
Yeah.
our answers commonly don't do things for people.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
So-
which, yeah, I mean, this is just like another example of like beginning with your conclusion, but then just molding the rest of reality to fit that. Because like in any other circumstance, it's like, oh, I think like the answers to this situation, like, yeah, these are the best answers. But then when you go to give those answers to people going through the situation and they don't work, in fact, if anything, they actually make their problem worse, they would be like, oh, maybe that's not actually the answer. But like Christians are like, oh, well, it's still the answer, but obviously you don't say it in that situation, but it's still the answer. Like,
Mhm.
You only say it when it doesn't really matter. That's when it works.
yeah. Apologetics. So,
because questions have questioners that sit behind them. And one of the pitfalls of my chosen field of ministry, apologetics, is that sometimes we give answers where we talk at people rather than with people, and there's a danger to that.
Sometimes you say. Sometimes.
which at least he recognizes that that's a problem.
Does he
Because
though? Look at his face.
because there are those Christians who will, like, you know, speaking to like what we were saying before, like, oh, yeah, Christians will admit like saying this in this situation isn't the best. Like, there are Christians who are like just so like dead set, like, no, this is the truth, and like I will say this to anybody in this situation anytime because it's the truth, and if they don't like it, that's their problem. But at least he's like recognizing, like, oh yeah, sometimes these answers don't actually work. So I'm like, keep going with that thought, Wes. But he just fucking won't. But
Yeah, definitely Fox.
Yeah.
Wes should never be a
Yeah.
grief counselor.
yeah, no.
That goes dark places.
No. Just yeah, all the no's.
Does anybody know the character
The Christian
Michael
faith isn't.
on the
What's
show? Does anybody know the character Michael, the serial killer on the show Elementary, the Sherlock Holmes adaptation?
No, I don't know shows. So.
Yeah, I'm getting those vibes.
I watched that one. It was
What's
very good. I watched that one. It was very good.
Yeah.
But I don't remember Michael.
Yeah, he was like a minor villain. Once they got Moriarty out of their system in the storyline, like they were just kind of like, oh, here's somebody kind of like that, and
Oh, okay.
they should never got rid of Moriarty because like Sherlock and Moriarty had like a love affair, and they were like super into each other.
Yeah.
And then they killed off that storyline for some dumb
And it was
reason.
Natalie Dorn.
Yeah, it was.
So you know, I watched. I think I only watched it up until she was no longer in it.
Okay, yeah. That's about a little over halfway through, I think. It's a great show.
Yes, I nodded along as if I had any idea what you two were talking about.
You might like it, Tommy. It's on Hulu if you have Hulu.
Yeah, Lucy Liu's in
I do
it
not,
too, right?
But yeah.
She is very much in that show.
Yeah. She was really good.
All right.
She's forever attractive.
Yep. Not untrue.
Like Natalie Dormer too. But
Well, speaking of never unattractive, this face that Wes is making right now, I'm gonna make him not make it anymore.
Just an intellectual assent, right? It's a personal relationship. And that should also be played out in the answers that we give. So in one sense, I would say that
Yeah, so he's saying like you need to cater the answers you give based on the situation, essentially is what I'm hearing. But like as a Christian, like shouldn't you be basing your answers on just like what the Bible says? Regardless of situation? Like so again, like he's admitting the pitfalls of it.
Yeah. There's probably, I don't know, you can probably derive that message from the book of Job.
Yeah.
Because that's something that Job's four friends are censured for basically delivering endless platitudes to their suffering friend.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I guess you could indirectly take that
Yeah.
from
Yeah,
that.
but also one of the things I do like about the story of Job, and I think this might be the thing to actually take away as far as like how to actually deal with like someone close to you who's going through some shit. But like if I remember, like yeah, eventually like Job's friends like started like running their mouths and like saying all this bullshit. But if I remember correctly, at first they literally just like showed up and like
It
said
just
nothing like for
sat there
days.
with them. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I'm
true.
like,
That's very
yeah,
true.
there's so for me, like there's your takeaway. If you want to know like how to deal with like a friend of yours who's like going through some shit, like show up and shut the fuck up.
Yep.
Like that's what you do. Now speaking of Job, like something I wanted to ask you, Kipp, because I've heard this interpretation, particularly at, like about the end, like after like God goes through his all like, where were you when I made all this awesome bullshit, and Job like says like it's like he like covers his mouth and said like I won't say anything else or whatever.
Oh.
Are you familiar with Peter Enns?
I am.
I
What
remember
does he
like
have to say about it?
so this wasn't just him. He was saying like other scholars like have like this is not that this is the only interpretation, but there's a possible interpretation of that. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on it. So it's more like the common interpretation I always heard like with Job, it was him like basically being like, "Oh, I'm sorry, God. Yeah, you're right. I'll shut up. I'll stop talking." But the way I heard Enns like talk about it was more like Job like kind of like holding his ground, like saying, "I said what I said. I'm not going to say anything else." Like, and then in the end, God actually ends up vindicating him and like turning to Job's friends, like, "Yeah, you know what? Job's right. You guys are a bunch of assholes. How dare you berate him for all this stuff?" So I don't know what. So I don't know what your thoughts on.
I
that
have
were.
I have quite a few thoughts.
I thought that was an
On,
interesting twist. I don't know if that's reading a different narrative into it than the one that's there.
So Job is the problem with Job is it is an exceptionally complicated book. I'm trying to actually pull up. I've written about it, and I'm trying to pull up, but it's not. It's doing weird things. Do something normal. How do I get back to my table of? I'm trying to pull it up on my iPad here, but
I agree.
it's what?
Nothing.
Okay. So, damn it. I'll just. Oh, here we go. Okay, now. Content. Go there. There we go. Okay. So, like, here's what I'll just read you. My take on this.
All right.
If I can find it. So yeah. Here we go. Now I'll say as well that the exchange in particular, and at one point Job actually says, right, I have a lawsuit that I am bringing before Yahweh, before God. I have a case to make. So one of the, and this is very clearly in there, a way to read this text is that this is it's like a legal dispute that Job has with Yahweh, and yeah, when Vish isn't around to handle the text stuff, so that's very true.
Fair.
So
Yeah.
So this is and Job actually wins the lawsuit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And gets reparations for it, right? He's compensated. But I'll read you what I've written about this. Let's see where to start. So yeah, the appeal of Job's friends is for him to pitch his case before Yahweh. If he's truly innocent, then God will vindicate him. In chapter 5, verse 8, he says, "As for me, I would seek out El, and before God I would set my word." But Job resists. His dilemma is that he knows he's innocent, and he knows that God knows that he's innocent. He says in 23:10-12, "He knows my way, he tests me, I shall come out like gold. In his footstep, my own foot is planted. By His way I have kept, and not wavered. Commandments of his lips I have not withdrawn. Within my own precepts I have hidden the words of his mouth. I'm just skipping forward here. Finally, after much pushback on the trite advice of his exasperated friends, after crying out to the God who was ignoring him, Yahweh shows up and he confronts Job in a set of lengthy speeches in chapters 38 through 41. Who is this darkening my counsel with words but with no knowledge, is what Yahweh says. Shall a malcontent argue with Shaddai? Whoever rebukes a god must respond. Job answered Yahweh and said, see here, I am tiny. What answer of mine will satisfy you? I slap my hand over my mouth. Once I have spoken, but I will not respond. Twice, but will not continue. Yahweh answered Job from the storm and said, here now, hike up your skirts like a man. Like a man. I will interrogate you, and you will answer me. Would you in fact impugn my justice? Do you dare condemn me as if in the right? Have you an arm like a god? Can you thunder with a sound like his voice? In a series, that's chapter 40, verses 2 to 9. In a series of
God has a small
petulant
penis.
diatribes. Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? In a series of petulant diatribes, Yahweh essentially reaffirms many of the observations of his friends, and disappointingly asserts his omnipotence and Job's inability to comprehend why such things happen. In short order, people suffer or they do not within the grand design of God, which is none of your fucking business anyways. Is this really a message meant to comfort? So Job is silenced into resigned acceptance. And this is kind of what I want to focus on. In chapter 42, verses 2 to 6, he says this: I know that you are capable of everything. No schemes are beyond you. And then he's quoting Yahweh's words back to him. He says back to Yahweh, who is this darkening counsel with a dearth of knowledge? To wit, he says, I have held court, but I do not understand. Things too difficult for me, so I do not know. Listen now, I myself will speak. I will interrogate you, and you will reveal unto me. And he's parroting God there again, right? But he continues, by my own ear I have surely heard you, but now my eye has seen you. So then I give up. I repent in dirt and ash. So that's chapter 42, verses 2 to 6. And I say this, can you hear it in his voice? Is it piety? Is it regret? Is it humility? Theologians and commenters alike will tend to interpret Job's final response in this light. I don't know who this is, but this is a bad conservative commentator. The Lord's, it's in a, I do actually have it referenced in the book, but I'm too lazy to look up the footnote right now. The Lord's speeches has stripped Job of his pride and self-sufficiency, and all that remained was a debasing need to repent. But if you are anything like me, you will find this an unsatisfying resolution. Is that it? God just gets to flip the game board, and Job, who has been vocal, insistent, and brave in his petition for justice from a deity, is just good with that? Color me skeptical. To be clear, we can't hear Job's voice, and without hearing it, without hearing him, we also can't know whether his final words here are spoken in fawning acceptance or may otherwise be just a tad sardonic. I prefer to think that this is a moment of exasperation for the abused protagonist. Yahweh sat silently through his complaints, through a fire hose of bad advice from his confused friends, only now to respond with verbal barbs as sharp and traumatizing as the corporeal ordeal he has endured. I prefer to see in Job's words defiance, a final faux contrition before Yahweh, performed through clenched teeth of tongue-in-cheek resentment. The best way to shut up a blustering tyrant is to say whatever it takes to make him stop talking. just shut the fuck up, Yahweh. So, and that's kind of in terms of Job's response in the end. That tends to be I hope that's what the author wanted. I hope the author kind of wanted Job basically saying, "Oh, look at you. You can control the sun and the snow and the waves, and you're so big and strong. All these chaotic monsters, and you've got controlled under your thumb. Oh yeah, you're a big man, God, picking on little old me. What am I gonna do? I guess I shall repent in dust and ash, because clearly, what other choice do I have?" So
Right. Wow. Well, thank you.
you're welcome.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. What were you reading from there, by the way?
That's my book.
Was that
by the way.
was that your new book or?
Yes. So
Oh, cool.
I heard you don't write books.
yeah, it's a nasty rumor going around. It's not true. So
But
Neil
I've seen it
Sand
on YouTube.
started that. Neil Sandlak started that rumor. And then and Maya Atkinson continued it. So
I don't know. Is she just still bitter about the cover, or like?
no,
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe she is. She got over that. So
Oh, that's good. That's good.
I think it's really interesting how people can see
there it
that
is. See?
the ending of
There's-
Job
oh,
in
it's too
so many
bright.
different
You can't
ways.
see it. It's interesting to what? Sorry.
Like how like that. Your description of that sounds the most plausible to me. But then I think it's interesting how people like across the Christian spectrum and like atheist, former Christian, can see a different tone in there.
Oh yeah, right. So
Like
you can see it now.
And I almost wonder if that's intentional by the writer. Like,
Oh,
is the point
yeah.
not to give an answer, but to like give people something to wrestle with? Like, what was the ending?
100%. I am into this idea that that the writer, because here's the thing too, right? The Book of Job in Hebrew is famously dense. Like, it is the most difficult book to read in Hebrew, because the writer is trying to write it in this really pretentious, old-fashioned sounding kind of. Yeah, it would be like somebody today trying to write like in Shakespearean English, but like in a really. And I think part of that is almost as a way just to not he's certainly trying to show that this is a very, very old story, very ancient, right? But I think there's a lot more to it. I think he's also trying to add to the ambiguity of it by just making a lot of it confusing and difficult to read. Like, you have to really work hard to read this text, and say nothing of understanding half the shit too, right? So it's
Right.
but that's and in many ways I like I think it's an ingenious text, because it's intentionally situating the reader in the position of Job, to just frustrate and confuse the reader while he's reading it. It's supposed to be difficult. So yeah, I could go on about that, but for a while, but I won't, because this is not my show.
Hey, that's all right. So let's see here. So I wanted to.
James showed up again in the chat, kind of just being. Well, first, he said thank you in Russian for. I had to look that up. Spasibo or Spasibo. Or I'm saying it completely wrong. So thanks for the thank you in Russian. That's a first. But and being a bit of a contrarian.
Oh, It's
I wouldn't have
not.
expected from James up
It's
to this
God.
point.
No,
About the
it
Old
was
Testament,
written.
I mean,
It was written in the Persian period. It probably dates to
Mhm.
400. Now, there are really old old stories similar to the Book of Job from around, like there's Mesopotamian stories and Hittite stories that are similar to Job from much earlier in time. And I think that they probably had something like this floating around in antiquity, but the Book of Job as we have it now is not among the older texts of the Bible. That's for sure,
Mm.
and we know
okay.
that. Like there's just no dispute about that either. So the only people who are pushing back on this idea that Job is really ancient are like the Hugh Ross types who want to think that Job was an actual guy who
Oh, wow.
lived in the
Oh.
Bronze Age, right?
Oh.
And that this is stuff that actually happened to him, and somebody wrote a story about it back when it
Because of
happened.
course.
So yeah,
Yeah. No.
yeah.
So I guess in a way to kind of tie like the story of Job back with like the first video that we watched about Wes Huff trying to explain like deconstruction and bring your questions before God. Like so, let me know if this like makes sense to you, because like among so many, this is just one of so many things where I feel like the more like progressive Christians, like the nicer, like friendlier varieties of Christianity, as much as I appreciate that they are trying to take things more this way, but I feel like they're kind of going against what the Bible like actually says about God. So when they say things like, "Oh, God loves your questions. He loves, you like challenging him on things."
Apparently
But
not.
like when I read Job, so this is a meme I made a while ago. So let me know if you think this is
Let's see.
if you think this is an appropriate
Approps.
interpretation. Let's see if Restream is thinking. It's thinking.
Oh, good.
There we
There.
go.
See, that's like when I read Job, like all the Christians, like, "Oh, God loves your questions." I'm like, have you read Job? It seems like questions kind of piss him off
And Tommy,
and make him.
you didn't see Game of
No.
Thrones, did you?
No, I mean I
Right.
know who this is, but like that's
Yeah,
why
he's
I
a little
chose the
twat.
picture. Yeah. So
It is funny though. So
okay.
yeah, I would say I don't know. I think there is a and because I take I certainly as a scholar, it's very difficult for me to say the Bible says this one thing, right, about who God is or what how he behaves or acts, because there's lots of different voices, in particular in the Old Testament, of lots of different perspectives on who God is and how he operates, and on things that happen in the world, right? So I would say that's certainly there, and I think that shows up in the way that I read Job's response to God, right? After he throws his little hissy fit there that goes on for 3 chapters. But it's
Where it talks about how he made dinosaurs, right?
no,
That'd be
God.
the time to say it, if anywhere.
So yeah, not dinosaurs. They're also not, because I know Aaron. Whoops, I always do that. I know Aaron Ra is very fond of saying that Leviathan in the Book of Job is a crocodile. No, Leviathan's like a chaos monster, like a divine being. Same with Behemoth. I think is like is like the terrestrial counterpart of that. So
band.
these are, what's that?
Oh,
Behemoth
also a
is
good band.
It's a good band.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's very true.
Not a great
So-
god, but
Not a great guy. Well, we don't know anything about him except for this. So,
Yeah.
not.
that's
Yeah.
true. That's all Christian programming. Behemoth could have been a great guy.
It's probably
That's true.
like Baal is probably Behemoth. So
Okay,
yeah,
Yeah.
but I don't know either.
like
Sure.
proto Yahweh. Is that right?
No, that's no. So, like,
Did I hallucinate that?
and this is something. I just came from SBL, and one evening at dinner, actually, one evening, Dan McClellan was complaining about this, but
Yeah.
you know, and this is true. Like Yahweh is not a Canaanite deity in the way that we think of. Like he's not like these are the gods, the Canaanite gods like El and Baal and Asherah and Anat and Dagon and uh you know these figures that we know from the text at Ugarit. Yahweh was never at Ugarit. One of the one thing we don't know a lot about where Yahweh came from,
Mhm.
or even a lot about what Yahweh worship and devotion looked like in actual like on the ground. But scholars tend to agree that a couple of things we were pretty confident in is that Yahweh came from somewhere else and was like imported into Canaan.
Mhm.
So not actually a Canaanite deity, but then just
Okay, gotcha.
Gotcha.
kicked all the Canaanite deities' asses. And yeah,
Like you
so
do.
but I mean,
Yeah.
one of the things like
Oh, like a
you'll-
good colonizer.
yes, actually,
Wow.
it's pretty interesting because that's
Yeah.
a big part of the narrative too, right?
Yeah, it is. That's why
Is these
that's why it worked so well
Yeah.
for America.
yes yeah, right. So, but yeah, so he probably came from the south, was introduced into the region, and took on a bunch of similar traits as those applied to particularly Baal, but also El. At various points, he was considered to be, a son of El and part of his divine council, even though we don't have any surviving remnants of that except for what's in like Deuteronomy 32 and Psalm 82.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've
Right.
heard that.
So
But yeah,
yeah.
I don't know where I heard that about. I might have put that together in my head from watching other people's stuff, or they were just wrong
Oh,
and
yeah.
I was misled.
It could be. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. False teachers.
There's a lot of that going
Cast
around.
them out.
Right. So Secret 420 again. Like YouTube's doing like the weird things where they're
Or
not showing people, like
Secreto.
actual name. Oh, Secreto. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. So I don't recognize you, but if you've been here before, my apologies. But yeah. So Yahweh, the servant of Neriah. What's that? That.
I do not recognize that word.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what that is. Naria sounds like a Yahwistic name though.
Ah.
But yeah.
Okay.
Huh.
I don't know what he's getting at or they're getting at.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for the comment anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, wow.
Yep. The
That was cool.
colonialism tradition runs deep, predating Christianity even.
It really does.
Yeah.
In fact, like that's
Yeah.
the. Yeah. No. Sorry. Go ahead.
The present
Yeah, I was gonna
moment in history makes so much sense now. Like in West Asia, United States relationship to the area, like.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Christianity, they didn't invent colonialism, but they maybe like perfected it. But yeah,
Industrialized it.
yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's kind of like
Made it scalable.
yeah, it's
It's
kind of like
scalable.
or an analogy I like to keep going back to for lots of things, but it's like how like black metal was like first invented in Norway, but then it was maybe like industrialized once it moved like to Sweden. But then like in Finland, they're just like, let's start adding a bunch of other like crazy shit to
We're
it. 'Cause that's
crazy.
just, like,
Let's
yeah,
add things.
that's what the Finnish do. Like they're just nuts, apparently. But I love it. It's
Like
it's
the
all. I
greatest
mean, I
sniper
love.
in history was Finnish, called the White Death. He would no scope fuckers from like a mile away and shit. Like it was crazy shit. He didn't use the scope because it reflected, and he would eat snow to stay hydrated while he like stayed hidden forever. And he was a bit
Makes
nuts,
sense.
but had like
Sounds like it.
hundreds of
Yeah.
confirmed kills.
The Finns are legitimately crazy.
Yeah, that's like the one impression. I only like. I guess you like. I know, like Kipp, you spent time in Norway. Were you ever in Finland as well? Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
my
Okay.
mouth
So
full.
you're the second person I've run across who's been to Finland. But the before you, the only other person I've ever known who's actually been to Finland, like legit, like when he came back, he was like there for like a co-op or something with work. But as soon as he came back, I was just asking him how it was, and like legit, he just immediately went like, everyone there is insane. Like he just immediately like his face went like, they're all nuts. It's like okay, cool.
I would 100% agree, but my God, I love Finland, and I love everybody that I've ever met in Finland. So the University of Helsinki, I was in Norway for 3 years, but the University of Helsinki has, or at least back when I was there, had an amazing Bible department. And so there, I had lots of friends who were working in the department, and I used to go there pretty regularly to workshop and at conferences and to do things. So, but yeah, in fact, the last time I was in Helsinki, it was for a conference, and my friend Mika Pajunen, who teaches there at the university, invited me out a couple days early for their May Day celebration, which is like the national day. And so we all went. Well, we were all staying downtown in downtown Helsinki. He has a friend who has a like a portable sauna on a trailer,
Oh,
a
wow.
wood burning sauna, and parked it down at the beach right downtown. And I mean, it's not a sand; it's like a beach. It's not a pleasant beach. It's like a, but it's right there on the Baltic Sea. And everyone was naked, and we all drank beer in the sauna. And then I didn't do this. I'm not brave enough, but the Finns were all jumping into the Baltic Sea and swimming, and then coming back out and going into the sauna. So,
Like
but,
you do, I guess.
yeah, like
Yeah,
you do.
Yeah, real quick. Yeah, good night, Windmill. Thanks for hanging out.
Mhm.
Good to see you. But now, apparently, BS just joined the party.
Oh, look at
Favorite
this.
black metal Mortal Kombat cover band is Finish Him. Like, okay, that's almost hilarious. I'll give you that.
Do they just fight each other? How do you cover a fighting game as a band? Like it's just the sound of like people hitting each other with their instruments.
You're thinking about it too much, Matt.
My favorite Finnish band is Amorphous.
Amorphous. I don't think I've heard much of them. I've definitely heard of them, but like my favorite Finnish bands, like first I go to Fintroll. It's like you familiar? You a fan of Fintroll, Kipp?
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah, or I mean, I guess like probably the most popular like big one is Children of Bodom.
Yeah,
I mean, they're just classic. I also remember being into a Stradivarius for a while.
Oh, I don't know that one.
They're more like
If
a
it's
power
not
metal.
symphonic,
Okay.
they missed it.
It's like symphonic power metal.
Okay.
Yeah, very.
Yeah, I like that kind of stuff quite a bit. So I'm gonna check that out. Where's my
Yeah.
phone?
But
I'm not that familiar with Finnish bands.
oh, and yeah, going way classic Norwegian. Yeah, Grieg. Yeah, In the Hall of the Mountain King. Fuck
James, you are so
Yeah.
confusing.
Oh no,
Like,
what did he say?
I
Oh,
love it. You're like
that's just
Enigma.
because of right.
yeah. Edvard Grieg. Yeah,
Yeah. Wow.
good
So-
shit. Good shit. I mean, yeah. I think because this is a question I've thought about because this is the kind of thing my brain thinks about. But anytime I've asked other people, they're like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Why is that a question?" I like, but I've often thought about if I could only pick like one country from whom where I can only listen to music from that one country. Like of all,
yeah.
I would probably pick Norway.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just because like
I mean,
black metal
it's
is
a good one. Yeah.
yeah, I mean especially if like black metal is just my favorite genre. So I mean, you got your Emperor, you
Yep.
got your Mayhem, Gorgoroth, Dimmu Borgir, like everything. But even like this like on like I don't know if it's the other end of the spectrum, but a different part of this like musical spectrum, like electronic music, like Apophthegma Berserk is one of my favorites. They're Norwegian. I think Röyksopp, I think that's how it's pronounced. I can't remember if they're because I think it's an Icelandic word, but I can't remember if they're Norwegian or if they actually are Icelandic. But
I think I've heard of them.
Yeah.
I think I've heard them.
Yeah. They got some good shit too. So and Grieg. So I got my classical as well. So but yeah. But
Very
speaking
nice.
of music, like a band I've been speaking of electronic stuff, because I know Kipp, you're in, I mean, obviously I know you're a fan of Circle of Dust, and I assume
Dust, man. Yeah.
yeah, probably some other things of a similar genre. A band I've recently started digging into, but am having it's like one of those bands like I wish I liked them more than I do, but I maybe just don't quite get it. Are you familiar? Like, are you a fan of Skinny Puppy?
Oh God, yeah.
Okay, yeah, because they're one of those bands. Like, this is like my experience in general with like just that genre of music. I'll hear a song and I'm either like absolutely obsessed with it, but then like the rest of the album I just find like completely boring. Like I'm like I just don't get it. Like Skinny Puppies, it so far has been one of those bands with me. Like I like as far as like individual songs, like I absolutely love like Warlock and Paragon. Addiction's pretty good, but like other than that, like most of the albums.
I haven't listened to
Yeah.
Skinny Puppy in so long. Now I gotta go back.
Yeah, I need to listen to them again.
Oh,
I was
I've heard of
like,
they're from the 90s, right?
well, they started in the 80s.
Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say I think
Okay,
I was
'cause I think
15
I heard of them in
years.
the 90s.
I was 15 years old when when my brother's buddy brought smuggled Skinny Puppy LPs into our house.
Yeah, like you do.
So,
That picture of them is terrible. Terrible hair.
Well, it was the 80s, and they were Canadian.
Well, I mean, okay, for the 80s, that's pretty edgy, but it's also very
Yeah.
80s.
Yeah.
Maya's blaming me for turning the stream into a music stream.
Well, hey, I brought it up, so
I
mean-
kind of think it is.
yeah. I mean, it's like music like that. That's my special interest. Like, I mean, I know we've already been going for over 5 hours, but I could go another 5 hours now that we started talking about like black metal and stuff. But
I
yeah,
can't do that.
yeah. But yeah. Well, cool. But yeah, like I was like listening through their stuff. I remember like their last album, Weapon, which first of all, I just love the concept. Like basically the reason they wrote that album is because they found out that their music was being used in Guantanamo Bay, like as like part of like their torture and stuff. So first of all,
man, see,
they
I haven't followed any of the stuff.
Yeah, see,
more
that's my thing. Like, as
recently,
soon
but
as I like
wow,
discover a band, like I not only like listen to all the thing, but then I'm also like looking up their entire history on Wikipedia, watching like all the interviews because that's just how my brain is. I just get obsessed with things. But but I love their response. So they wrote that album Weapon kind of in response to that, but also what they did was they sent an invoice to the United States Defense Department for $666,000.
There you go.
that's awesome. Yeah, yeah.
So, that freaks
So-
some really conservative Christians out up there.
Yeah.
Like, it's hex.
But yeah, but like speaking of that album Weapon, like I was listening through it and I was like, okay, it's okay. But then it got to the song Paragon. I don't know if you know that song, but like
No,
I am like fucking obsessed with that song. Like as soon as it hit, I'm like, okay, like literally none of their other songs hit me like that one, but that one like hit me as much as anything of that style of music. Just yeah. So anyway, so yeah. Well, cool. I just wanted to ask you about them,
Awesome.
see what your thoughts were. But I still appreciate that you put that Circle of Dust song in that one video. But that meant a lot.
that I can't monetize as
Right,
a
but-
result. But yeah, they
Yeah.
are. Yeah,
Yeah, that's all right.
they're.
But if
No,
I remember,
it
I
was my
compensated
pleasure.
you a few bucks. And it-
You
as a
absolutely
super
did.
chat.
It's certainly, no, it was not. I'm not trying to shill or anything. But
Oh,
they are ruthless in terms of using their content. It's just like,
Yeah, that's
any
weird, but
little bit. It's because there's some stuff, and even like I'm still kind of astonished that I can use riffs from Gogita's
Yeah.
Olympic song, right,
Mhm.
without issue at all.
Yeah, that
maybe
blows my
that'll
mind.
change
Yeah.
someday, but
That's crazy.
yeah, it's nuts. So, but
Yeah.
thank you, Gogita, or
Yeah.
Olympic Committee. I don't know.
Yeah, for being cool about it. But yeah, I
Right.
will say like your like intro and outro music is some of my favorite on YouTube. So
I
So
get
thank
quite,
you.
I get quite a few comments from everybody. Either loves it or they really really hate it. So
Well, those people suck. So
What? Yeah, why are you? How can you hate that much? That's crazy.
Yeah.
But I think most people are just indifferent to it. They just it's just music. So, which is good.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that's the
Oh, and we apparently still have more people like still joining the stream. So hello, Bryce Vining, and happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you to you as well.
I guess it's Thanksgiving
I do.
over there by now.
Oh, true, it is.
Oh, yeah.
Officially.
It's been
Yeah, happy
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving, everybody. So I mean, I don't know if it's maybe not quite where you're at, Kipp, because you're in the Pacific.
Canada.
Yeah,
on
and
the
also
Pacific-
Canada,
in
where
the
it's not a
Pacific
thing.
time zone. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
We don't celebrate our genocides and make holidays about them here.
Right, but it's not a genocide. It's
Fair
a
enough.
happy, fluffy story about something that didn't really happen.
So now it's just we're genociding the turkeys for some reason, even though like let's be honest, like as a meat, turkey just isn't good. So that's why like I remember like back in 2020, like the COVID year when we like none of my family actually got together. I remember like what, like just me and my family at home. We're like what, none of us really like turkey. I'm grilling steak. So
They taste
That
only a
was-
little better than they look.
yeah. So yeah.
That's a pleasant surprise. If you're hunting and killing a turkey for the first time, you're like, oh, it's better than expected. Look at that.
Yeah, based on that weird thing on its neck.
Yeah.
Yeah, then, like seems like it would be gross. It's like, why did I kill this? But yeah,
See, I didn't even realize that tomorrow was actually Thanksgiving until just before the stream when I was hanging out with Dapper and Vish,
Ah,
and they
Oh.
told me this. I knew it was this weekend, but
Mm-hmm.
but I had no idea. It's like tomorrow already. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanksgiving's mostly become a time to get together and celebrating being able to eat heavy food
Mm-hmm.
with people you care about. Like
Yeah. Because
the original
I will say,
pretense
I'm here
doesn't
for
matter
that.
that much to like
yeah.
90% of us.
Yeah, because I will say, like, as an adult, like, since becoming an adult, my favorite holiday has shifted, like, from Christmas to Thanksgiving, because it's like Thanksgiving, like, it's literally all we do is, like, we just meet up at someone's house and just eat a bunch of food and watch football, and that's it. Like, no, like, gift giving and presents and
See,
shopping and, like, all the
Christmas can be super
stuff.
stressful, right? Like,
Yeah.
because there's
But
this
yeah.
pressure to, with there's this pressure to get to budget, and then to get gifts for everybody, and to get the right
Hmm.
gift for everybody,
Right.
and
Right.
to get it early enough that it's in stock, and all this stuff, right? Like, it's just it's very it is it's very,
And then
very,
like
very
Yeah.
stressful.
in our family, we're all different flavors of autistic, and so like changes to our routine are like really hard. And Christmas is all about like changes to routine, like with the demands of presents, like you were talking about, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so
Yeah.
it's hard.
Right.
It's like got imposed on us. It's kind of what it feels like.
Yeah. Yeah. All that, like, demand for us, demand avoidant folks, pathologically so. But yeah, so that's why, like, I'm actually looking forward to tomorrow, because this year is like my kids, like, it's their year to be with their mom for Thanksgiving. So I'm actually not even doing anything until like Friday evening, or like we're driving up to my parents' place and then spending Saturday there. So like tomorrow, I literally have nothing.
Just eat cookies all day.
Yeah, that's basically, yeah, they're right there. I got my stash of Christmas cookies. I got some leftover pizza and some more beer, and I'm
That's a good
playing
day.
through, and I'm playing through God of War on PlayStation. So it'll be
Oh,
be a
excellent.
good
That's cool.
be a good time. And which I will say, like, for anyone not familiar with the game, or if you are, like, one of the things I love about the game is like it all centers around like the central character Kratos, and he's there with his son, and like about like their relationship and like how he's like relating with him, and like as a father, I will say, like, one thing I've learned from the game, and like to kind of like really take to heart, and like really been like convicted about like how I am like as a father, and I've realized I have not spent nearly enough time with my children teaching them how to stab a magical deer in the neck. And, and I'm like, I need to be better. So thank you, God of War, for exposing that for me. But yeah.
So I was gonna ask if you're gonna watch the new season of Stranger Things, which
I need to catch
no,
up on the
'cause
previous seasons.
tonight.
Yeah, I don't have the Netflix, and also, as Matt will tell you, I kind of don't watch things. So
Oh,
it's
okay.
basically, for me, I'm one of those people, like, if the question begins with "Have you seen?" the answer is probably no.
No.
Yeah. So yeah, basically, I watch football and YouTube. That's really about it.
That's it. Wow.
So
Well, there's lots of that this weekend too.
yes,
The football. Maybe less
yes.
YouTube. Somebody suggested to me that nobody's going to show up for my Hebrew stream tomorrow because it's Thanksgiving. So, but I don't know, and I don't have anybody lined up because I was busy all weekend. So it might just be me. So
That's
we'll
like I said.
see.
Well, I won't be doing anything else, so I might show up. Who knows?
Hey,
So.
fun.
I have no idea.
You could join.
I mean, I'll probably have no idea what you're talking about, but yeah, it'll be fun. So, but yes, God of War teaching parenting skills. Like, hey, I'll let you know how it goes. But and if I still have kids by the end of next week, all right. Or if CPS has something to say about that. All right. Well, yeah. So I'm assuming we're not getting back to Wes at this point. Like I'm at the point like I can't tell which I need to do more: go to sleep or pee.
Wes can eat a bag of dicks.
I have to take the garbage out.
Ooh,
You have garbage in Canada?
we're so alike.
I have to check and see if it's garbage night or if it's just garbage night, which is because we only twice a week. They collect they collect recycling and compost every week, but then only every second week they collect garbage. So
Really, because we're actually the opposite. Like here, like they take garbage every week, but recycling is every other week. So
interesting.
You can see where our priorities are.
It's both every week where I live.
It's what?
It's both every week where I live.
Both every week.
Yep,
Wow.
trash
See,
and
it's
recycling.
it is trash. That's what we call it. That's a good thing.
Yeah, it just all goes out at the same time.
So yeah,
different trucks
this
pick
week,
it up, of course.
It's just recycling and compost. So yeah,
man, we're decades away from compost being collected.
we don't. Yeah. No.
So it's the most. I swear it's the laziest composting system though. I don't even know how this works, but they have basically said that you can put anything in the compost, so long as it's not like plastic, paper, metal. So long as it's got, so long as it has some organic material in it, it counts, I guess. So like chicken bones and and
what are they doing
so that's where you can dump the bodies. Awesome, that's convenient.
I don't know because I don't like. I mean, I guess in theory it's compostable, but it just in the composting that I've done and when I'm reading about it, there's those are the sorts of things that you're not supposed to put in there. So I don't know what the fuck my city's doing.
What kind of
down
evil
there.
slurry are they making with all this stuff?
Right?
That they're doing something with.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
Like it's gonna be diseased, whatever they do with it.
Do you guys remember this story about the guy who ran like a funeral home and a crematorium, and they ended up finding like dead bodies stacked all over his property and in his outbuildings and everywhere, just strewn all over his stuff. Did you ever hear this story?
No,
I'm not sure I did. No.
How does one acquire that many bodies?
Well, he ran a crematorium.
And he wasn't burning them.
He wasn't burning them. He was just because there's a very good podcast about this. But he's not a monster, as it turns out.
He just has a really peculiar special interest.
No, what this really is that it's like those, it's expensive to run a proper crematorium. Those ovens are super expensive, and they require
a grease trap.
Quite a bit of maintenance. That's right. Yeah,
there really is a grease
filter. Trap. So when he started to when this stuff started to need repairs and he couldn't keep up with it, he was still taking people's money for cremating their relatives, but then just ditching the bodies around the property. Something like it was like well over like 150 bodies
but he gave them ashes, right?
Yeah. So it was like he made
does he also mix. I was going to say, does he also smoke a lot? Was it just like cigarettes just giving them?
Were there very few stray cats?
I don't remember what it was, but it was like maybe it was like cement or something which can like closely approximate the appearance of the ash that gets produced from these crematoriums.
Get like the right combo of mortar mixes and stuff.
It's a wild story.
Wow.
But I wish I could remember the name of the podcast. It's really good though. You should check it out.
Interesting. Yeah.
Did you know the bones don't burn?
Unless they get really, really, really hot. I would.
Yeah.
Or
everything burns
grind them up. Like
right?
part of the ash that goes in the urn is just ground up bones because a lot of the bones don't actually burn away. So they burn you and then throw you in like industrial blender.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Also, other like fun facts. Might as well end on this for tonight because like what else? But something else I found out because like my father, like he's a retired pathologist, so like part of what he does is like what he did was autopsies. So basically, something I learned, whether it was from him or like someone else, but when someone like it's like their funeral and like you're seeing them laying in the casket, like so obviously this is after they've done like the autopsy on them. Well, apparently during the autopsy when they're looking at the brain, like if they actually take the brain out, like they can't actually put it back in the skull. So so usually they just put it in the chest I don't know, but usually
probably
they just put it in the chest.
Like it's probably
or something, but obviously, like
okay.
legally, like you're supposed, like after the autopsy, like you need to return the entire body. But like, so usually what they do is they just put the brain in the chest cavity. So,
like a Thanksgiving turkey, they just put the gizzards all up in the cavity.
Yeah. So, little fun fact.
That's right.
So, next time you go to a funeral, you're saying like, "Oh, his brain's probably in their chest." So. Sweet dreams, everybody.
Did you guys see Trump's weird turkey pardoning?
Oh yeah,
I didn't see that. No, I heard about it, but yeah, I didn't actually watch it. I mean, maybe it's.
God.
I mean, I imagine it's maybe different for like those of you in Canada, but for those of us like actually here, like I get to a point. I think I got to this point like about a week ago. It's like I don't think I can handle anymore. Like I just have to like just.
It's not surprising.
Yeah.
It's amazing though that like somebody can be that demented and still be that Trump about it all.
You know what's astonishing? What I think is astonishing and comical is like how much Joe Biden's age was a factor.
Yeah.
Towards the end of his presidency, right? And became an election issue. And just how brain-addled Trump is. Beyond that, it's like you couldn't write this shit. I don't.
Right.
No, there's like no one person in charge right now. It's whoever can convince the senile old man to do something.
Yeah. Now, like, and to say, like, I am like politically like pretty like leftist, but I mean, I'm by no means any form of like Biden apologist or whatever. So yeah, I totally agree. Like, yes, he was absolutely too old for the presidency. Like, he definitely was like too far gone. But compared to Trump,
age limit, there really does.
Yeah.
But
compared to Trump, I view him as like
lucid. Yes.
Yeah, like or I'd say like to whatever extent he was just not with it. It was like mostly harmless. He was just like, okay, he just has no idea what's going on. He's not actually doing. But like with Trump, it's like you have the dementia plus fascism.
Well, and no one stands in his way. Like with Biden, there are people running interference for him for sure.
Oh yeah,
like he probably thought he was doing all kinds of great stuff, but really he just slept all the time. Like
I just love that people are still watching. But yeah, thank you. That's quality. But yeah, it's a thing. So Kipp, I'm wondering, is the meme accurate? Like, is living in Canada actually like living in an apartment above a meth lab? Is that true?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
I mean,
now more
okay.
than ever.
I've
Good-
never
good to know.
actually lived in an apartment above a meth lab. So, but yeah, no, it is. Yeah, I would say it would be endlessly entertaining if it wasn't so terrifying. But it's also kind of at this point now where it's so terrifying. There's, what can you do but just laugh and cry,
Yeah.
all at
And,
once.
and laugh to keep from crying, and the beer helps.
Yeah.
And
The tides
as
are
much
turning.
as
I just
like
don't know
honestly,
how long it's going to take for that to play out.
yeah. But as much as I like the joke about your giant bottle of Crown Royal, Kip, I'm kind of jealous because I wish I had that much booze on me right now, like just at all times. But yeah,
It was on sale.
because of course. So yeah, but so I don't know
Yeah, it should.
like
be
how
outside.
familiar you are with like the general like regions of the United States, but like when I say like West Virginia, does that bring
Yeah, I know
anything
exactly
to
where
mind?
that is. Yeah.
Like so,
But do you know how it is?
No,
Like, so I don't know.
don't. I've never been to West Virginia.
Like so I don't know if you heard this because I know I talked about this like on stream a few weeks ago. I don't know if you were on or not, but I remember because like where like so my ex-wife, like her family, they're in like a part of Ohio that's like right across the river from West Virginia. So
It's
like
like
whenever
Upper
we
West
were
Virginia.
yeah, so basically whenever we were out there visiting, like if we needed to go to like a Walmart or a gas station, usually the simplest was like cross the river right into West Virginia was there. So I remember we were going to the
Right.
Walmart, and this was during COVID. I think we were because like her family like has a farm, so we were out there just like camping to just kind of like get away from people and whatnot. But we had to go to Walmart for something, and so I just laughed to myself like, all right, I'm in West Virginia for less than 5 minutes, and I see someone walking around Walmart, and their mask is just a repurposed Crown Royal bag, just like wrapped around their face. I'm like,
That's amazing.
this is the best thing ever. Like.
You know the two National Guard people that were shot in D.C. yesterday. At this point,
Oh my God, what happened?
they were from West Virginia.
Oh, jeez.
So I don't know what the most recent news is if there is any about the person who did it. National Guard on patrol in D.C. because Trump and somebody came around a corner, raised a weapon at him, fired. Somebody fired back because the suspect was shot. And it for everybody's sake, it better be a MAGA person who did it. Because if it was somebody who had ties to some like mentally unwell person who had ties to DSA or something, Democratic Socialists of America, like
Yeah.
Which I mean,
That
that's the thing. Like the things are at the point where like you hate to say like it actually matters.
I know, but it does.
Yeah, but yeah, that's the thing that sucks. Like yeah,
It is
But-
most likely somebody on the right with mental health
Yeah.
challenges. Statistically, that's how it is in our country.
yeah. But this is also my experience with West Virginia. Yeah, beautiful, but yeah, just hear pigs squealing in the woods. Yeah, yeah. Crown Royal bag masks. Yeah, it's I whatever you're imagining, it was probably even better. So
Are they wearing swim trunks too?
I don't remember. I don't remember anything else. I don't even remember what the person looked like the rest of their like face or body or anything. I just remember just seeing the mask. Like that's all that's burned into my mind right
That
now.
always creeps me out when somebody's
But,
wearing swim trunks in a store and you're not near the beach. It just always is really gross to me.
Yeah, especially in that part of West Virginia. Like if you're like wearing swim trunks because you're about to go swimming in the Ohio River, I'd be like, nah.
No, it better not have been rainy in Pittsburgh the day before.
yeah, because we're downriver of all that. But
Get their sewage overflow.
yeah. Also, like speaking of like different states and like their impressions internationally, I don't know how like Ohio like became a meme. Like
Nobody does. It was just something somebody said because it was stupid. Everybody's like, "That's so dumb and makes sense."
yeah, like so. Also, Kip, I don't know if you're familiar with Cincinnati chili, like our particular like local version of chili.
No,
It's
I am
more like
not.
a sauce.
Yeah, it's more of like a meat sauce. Apparently, it's actually like Greek style because there was like a Greek immigrant who came to Cincinnati and opened a chili
But
restaurant.
it's on
and
spaghetti.
yeah, like put it on spaghetti or hot dogs or whatever. But there was this meme floating around. It said like, so like one of the most famous restaurants here in Cincinnati, it's called Skyline. It's like I feel like someone said like I feel like Skyline Chili is just part of like another part of the elaborate government plot to try to convince us that Ohio is real. I'm like, wait, what? But then someone responded to that like I swear since like Skyline Chili just reminds me of like the Midwest's obsession with culinary depravity. Yeah, because like so I live in Cincinnati, but I'm not a native. I actually moved here like for college and just stuck around. So there's a lot of things about Cincinnati, especially the food here, that I still just don't get. Like literally like every like restaurant or anything in Cincinnati that's like the most famous thing for that particular style of food, I'm like, it's kind of gross. Like I'm not into the chili. Like the pizza place La Rosa's that's really famous around here, I really don't like.
It's a sweet sauce, yeah.
Like yeah, or our version of barbecue,
A
which is
sweet
Montgomery.
sauce
Yeah,
on your pizza.
or even the cheese they use, I'm not super
It's
a
all
fan
provolone. That's
yeah,
probably because
Like,
it
you
was
gotta
cheaper
have-
in the Depression.
yeah, but or even like Montgomery Inn, which is apparently like our barbecue and like ribs restaurant. Like so, Kip, I don't know how familiar you are with like American barbecue. That's like supposed to be like slow cooked, like over like
Oh yeah.
hardwood
Yeah.
smoke, like like smoked like for hours.
We
Yeah.
actually have like a proper annual barbecue festival in the
Ooh.
town where I live here
That's
every
amazing.
year. So yeah, and there
Nice.
are guys who come up from like the deep south who do like the pit competitions, and they'll come up and
Nice.
and do ours and usually win. But yeah, no, it's it's really good.
Yeah, but to let you know about this restaurant Montgomery Inn, because like here in Cincinnati, this is the place people swear like this is like the ribs restaurant, that like the place to go for barbecue.
Oh.
Not everybody.
I was never a fan. Like I went there, it's like this just isn't good. But then I found out how they cook their ribs. They're boiled, and like
They
the
boil
meat
their
is
ribs?
and like the meat is gray. It's like
Eh.
yeah, I'm like I do not understand why
very
like people in
strange.
Cincinnati are obsessed with this place. It's like the sauce they use is pretty good, but the actual meat is fucking
it
disgusting.
says a lot about us.
Wow.
Are we still trying to work out the Civil War? Like,
Yeah, yeah, which is why because like it's this kind of debate like in the United States for some reason like whether Cincinnati is really more of like a southern city or more of a northern city, because like here like the States like real barbecue, like, that's like a huge like southern tradition. But I'm like, okay, in Cincinnati, the most famous ribs are boiled. Like this is not a southern city. Like you try doing that in the South, you will get shot. Like
You will get boiled.
yes, that too. Yeah,
it's like
But-
we're a northern city, but we're not happy about it.
yeah.
So we're going to
Basically.
sabotage our barbecue and
Wait,
Yeah, it's almost, and you can also kind of get the vibe from like certain parts of town, like we almost wish we were more racist than we are.
oh yeah.
it's like Cincinnati. Cincinnati was that place where there who was like, oh, I know we're on this side of the line, but we really got your back, gray coats. Was that?
Yeah, it's like we're so close.
But we also had the Underground
right there.
Railroad. Like
Yeah.
we're real
Yeah,
schizophrenic
okay.
about our morals here.
Well,
Yeah,
it's almost like
So-
it's not just one, the same thing for everyone in a
What?
location. That there's divergence and diversity in terms of how people think and
man.
and
Next
behave.
thing
I
you're
know
gonna
it's
say-
crazy,
I know.
wild
Man,
shit.
I know. Like next thing you're going to tell me is like the Bible's not even homogenous. Like what the fuck's going on, man?
It's
But-
weird, right? Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
All
But,
right. Well,
Cincinnati's
I didn't realize how late it was. Holy cow.
yeah.
It
we're
says.
very
Well, you
happy
think it's
to not be happy about things.
yeah.
See that?
Well,
It
you think
says-
it's late for you, but
I know, but you're used to this, aren't you?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah,
I'm
maybe.
often in bed by this time.
Yeah, but I think this is definitely our longest episode ever. So thank you, Kipp, for that. Yeah.
Almost a full working shift.
Yeah.
How long have you
I
been
think
on?
almost 6 hours.
Wow. That is.
So,
I've never streamed that long. So
Well,
It's
I
kinda what happened.
just remember like the one comment that Paula Gia had about one of your streams going really long, like kind of riffing on like the apologetics. Like, see, streams don't actually mean anything unless they last forever.
no, it's
So,
true.
so good old Paul.
But
But
this is what happens when you have a special interest and it's a podcast.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah, because basically this is literally just what me and Matt, because like we've been best friends for like 20 years now. So like
wow.
basically this show.
That's super cool.
Yeah, so basically this show is like we just hang out and then someone told us like, hey, when are you going to start a podcast? We're like, oh, you mean we can just like stream what we're doing all the time? Okay. So I love the way like Matt put it a while ago. It's almost like we're just like a bunch of friends hanging out, but like me and Matt are the friends in the group. Like we're just going to pretend like we're playing podcast and everyone else is like pretending to be an audience. And that's just what we do when we hang out. So I thought that was perfect. That really captures, I think,
That's
the feel,
pretty
at least
good.
from my end.
I like that.
Yeah, because like I said, like it's only been like within the past few months, especially on YouTube, that we've got like any kind of traction. Because like literally, like for like a good year, like there'd be like several nights where we like literally like no
the
one
two of
watching
you?
live. Yeah, like literally no one watching live, but like we did it anyway because like this is how we hang out. So this.
And it's fun to pretend like what you're doing
I don't
matters.
think. I think the very first time I noticed you guys was when you did you did a show about the well, people are calling it the Great Schism. now.
Yeah, with
I
the
hear.
myth vision, like leaving
Yeah.
the atheist cult.
That
That's
was-
actually when a
that-
lot of people started notice. I think that
Is
was
that right?
yeah.
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 That's funny. Wow.
So
Yeah, we had Derek apologists come on
Really?
for a little bit. Yeah, like sticking up for him. That didn't last very long because
No way.
we didn't care.
No.
yeah, but probably my favorite thing about that episode, because like we went in like pretty in depth, like with like his whole video and statement and everything. But what I
watched it.
my favorite thing about that episode was the way it started, because if people remember, like, so that's when Matt was having like a bunch of back problems and he had to have surgery.
Yeah.
So that was his first episode back, and he was
Yeah.
like laying back in a chair. So we literally like, so we built it like, oh, this is going to be this big episode where we're going over this huge issue going on with Derek and Myth Vision. But we literally spent like the first half hour, 45 minutes just talking about Matt's back surgery. So like we just loved and were entertained by the thought that like I have no idea if Derek like caught wind of this or saw it, but I just love the idea of him seeing this pop up on his feed. It's like, oh, I want to see what these people are saying about me. But then like we don't even get to him for a while. We're just talking about this dude's like back surgery.
And then we kind of do our best at handing him his ass.
Yeah. There you go.
So that's cool. I'm glad people are like, it still like blows my mind that like anyone, because like even before that we would have some people watching, but it was mostly like people that like we already knew, like friends of ours or who were like scattered here and there, or people that we've met online or whatever. But yeah, but the fact that like people who we didn't already know before doing the show are like watching this and enjoying it, like, oh, cool. So like and subscribe and share with your friends or whatever. But yeah. All right. Well, ooh. Now this is a compliment. This is approaching Erica and Forrest levels. Like,
Whoa.
Fight.
I never would have thought I would have reached like that level. That's
That's
wow.
stratospheric.
That's
Praise.
legit one of the best compliments I've ever got. about
Right?
Yeah, I don't know what to do with that.
I was about to say about this show, but maybe just ever. So wow, yeah, they're two of my favorite YouTubers. So along with you, Kipp, like I will say, like among that, like just the fact that you're here, like I'm actually talking with you, like that's cool enough for me on its own. But yeah, because like
That's
I'm
fun.
yeah, because like I've been following you for a while, at least a few years now. But
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
so
Yeah, this is a little surreal.
Well, that,
yeah. Yeah, I will.
That's
'Cause I
funny.
will admit, like the first time, like when you like popped up in the comments, I think I actually like my brain froze for like a good 5 minutes. I don't, but yeah. So I returned the favor
funny.
by making that wonderful by making your remarks into that wonderful promo for
that
our show
was
that I love to play.
so, yes, that was so good. And
So-
and you learn the truth that deep down I am just a troll.
Yeah,
It's just,
we appreciate that here.
what
So,
I do.
yeah.
You're not. Oh no! Don't eat it. Oh God. So
Yeah, dog. But still, I think my favorite part of that clip was actually when
Hey,
you just like,
nah.
yeah, it's
leave it.
usually.
Sorry.
Tommy, leave it.
No, yeah, no. But I think probably my favorite part of that clip, like not the whole like making fun of you falling asleep. Honestly, my favorite part is when you're just like talking about our show. You're like, it's usually pretty good. Like, all right.
It's like you're unsure
Usually-
mid sentence if you wanted to finish that thought.
Yeah, like in our head canon, it's like you're like, well, I am sleeping through most of it, so I don't want to comment on the parts I slept through. But you know,
Listen.
being
I don't-
the like responsible scholar that you are, staying in your lane, not speaking outside of your expertise.
That's it. That's it. I just listen. I just can't commit to a 5-hour live stream on a Wednesday night. I don't know what to tell you.
Understandable.
But-
Understandable.
Even though you guys do
Can't
start
really.
at like 5 o'clock, but
Yeah, for you, I guess it's a little early. But
yeah, a little bit. So, but no, this is fun.
Cool. Yeah.
And I'm sorry that I gave you a hard time in the past. It's a
Oh,
great
not at
show.
all.
It's an excellent show. It's a wonderful show.
Thank you.
I
So,
appreciate it. Yeah, and like I said, I also
it's
appreciate a
fun
couple.
show. I laugh most of the time when I'm watching, and that's
Yeah,
important.
Good.
That's
So do
good.
we.
That's what we go for.
What you
But yeah,
want?
and also like I mentioned, like Nitty was
no,
on earlier,
don't
and I
eat the
mentioned
pillow. Sorry.
I've had that problem with dogs too. But yeah, like I mentioned, like Nitty was on earlier. I mentioned him also. Mentioned you like a couple weeks ago, like when you were streaming with him on Wednesday night. I really appreciate you guiding people over to us after you were done with your stream with him. That was really nice of you.
Yeah, of course.
But also what I said to Nitty was I love like how Nitty like a couple times like made a point of saying like talking about it, saying, oh yeah, they're just really nice guys. Like that was really cool. But then like I saw like how long his stream was, so I timed it with what part of our show that people, if they would have come over immediately from me, oh, they're such nice guys. What I was talking about at that point was this meme I saw that was like a jumbled mass of scissors, like just like all
Okay.
pulled up, and the caption was biblically accurate lesbians. So I just love in my mind people hearing, "Oh yeah, go watch this Humanity. They're such nice guys," and then that's the first thing they hear. So
That's
I just
pretty
love
fantastic.
that that's a part of reality. So,
That's, yeah, that is an amazing part of the canon now. So very nice. Wow.
so thank you for your
You see,
contributions to making that a thing. So
I think every time I see him, whenever I see Nitty, I think he looks like a much more grown-up version of Johnny Gaudreau. You know,
okay,
I don't know.
I could
Can
see
you
that.
see it? You see it in there?
Yeah,
So yeah, but yeah, Nitty's great.
yeah. I enjoy his channel a lot too. Yeah, he's a really cool guy. But
We
yeah.
covered something
He
recently
is.
about I forget exactly what it was, but it was the psychology of the situation.
Yeah.
It's insightful stuff.
Yeah, when he was talking about like that interview with that woman who had like left the church that he used to
Right.
go to and then like came back, and the whole like you could tell it's like it was not a healthy thing. But she's like, no, it's great, and like no, it's not.
And she's
You
going to
should not
town on
be.
a stress ball while she's saying that.
Yeah, that too.
That church he went to is crazy.
hmm
Are you familiar
Yeah.
with them? Like from being, because you're, no, I guess he's farther
Yeah.
away, right? He's actually
he's
in Columbus.
Yeah, he's in Columbus. It's like a couple hours from here. Like I actually
I didn't know he
yeah,
was that
okay.
close.
Yeah. Yeah. And I actually used to live in Columbus it was about 10 years ago. And I think when we were in the area, like I was still a Christian at the time. So when we were like church shopping, I think his church may have actually been one of the ones that we tried, but like we only went there for like a couple weeks and we're like, I don't think so. but yeah.
Wow.
So yeah. So it looks like I dodged the bullet.
Yeah, you did.
So
I actually went to church. I guess it was 2 months ago, maybe. 2 months ago. Yeah. Which was interesting. I went to not the last church I attended here in town, but the one before that. We have a mega church in our town, and we used to go there when the kids were really small because they had an excellent Sunday school program, even though the pastor spouted heresy from the pulpit. That's most churches. So
well, yeah,
you know, like no kidding. Being a biblical scholar in the audience of a church is like the most painful thing, and I expect it's also
I can imagine
super irritating for pastors too. So
like if they know, yeah.
So you know, it's I kind of get it, but all that to say, in like the last probably 15 or easily the last 15 years, well, I mean I haven't attended church regularly since probably 2012. So so you know, in the last, so let's say last 20 years, but when I did attend church regularly, I did not get along well with any of the pastors as a rule. And it probably had something to do with the fact that they would say something stupid from the pulpit.
So that sounds like their fault.
Yeah, but that's kind of how I always understood it. So, you know, I come up, I go, hey, you know, this is just not true. This word just doesn't actually mean that. You know, that kind of stuff. So,
yeah. But I do appreciate this comment from Fox. Yeah, you can walk into any part of the show and something wild could be said. Yeah, because that's the other thing. Like if they didn't walk in during like the scissors part, one of the other major themes I remember being brought up during that particular episode was Matt explaining like, well, it's not gay if they're puppets.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, you were doing the Dinks puppet.
Yeah, that was fun. But
and I've done a pretend scenario where we write them letters pretending that we're also puppets, and as it gets more and more creepy throughout the letter, the sign off would be, "It's not gay if you're both puppets." And
did you guys stumble on that onto Dinks?
No, I've seen like other YouTubers cover him, so I think that's where I got.
I saw Emma Thorne.
Yeah, Emma Thorne.
Oh, really? Did she do one? Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think that's actually where I saw that one. Yeah,
she was pretty charitable. Was on Brentley's channel. Punk Apostate. I don't know if
I haven't seen much of his stuff, but
yeah, he's usually streams like in the afternoon, right? So if you're busy, most days you miss them. But
Gotcha.
yeah,
I might have to look out
that's
for
where
your
I
stuff,
saw him.
yeah.
I was like, what the hell?
I think Dinks is rage
Yeah.
baiting. Like the puppeteer believes all those things, but also seems to be passive aggressive on purpose. Because it's just people are responding to it all over the place. So either accidentally, he made viral content.
No, he's definitely it's whatever it is, it's working for him. So, but that's probably a good instinct. But, yeah. Well, I still have to get the garbage out, so.
Yep. Yeah, and I certainly don't have to pee. Yeah, and I certainly don't have to pee any less than I did a half hour ago. So.
All
right.
I have to tell you this now. That you said that.
Okay.
About peeing.
Because I need to delay you from relieving yourself even longer. Yes, please go ahead.
I do because I was on an airplane last week, and I've never had this happen before, where I got up to pee and they told me to sit down, and they said, "No, you can't. You have to stay." Have you ever had that before? Has anybody ever had that before?
Was the stay seated light on?
It was, but even I've been in many situations on flights where even when the stay seated light is on, if you have to go, they usually just let you go. Because, I mean, sometimes people really just have to go.
Yeah.
So,
right?
I was like, what if I really, I did really have to go, but I'm like, what if I really, really had to go?
Right. It's like an emergency situation where.
It felt like it. Anyways, all right. I'm gonna go.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks for popping in. Good to see you, Kipp.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You too.
See you. We'll see you around. Have a good night.
Good night.
How do I turn it off? I'm bad at this kind of thing. Leave. There we go.
Right. Yeah. Leave.
You're still here. Oh.
Well, that was cool. Yeah.
That was crazy.
That was. I dug it.
Yeah, and nobody needs to commit to 6 hours.
Yeah.
That is not the expectation of anyone watching.
Yeah, I don't even usually I don't know how I committed to 6 hours. I
don't either. Yeah. It was like an autism fugue state.
Yeah. And also, what are you gonna do? Like Kipp jumps on, you're gonna tell him, nope.
Yeah, I'm like, part 2.
But, yeah.
That's what's happening.
Yeah, essentially. But yeah. So, but thanks for hanging out. People who were still on, crap, there's still, yeah. There's still more than one person watching, and not just the Twitch bot that I blocked, but it's
Some
still
new
there.
people. Very cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Minute Timmy. Thanks for showing up. Sorry, it was near the end.
Gay. That was confirmed.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, by one of the writers. Yeah, but so I guess sometimes it is gay if you're puppets. So yeah, but
or were they? Because it's not gay if you're puppets, right? Remember?
Oh, so if it's not gay if you're so this is how apologetics works, right? You begin with your assumption that it's not gay if they're puppets. But Bert and Ernie were gay, so clearly they're not puppets. So don't believe what your eyes tell you. You just got to have faith in spite of the evidence.
Say, so there's no gay puppets. So they're not puppets. Okay, that too. That's funnier.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, Kipp, I was going to ask you. I was going to share that comment about the touching up on your Greek, but I was like, I don't want to get Kipp going so even longer. But not that I didn't appreciate you being on, obviously, but yeah, I still need to pee.
I need to.
Fuck it. I got nothing going on tomorrow. I might have another beer tonight. Who knows? But or this morning. Yeah, I know. But yeah, literally got nothing else to do tomorrow except be hungover, apparently. So, all right. Well, I'm going to queue up things. I'm going to tell Matt to take us out, and Matt's going to take us out.
May your thing and stuff be forever with your people.
Happy Thanksgiving. Good night, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Bye-bye.